tearing through them with ease. Within moments, the threat was neutralized. James stared at Kara, who looked back with what seemed like gratitude. He realized this creature was not only strong but also willing to protect those who helped it. Together, they made their way back to the Valiant, avoiding further traps set by the alien captors. Once aboard, James accessed the ship's database, searching for information about the ruins they had seen. He discovered that the planet was once home to a thriving civilization that had revered the Karant as protectors. The Tharkuin, a ruthless alien race, had betrayed the Karant, enslaving and abandoning them when the planet's resources were exhausted. James clenched his fists, anger boiling within him. The Tharkuin were planning something similar for Earth, and he had to warn the UEA. He contacted his old military comrades, sending them the evidence he had gathered. "This is bigger than any of us," James said during a secure transmission. "The Tharkuin won't stop until they've exploited every planet in their path. We need to act now." His comrades, though initially skeptical, were convinced by the data and the presence of Kara, whose intelligence and nobility were evident. They agreed to meet and plan their next move. As James prepared to leave the planet, he glanced at Kara, who had settled into the ship's cargo hold, now repurposed as a makeshift habitat. "We're in this together, Kara," he said softly. The creature rumbled in response, a sound that James interpreted as agreement. James and Kara flew through the galaxy aboard the Valiant, their newfound bond growing stronger with each passing moment. The Karant's intelligence and loyalty were evident as it followed James's commands with keen understanding. Despite their triumph over the initial drones, James knew their journey was far from over. He had uncovered only a fraction of the Tharkuin's plans, and the thought of their potential threat to Earth spurred him onward. The ruins on the desolate planet had hinted at a rich history, one where the Karant were once revered. James delved deeper into the ship's database, piecing together the scattered remnants of information. Ancient holograms depicted the Karant as protectors, their massive forms shielding the planet's inhabitants from various threats. However, the alliance with the Tharkuin had been their undoing. The Tharkuin, masquerading as allies, had enslaved and exploited the Karant before abandoning them to die when the planet's resources were exhausted. James's discovery of this betrayal fueled his determination. He contacted his old military comrades, sending encrypted messages to those he trusted most. Each message contained the evidence he had gathered, along with a plea for immediate action. The Tharkuin's plans extended beyond a single planet, and humanity was their next target. As the Valiant approached Earth, James received replies from his comrades, now influential leaders within the United Earth Alliance. They were skeptical at first, but the undeniable proof and Kara's presence convinced them of the imminent threat. A meeting was arranged, a clandestine gathering of key figures who would strategize their next move. The meeting took place in a secure, underground bunker. James arrived with Kara at his side, her imposing presence drawing gasps and murmurs from the gathered officials. He presented his findings, detailing the Tharkuin's exploitation network and the potential danger to Earth. "We cannot ignore this," James stated, his voice steady but urgent. "The Tharkuin have already set their sights on us. If we don't act now, we could face the same fate as the Karant." His words resonated with the council. They agreed to form a coalition to confront the Tharkuin, uniting the best minds and resources Earth had to offer. Preparations began immediately, with James and Kara at the forefront of the effort. During the planning stages, James and Kara spent countless hours training together. Kara's strength and agility were invaluable, and their bond deepened as they worked in sync. James shared his knowledge of combat tactics, while Kara demonstrated its unique abilities, further solidifying their partnership. The coalition's first mission was to infiltrate a Tharkuin command center. The intelligence gathered from this operation would be crucial in dismantling their network. James led a team of elite operatives, with Kara as a formidable asset. The Tharkuin outpost was heavily fortified, but their combined skills and determination proved unstoppable. The infiltration was a blend of stealth and precision. James navigated through the maze of corridors, disabling security systems and neutralizing guards. Kara moved silently beside him, its senses sharp and alert. They reached the central command room, where a wealth of data awaited them. As they began extracting the information, alarms blared. A trusted member of the coalition had betrayed them, revealing their presence to the Darkuan. Chaos erupted as Darkuan soldiers stormed the command room. James and his team fought valiantly, but the sheer number of enemies threatened to overwhelm them. In the midst of the chaos, Kara unleashed its full power, tearing through the Darkuan forces with relentless fury. James fought beside it, their combined efforts turning the tide of the battle. The traitor, exposed and cornered, was subdued, but not before inflicting considerable damage. With the mission on the brink of failure, James made a split-second decision. He and Kara initiated a desperate final push, securing the critical data and retreating to the Valiant. The escape was harrowing, but they managed to outmaneuver their pursuers and blast off into space. Back aboard the Valiant, James transmitted the data to the Coalition. The information revealed the full extent of the Darkuan's plans, including detailed maps of their operations and targets. The Coalition now had the upper hand, but the battle was far from over. James looked at Kara, who was recovering from the fierce combat. The Karant's eyes met his, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. They were ready to face whatever came next, united by a common purpose and a bond forged in the heat of battle. The Coalition's headquarters was abuzz with activity as preparations for the assault on the Darkuan stronghold ramped up. James Caldwell stood at the center of the command room, reviewing strategic plans with his fellow officers. Beside him, Kara remained vigilant, an imposing figure that commanded respect from everyone present. James could feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. The data they had retrieved from the Darkuan outpost had provided critical insights, but it also revealed the enormity of the task ahead. The Darkuan were entrenched and well prepared, with defenses that would challenge even the most coordinated efforts of the Coalition. "We'll need to strike fast and hard," James said, pointing to the holographic map that displayed the Darkuan stronghold. "Their central command is heavily fortified, but if we can disable their communication network, we can create confusion and disarray." General Morgan, an old friend and a key figure in the Coalition, nodded in agreement. "Our best chance is to split into two teams. One will focus on the communication array, while the other targets the command center directly." James assigned his team, choosing skilled operatives who had proven their mettle in previous missions. Among them was Lieutenant Sarah Davis, a sharp strategist with a no-nonsense attitude, and Sergeant Mike Reynolds, a seasoned soldier with a knack for improvisation. Kara, of course, would be at his side, providing unmatched strength and support. As the team prepared to depart, James pulled Sarah and Mike aside. "This mission is critical. We're not just fighting for Earth but for every species the Darkuan have oppressed. Stay sharp, stay focused, and we'll get through this." The journey to the Darkuan stronghold was tense. The Coalition's fleet moved stealthily through space, avoiding detection with advanced cloaking technology. James briefed his team one final time, ensuring everyone knew their roles and the risks involved. When they reached the planet, the teams split up as planned. James led the assault team toward the communication array, while General Morgan's team headed for the command center. The landscape was rugged and hostile, but the Coalition forces moved with determination, driven by the knowledge of what was at stake. As they approached the communication array, James signaled for his team to halt. He scanned the area with his binoculars, noting the patrol patterns of the Darkuan guards. "We need to take them out quietly. Any alarm, and we'll have the whole base on us." Sarah nodded, signaling her squad to spread out. They moved with practiced precision, taking down the guards with silenced weapons. Kara's presence was a silent but powerful deterrent, its keen senses alerting them to any hidden threats. Once the guards were neutralized, James and his team moved quickly to the array. Mike set up the charges, working swiftly and efficiently. "Charges are set," he whispered. "Ready on your mark, Captain." James gave the signal, and the charges detonated with a muffled thud, disabling the array in a controlled explosion. Immediately, they could see the effects of the disruption as the Darkuan forces scrambled, their coordination faltering. "Now we move to the command center," James ordered. We need to capitalize on their confusion. As they made their way to the second objective, the ground shook from distant explosions. General Morgan's team had begun their assault, drawing the Darkuan's attention. James's team advanced through the chaos, using the terrain to their advantage. They reached the entrance of the command center, only to be met with heavy resistance. The Darkuan were regrouping, and the battle intensified. James and his team fought fiercely, every move calculated to gain the upper hand. Kara was a whirlwind of motion, protecting the team and striking down enemies with lethal precision. Amid the firefight, James noticed a familiar face, the traitor who had betrayed them at the outpost. Anger surged through him, but he forced himself to stay focused. Sarah, Mike, cover me! He shouted, pushing forward. The traitor saw him coming and raised his weapon, but James was faster. He disarmed the traitor with a swift blow, knocking him to the ground. You betrayed us, James said coldly, pressing his blaster to the traitor's chest. Why? The traitor sneered. The Darkuan offered me power, something you and your idealistic coalition could never provide. James felt a pang of sorrow for what could have been a trusted ally. Without another word, he incapacitated the traitor, securing him for interrogation later. There were bigger battles to fight now. With the traitor neutralized, James and his team pushed through the final defenses. They breached the command center, where the Darkuan leaders were desperately trying to regain control. The coalition forces were relentless, and one by one, the Darkuan fell. The command center was finally secured. James took a deep breath, surveying the scene. The mission had been costly, but they had succeeded in dealing a significant blow to the Darkuan. We've done it, James said to his team, a sense of relief washing over him. But this isn't over. We've got more work to do. The coalition forces gathered on the outskirts of the Darkuan stronghold, finalizing their plans for the impending assault. James Caldwell stood at the front, his eyes scanning the determined faces of his comrades. Kara, the Current, stood beside him, a symbol of strength and loyalty. The mission was clear. They had to strike decisively to dismantle the Darkuan's operations and secure peace for the galaxy. As the first wave of coalition fighters moved in, James led his team through the rugged terrain. The stronghold was heavily guarded, with sentry towers and automated turrets scanning for intruders. James's heart pounded as they approached the outer defenses, knowing the success of their mission hinged on their ability to infiltrate undetected. Sarah, take the left flank with your squad. Mike, you're with me, James ordered, his voice steady. Kara, stay close and be ready for anything. The team moved like shadows, slipping past the initial patrols. The Darkuan guards were disciplined, but the coalition's training and strategy gave them the edge. They neutralized the sentries silently, advancing toward the main gate. James signaled Mike to disable the security systems, and within moments, the gate was breached. Inside the stronghold, the Darkuan scrambled to respond to the sudden incursion. Alarms blared, and the sounds of battle echoed through the corridors. James's team pressed forward, each step bringing them closer to their goal. They fought with precision, their movements a testament to their training and resolve. As they reached the central command chamber, they encountered heavy resistance. The Darkuan leaders had fortified their position, and the ensuing battle was fierce. Laser fire illuminated the dimly lit room, and the air crackled with energy. James and his team fought valiantly, each member playing a crucial role in the fight. Kara was a force of nature, its powerful limbs striking down Darkuan soldiers with ease. The bond between James and Kara had grown strong, their coordinated efforts turning the tide of the battle. They pushed through the defenses, reaching the command console where the Darkuan leader stood defiantly. Your reign ends here, James declared, his blaster trained on the leader. The Darkuan leader sneered, activating a hidden shield. You think you can stop us? We are eternal. James's eyes narrowed. We'll see about that. He signaled Kara, who charged at the shield with immense force. The shield crackled and faltered under the onslaught, giving James the opportunity to fire a precise shot. The Darkuan leader fell, the shield dissipating in a shower of sparks. With the command center secured, James accessed the console, transmitting critical data to the Coalition fleet. The information would help dismantle the Thargoids' operations across the galaxy, ensuring long-term security for countless worlds. As the battle wound down, James's team regrouped, tending to the wounded and securing the area. The Thargoids' defenses had been formidable, but the Coalition's determination had prevailed. James looked around, his heart swelling with pride for his team's courage and sacrifice. "We did it," Mike said, clapping James on the shoulder. "We really did it." James nodded, a smile breaking through his exhaustion. "We couldn't have done it without each and every one of you. And Kara, you were incredible." Kara rumbled softly, its large eyes reflecting the shared victory. The bond between them was unspoken yet profound, a testament to the strength of unity and trust. As they prepared to leave the stronghold, a new transmission came through their communicators. Reinforcements were arriving, Coalition ships descending to secure the stronghold and provide much-needed support. The battle had been won, but the war against the Thargoid was far from over. James looked up at the sky, the sight of Coalition ships filling him with a renewed sense of purpose. They had achieved a significant victory, but there were still challenges ahead. The Coalition would continue to fight, united by a common goal and strengthened by the bonds forged in battle. As they boarded the transport back to the Coalition's main fleet, James felt a sense of calm wash over him. They had struck a decisive blow against the Thargoid, and the future looked brighter than ever. With Kara by his side and his comrades ready to face whatever came next, James knew they were ready for any challenge the galaxy might throw their way. The transport lifted off, carrying them away from the battlefield and toward a future filled with hope and promise. James leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes for a moment, allowing himself to rest. The fight was far from over, but for now, they had won a crucial victory. And with allies like Kara, he felt ready to face whatever came next.
The story begins with a creepy legend about the grave of a deceased princess, which frightened not only children, but also adults. This princess was from an ancient and powerful dynasty that was the ruling branch of times long past. Every year, on the same day, at the princess's grave, you can see the ghost of a girl in a red wedding dress walking around the cemetery. Her secret image frightens and fascinates at the same time, and her bloody smile and burning gaze inspires even greater fear and despair. They say that the girl died on that day, but her soul was never able to find peace, the dark-haired guy continued to say. He plans on this very day to go to the cemetery with a film crew to hold a virtual meeting of his subscribers with the spirit of the dead Red Princess. He will try to prove whether this mysterious spirit really exists or whether it's all just fiction and scary fairy tales for children, and subscribers will learn about this in his next video. The guy uploaded the recorded video to his channel and was looking forward to the reaction of fans and the addition of new subscribers. The young man's director also said that the promotional video has already been published on the internet and should appeal to viewers. He also said that only one day had passed since the upload, but the video had received more than 1 million views, and the guy really liked this information, who showed his unrivaledness with his entire appearance. The guy got up from his chair and finally said, as if addressing nothing, that it was a good job. Fong Ning once again thanked the director for the work done and also asked him to help him with filming a live broadcast in the cemetery, to which the director readily agreed, but was mentally angry because if it weren't for business problems, he would not have been involved in this nonsense at all. The film crew was also not thrilled with the location and they preferred the times when they were filming regular short videos and not jostling around the cemetery for illusory hopes of something interesting. Suddenly a cameraman, clearly worried about something, runs up to the director and tries to tell him something. The cameraman said that the hired actress would be a little late, to which the director got angry and told her to hurry up, because they did not intend to stay in this terrible place for a long time. The director added that it would be very incorrect to miss participation in the live broadcast and the operator completely agreed with him. There was noise and chaos on the set due to a violation of the planned algorithm, according to which filming should begin in 4 hours, so the actors and cameramen had to work at a pace. Fong Ning was happy that the filming would be carried out by such professionals and thought that his investment was very successful, and if the broadcast was successful, he would remain at a good profit. The director, with feigned courtesy, approached Fong Ning to discuss work issues, but he declared himself a short break before the broadcast and thought that even if the legend turns out to be untrue, this terrible place will already gain a lot of views, and the director left it, continuing preparations. There were 10 minutes left before the start of filming, but the actress did not appear, which caused serious concern among everyone present on the set. The operator said that he called her an hour ago, but she did not answer the phone, and the director became even more angry, making it clear that upon returning from the cemetery everyone would receive a kick from him for their disorganization. Trying to somehow improve the situation, the director offered Fong Ning the role of an actress and still shoot the video to compensate for their efforts and time, to which Fong Ning was very surprised and did not want to agree. And then the director's patience ran out and he screamed and forced Fong Ning to change into the props and get acquainted with the script, showing that he had no right to screw up. The cameraman noticed something strange in the depths of the forest and asked them not to rush into filming until they figured out what was bothering him. A female figure in a red and black dress fluttered in the forest thickets, and bloody black crows flew around her. The film crew decided that the actress had finally appeared in disguise and Fong Ning would not have to play her role. A strange figure approached the guests of the night forest with its light, ghostly gait, and the feathers of its bird companions flew in the air. The cameraman could not understand when the actress managed to come and change clothes so quickly, and even the dress looked much more expensive than the one they took for the props. There was no time to wait and sort out the details, and if everything is already assembled, then it's time to finally start broadcasting. The director confirmed his full readiness to begin filming, but there was little time left for broadcast, so it was necessary to start immediately. Fong Ning was glad that everything had worked out and they would be able to film this video, so he prepared for the start in full combat readiness. The guy was full of energy and confidence and without hesitation announced the start of filming and headed to the set himself. A group of cameramen, led by the director, launched their professional cameras and spotlights and began filming what would happen. Fong Ning went live and was immediately bombarded with both positive and negative comments. He began to tell the legend about the princess's grave and that recently there had been more complaints about paranormal activity in this cemetery, which he had come to deal with. The guy really liked the circulation of people on the channel and he already imagined how much he would earn from this, and with this opinion he went to continue the live broadcast. He slowly approached the princess's grave, not foreseeing anything bad, while the audience supported him with their comments and shared their own impressions of this place. Fong Ning continued the story that the spirit of the princess appears once a year and it is on this day that you can see her wandering soul, eager to share her images and problems. At that moment, a strong frosty wind blew, which frightened everyone present on the site with its strength and was definitely not foreseen in the script. Strange things began to happen near the grave and the spectators were frightened by the mysticism of this action and unanimously began to call on Fong Ning to immediately get out of there. In turn, Fong Ning turned to the film crew and gestured that everything was going exactly as it should and interesting content was being produced. On the slope he saw an actress in disguise and was turning over in his head the further plan of action according to the script, and the meeting with the princess should be the culmination of this plot. At that moment, a once again concerned cameraman approached the director, but he waved him off, rudely answering that he had no time for empty talk. The director thought only about the popularity that this broadcast would gain and the current viewership rating, calculating his future income. According to the agreement, he would receive 10% of the income and thought only about wealth and fame, not paying attention to the nuances during this filming. The cameraman made another attempt to talk to the director, but his tone became even fiercer and he shouted at him to get away and not interfere if his salary matters to him. The director took the right one in his hands and said that according to the script, Fong Ning should already approach the actress for the final scene, and she, in turn, will also follow the plot. One of the operators mentally noted that there were not so many of them to consider the use of a walkie-talkie advisable, and from the actress's behavior he noticed that she was without an earphone, so she would not hear any instructions from the director. The wind rose even stronger and nearly blew everyone off their feet, making it difficult to continue filming the live broadcast. The operator frankly did not like this change in the weather and he felt some kind of ghostly energy from this place, which frightened him more and more with every second. He pointed his finger at the slope and said with horror that the actress had disappeared like a ghost and this was clearly not a planned course of events. The furious director said that this was how it should be according to the new script, which the actress received yesterday, and she was just preparing for her exit. Having received a kick, the cameraman stepped aside while the director radioed Fong Ning that the actress would appear soon, as prescribed by the plot. Fong Ning heard the director's guidance and headed towards the slope, where the climax of the live broadcast with the participation of the spirit of the princess would take place. He stopped for a second and turned to the film crew with the words that he was a little frightened by a gust of wind, and if before he did not believe in the power of the gods, now he is ready to change his mind. The guy still doubted whether the ghostly princess would appear or not, but until the last he did not lose hope. As Fong Ning approached the slope, the spectators were already seriously worried about the gust of strange wind and were worried about his integrity and well-being, assuring him not to approach the grave. Using one last attempt, the cameraman ran up to the director again, begging him to listen to him, since the information was very important and could change the course of events. Still in his angry manner, the director eccentrically swore at the cameraman to finally leave him alone, because he was frankly tired of his intrusive presence. No longer able to withstand such cruel treatment, the operator stuck the phone under the director's nose and said that he had contacted the actress and she said that she had slept through the filming and was apologizing. Stunned by this information, the operator changed his face and asked rhetorically with fear, "Is it true?" although he openly hoped that it was not and believed in it until the very end. Having finally realized the creepiness of the situation, he faded from the thought of who was on the slope then, if the actress did not come, and terrible thoughts crept into his head. He asked the same question again in the hope that someone would answer him, while Fong Ning got too close to the slope and could no longer hear their conversation. There was something cold and mystical in the air again, and Fong Ning did not stop until he reached the foot of the slope where the unknown figure stood. The mysterious figure of a blonde girl towered over him, sparkling with red hellish eyes, waiting for his next move, catching sight of his magical beauty. Fong Ning was seriously scared and, trying to get back, tripped and fell, but the filming did not end there, and with trembling hands the cameraman continued to film this paranormal action. Although the guy still thought that it was just an actress and reassured himself that she really got used to the role, and without knowing the truth about the fictional legend, he would have thought that this was really the spirit of the princess. Numb with fear, he asked the girl who she was, as predicted by the script, but horror and anxiety became more and more noticeable on his face. In a panic, the director tugged at the cameraman's chest, knocking out of him at least some kind of answer to who this girl was if the actress was not here, but he could not say anything to this. Everyone was very scared that the legend might turn out to be true and they really saw the ghost of the dead princess instead of a fake actress. With trembling hands, the operator held the camera, but noticing something strange, he reported with horror that something was wrong with the girl's legs. He brought the tablet to his colleagues to show what he saw and to understand whether he was mistaken and whether he could just see it. Having made sure that this was all true, they were even more frightened by the realization that in front of them was not a person, but something otherworldly. Taking off from the ground, the girl hung in the air as if she had wings, while the audience celebrated the professional work of the actress, as they did not believe that this could be a real ghost. The director gradually began to understand that they had to meet with a real ghost, and the legend turned out to be true at their own peril and risk. They gazed at the girl's figure, still amazed that the spirit of the princess could really appear to them, and this was not a joke. Everyone present took turns trying to find some arguments about what was happening and mentioning any theories about ghosts, including the inability to see them through the lens and putting forward the possibility that it could be an alien. The ghost began to approach Fong Ning and he became even more frightened, warning him not to approach him, trying to find out who she was. As the ghost approached, the wind grew stronger and turned into a hurricane, and this inspired even more fear and chills, and Fong Ning shouted for the girl to stop approaching him, because he was afraid of what she might be capable of. He thought that the director approached the plot very responsibly and professionally, and everything looked surprisingly realistic, right down to the ants. Fong Ning looked at the girl and was surprised at how well, to the details, her image was chosen, from a high-quality suit to silver, silky hair, and he knew that he could earn quite a bit of money from such content. Having become somewhat accustomed to the surroundings, Fong Ning began to perform his part of the performance and, resisting the wind, leaned forward to meet the ghost. The guy pointed the light of a flashlight at the ghost, saying that he would no longer be surprised by any ghosts and he was not at all afraid of her. Having successfully performed his role, Fong Ning returned to the camera with a joyful expression on his face, showing that everything was going according to plan, but the audience was already beginning to doubt that in front of them was only an actress and not a real ghost. The film crew, who had already realized the truth of the legend, were frozen in horror that Fong Ning was acting so easily and calmly, still following the script without any clue that everything had gotten out of control. The image of the girl became even more frightening and the audience went crazy from the supernatural energy present there, which even through the screen inspired fear. The ghost stretched out its pale hands with sharp, long claws, trying to reach Fong Ning. The director shouted at him over the radio to immediately end the live broadcast and return to them, because most likely this was a real ghost. At this moment, the operator reported that there was some kind of communication failure due to strange electromagnetic activity and now they could not contact Fong Ning. The operator added that it was better for them to get out of here as quickly as possible before it's too late, because it is unclear what the consequences of their stay in this mystical forest might be. The atmosphere became tense and a terrible wind raged as Fong Ning dug to the top of the slope where the ghost princess was still located and the cameramen were still trying to maintain filming. It became increasingly difficult to withstand the magical pressure from the ghostly girl, and the film crew was surrounded on all sides by her powerful force. They were in despair of hopelessness and fell on their knees to beg forgiveness and mercy from the ghost and so that she would not kill them. When Fong Ning got too close, the ghost grabbed him by the throat with his bony hand and, it would seem, at that moment his end would come. Her strength and power were incredible and she lifted Fong Ning by the throat off the ground as if he weighed nothing to her. He felt that he was on his deathbed and her image was slowly etched in his eyes, as the last thing he would see before his death. And at that moment, the scarf flew off the girl's head, which blew with the subsequent gust of wind, revealing her silver hair. Revealing her face, the girl turned out to be amazingly beautiful with sad eyes and thick, beautiful hair that was exposed to the wind and developed in silver waves in space. Fong Ning was blinded by her beauty and all her emotions turned into one crazy desire to contemplate this ideal image for the rest of her life. The viewers who were still on the live broadcast also turned out to be not indifferent to the dazzling beauty of the girl and wrote hundreds of comments about her unusual beauty. Fong Ning realized that the events were not unfolding according to the script and wondered where this girl got such incredible strength, because under her influence he could no longer breathe normally and felt like he was suffocating. Still holding the guy by the throat, they began to rise higher above the ground and the spectators did not understand how this was happening without auxiliary cables or fastenings, still not fully realizing that the situation had gone beyond the expected scenario. Fong Ning realized that this was no longer a joke and the girl was really trying to kill him, and he could less and less allow himself to breathe at least a little air. The film crew continued to kneel prostrate in the hope of begging for the right to life and the opportunity to get out of here. Realizing that their requests were in no way working, they began to despair, mentally expecting death. The frightened operator shouted for the director to do something about it, but he despaired of his salvation and stated his helplessness in this situation. A tear of despair appeared on Fong Ning's face and he understood that very soon everything would end and he would die at the hands of this charming, but at the same time terrifying girl. His head began to spin and Fong Ning felt like he was losing consciousness due to insufficient oxygen. Everything was as if in a fog and he fell into the abyss, which was the dying haze of his subconscious. A blinding light passed through his body, foreshadowing his imminent death, for which he was completely unprepared, being so young. And then he realized that his time had not yet come and the light of life lit up in his eyes again, which could give hope for salvation. He gathered all his last strength into a fist and told the girl that she had no right to disrupt such an important broadcast for him and he would not allow it. Fong Ning grabbed the girl's hand with all his might and she froze from this unexpected move, looking straight into his eyes. After that, the ghost let go of the guy and he fell to the ground, gasping for air while she still continued to tower over him in the air. He couldn't catch his breath for a long time and his throat hurt from the strong pressure, so he continued to sit on the ground, waiting for his breathing to recover. He wasn't feeling well and thought he was done for, given the disastrous shoot that was threatening his career. He angrily approached the girl with complaints about her behavior and that his death should not be part of the show, and she behaved unprofessionally. Fong Ning pulled himself together and took a deep breath, trying to reassure himself that he was on a live broadcast and everything had to go perfectly so that his efforts would not be in vain. Looking at the girl, he said that he did not expect to see a real ghost of the deceased princess in this resolution. While the shocked cameraman continued to film, Fong Ning once again got into character and began his line with words, that he had been lonely for a long time and if he was destined to die, then before his death he would like to do something that he had never dared to do. Addressing the audience, Fong Ning said that the girl's ghost looked like a beautiful flower bud and, holding his head with his hands, he could not get her image out of his memory. His eyes lit up with a crazy idea and with his appearance he made it clear that he had made a certain decision for himself. With undisguised confidence, he went to meet the princess, realizing that no one expected this from him, which would interest the audience even more. Stopping in front of her, he got down on one knee and addressed the princess with an incredible feeling of tenderness. Fong Ning told her to give up her 1,000 years of loneliness for him and reached for something in his pocket. He took out a red box with a ring sparkling with precious stones, proposing marriage to the princess. With complete seriousness, he asked her if she agreed to become his wife, and from his self-confident appearance it was clear that the answer should only be positive. Everyone present on the site was shocked by this turn of events and stood with their mouths open in surprise. The audience was no less shocked by this and decided that the guy was out of his mind if he wanted to marry a ghost. Fong Ning only thought about his popularity, and this gesture was perfect for the climax of the plot of this video, so he did not think about the consequences. The princess was puzzled by this proposal and she asked again whether he really wanted her to marry him. Her eyes became bloodshot and she became very angry with Fong Ning, probably preparing a violent reprisal against him. The wind rose stronger for a second and she flew up to him and grabbed the hand in which he was holding the wedding ring. Fong Ning did not understand what was happening, because according to the script, the princess should have immediately run away after his confession and that would have been the end of it. The princess approached him and looked into his eyes so that there was almost no space left between them and you could feel her breath on your face. Still facing each other, the princess held Fong Ning's hand and together they took off from the ground, without taking their eyes off each other. The princess looked intently at the gem in the ring and asked the guy if he really came here to take it. Fong Ning didn't understand what was going on because he was still trying to stick to the script and there was actually no talk of any marriage. The princess was outraged that she had to wait for him for so long and be alone for thousands of years, so she went into a violent anger, accompanied by a strong storm. The bad weather became stronger, and the princess focused on the guy and waited for an answer to her question. At this moment, Fong Ning believed that the director used some kind of ultramodern special effects that could reproduce such strong gusts of wind, otherwise he could not explain this bad weather. The girl, who at first glance seemed very sweet and beautiful to everyone, turned into a real monster with hellish eyes that looked like hot coals and sparkling hatred for the guy who, in her opinion, abandoned her here for many years and completely forgot about her. The crew members were also caught in the magical storm and were thrown back with incredible, driving force. Flashes of fire mixed with the wind raged around, and this powerful force on its way did not spare anyone who came across it. From under the ground, near the place where the princess stood, as if from the depths of hell, an even more terrifying creature began to appear. It was a gigantic monster in a robe blazing with purple fire with hair that stood like flame tongues, and she stood behind the princess, who in her background seemed like just an angel. But at that second the princess began to distort and her pretty features changed to red and black spots, like those of a hellish demon, filling her pale skin with her flames. Under the influence of anomalous phenomena, the connection began to be lost and the audience could no longer see what was happening, and Fong Ning realized that no special effects were capable of this, and meeting with a real ghost in front of millions of people was not part of his plans, and his death during this meeting more. Fong Ning knew that he was not yet ready to die so young and without having earned a lot of money first, so he was not going to give up. Still holding the guy near her, the princess repeated with tears the same phrase that he left her, and she did not understand why and why. Fong Ning again fell into the dark abyss, losing consciousness from the magical influence of the princess. He found himself in a memory from childhood, when his parents left him with strangers and said that they would soon return for him, and he needed to be an obedient boy and wait patiently. Of course, no one returned on it, and he was reminded every day that no one needed him and that it was now his responsibility to do all the dirty work for the rest of his life, which greatly traumatized his little lonely soul. Every evening he fell asleep thinking about his parents, and most of all he wanted them to take him home, and he would always obey them in everything, if only they would come. He called them with tears in his eyes and begged them not to leave him in that terrible place, but his pleas were in vain, and he was disappointed in his own parents, who doomed him to such a life. The guy looked at the princess with a knowing look and said that she was just like him, abandoned by everyone and needed by no one. He touched her forehead and began to calm her down so that she would not cry, since now she was not alone and he would support her. Taking a diamond ring out of the case, he affectionately took the girl's hand and placed it on her finger as a sign that his proposal was still valid. Fang Ning hugged the princess tightly, and she felt relief and warmth that spread inside from his gentle touches. Unable to think of anything better, he said what she most wanted to hear, namely, that he had only come here to take her away. Her face began to take on its usual shape, the hellish image was replaced by a sweet face, and her eyes did not throw out hot sparks. But after that, with her magic, she raised Fang Ning high above her, and he could not resist this in any way, waiting for her subsequent actions. From the strong male, he hit his head and blood flowed from his forehead, while a real hell of fire and wind raged around him. When he came to his senses, he saw the director and cameraman above him, who considered it a miracle that he had woken up after such a strong fall. Not fully understanding what had happened to him, he lay on the ground and listened as everyone took turns commenting on his condition and the miracle thanks to which he survived. He had a very bad headache and, without trying to remember anything, he asked those present what happened to him that night. Gradually regaining consciousness, he asked ere the ghost had gone, since he remembered her well and knew that they had seen each other yesterday at the grave. The crew members looked at each other in the hope that someone remembered, but it was likely that this was not the case. The director said that when there was a gust of wind, they all lost consciousness and no one can remember what happened after that. One of the operators wanted to check the camera, because it might have recorded what happened after they were turned off, but unfortunately, after a gust of wind, the broadcast was interrupted and the recordings were lost, and Fang Ning's mind ran through some memories, the image of the princess, the ring on her finger, but he could not gather them into something coherent and informative. We didn't torture ourselves for a long time. The guy gave up trying to remember something, but noticed that the princess's grave was terrifying only at night, and during the day it was an ordinary, nothing special place. The director decided to please Fang Ning with the good news that his channel had gained many new subscribers over the past night, and the income had exceeded any expectations. He also promised to send the recording of this video to the guy because it would help him gain even more fans, and this made Fang Ning happy. The guy said in response that the director now does not have to worry about anything, and he will receive his share of the income according to the drawn-up agreement and hopes for cooperation in the future. It was time to leave, because they had been in the cemetery all night and it would be nice to rest after a successful job, and everyone agreed. The director happily asked his team if they were ready to go home, and everyone unanimously agreed with this proposal. A cozy but old-looking residential complex surrounded by green trees was bathed in the rays of the dawn sun. A taxi drove up to the house and Fang Ning got out, hurrying home after a very difficult and eventful night incident. Closing his eyes, with a tired gait, he climbed the stairs of the house, heading towards his apartment. Having reached his house, he sat down at the door and took the key to the apartment, which lay under the doormat. He opened the door, in the corner of which there was a cobweb hanging like lace, to which the guy was completely indifferent. Walking inside, Fang Ning felt such a long-awaited atmosphere and comfort of the house, bathed in the sun's rays. He pulled out his favorite drink from the refrigerator and enjoyed its taste and inner peace. Having finished his Coke, he quickly threw the can into the trash can and, of course, hit his target. After that, he lay down on the bed and tried to fall asleep. Although the sun flooded the entire room, it did not bother him, and his fatigue was stronger than the influence of external factors. But his attempts to sleep were useless, and every time he looked at the statistics of his channel after the broadcast, and the results made him very happy and he would finally become popular. There was crazy chaos in the comments about his personality, and the video flew to the top, which promised him long-awaited recognition and fame. Lying on the bed, he still could not forget the image of the ghost girl and reproached himself for having never even learned her name. After sleeping, he still felt tired and was haunted by the thought that the princess might pursue him after he proposed. He drove away these thoughts from himself and wanted to continue to live his ordinary life, convincing himself that the princess's soul was probably tied to her grave and she would not be able to come to him. Looking further for any arguments, he put forward the theory that she continues to rest in her grave and will only be able to appear in the world of the living next year on the day of her death. Having calmed down about the princess's soul, he switched to thoughts about his popularity and promising earnings from blogging. Fong Ning fell back into sleep, completely unbothered and not foreseeing any trouble, but the story did not end there. He slept until late at night, when hundreds of bright stars appeared in the sky, led by the young moon, illuminating the blue sky with its dazzling light. The guy woke up from a strange feeling, as if something was wrong, and gradually regaining consciousness, he realized where he was now. He reached for his phone to check the hour and make sure he had actually slept as long as he thought. While searching by touch for his phone on the bed, he came across some strange fabric that clearly should not be in his bedroom. He began to realize that she felt very familiar to the touch, and the most terrible thoughts began to swirl in his head, which he tried to drive away from himself. But his greatest fear turned out to be reality, and the same princess to whom he confessed last night appeared before his eyes. In her outfit, she looked like an angel, and each step she took left a trail of fragrant flowers as she approached Fong Ning's bed. He again felt like a small child who did not understand what was happening and looked at the princess with a questioning look, expecting some kind of explanation. No matter how he tried to adequately explain this situation to himself, he shouted out that he was probably still sleeping and this was just a nightmare haunting him. Drawing a conclusion from this, he said that he probably thought a lot about it, which is why he ended up in such a realistic dream. Adhering to this opinion, he argued that if it was his dream, then he could control it, and began to convince himself that in fact he was not seeing any ghost. Fearfully opening one eye, he wanted to see his tactics work, and the ghost of the princess disappeared from his dreams. But she didn't go anywhere and, sitting opposite Fong Ning, looked in surprise at how he was trying to drive her away, although this was not a dream. Fong Ning saw that his words were not helping and cried out, "Why doesn't she disappear?" as he wants in his head. The princess continued to look at him, not understanding why he was making this performance with her expulsion. Maddened by the presence of the ghost, Fong Ning tore out his hair in a vain attempt to wake up from this surprisingly realistic dream, chalking it up to excessive fatigue and the inability to cope with his own subconscious. Another idea arose in his head on how to check whether he was sleeping or not, having once read that you need to pinch your finger. According to this theory, if a person is sleeping, he will not feel anything, and if not, then everything that is now happening in his room is the pure truth. In the wilderness of the dead of night, an eccentric scream was heard throughout the street, coming from Fong Ning's apartment, and it could be heard, it would seem, even a kilometer away. The guy screamed from the wild pain that he inflicted on himself, while the princess sat next to him and was surprised at his behavior, but in a completely calm tone asked what he was doing. Having tried all the methods, the young man began to realize that after all, this was not a dream, and he needed to realize the reality of this situation. He touched the princess to make sure that she was actually here and quite real and not an invention of his subconscious. The guy was seething with a storm of emotions that he could no longer restrain and, screaming, heading towards the princess, he asked where she had come from, scared to the core because she had come for him in reality. But the princess gently took his hands in hers, so that his heart trembled and he began to doubt it, that she had come to kill him. Meekly looking into his eyes, radiating magical beauty, she said that she had come just to see him. Fong Ning had mixed feelings about her words because they didn't even get to know each other properly enough for her to come to him. She still held his hand and said in her defense that her visit was subject to the fact that after his confession he became her husband. Realizing that the princess did not pose any threat to him, Fong Ning began to think that the princess really wanted to become his bride and did not intend to kill him. But she was angry that he seemed to have forgotten yesterday's events, and his explanation had no serious implications, although she had been waiting for him for hundreds of years. Fong Ning was taken aback by this information and began to retract his words, in the hope that she would understand his true intentions of only gaining popularity and not getting married on live television. But she was not satisfied with this answer, and it stirred up her 1,000-year-old anger, which sank like a wave towards Fong Ning, raging with a terrible wind. The guy was seriously afraid of her magical power and how easily she could destroy him, so he began to consider the option of peaceful negotiations. With feigned politeness, he plunged into the conversation, saying that he had not forgotten about his confession, trying to somehow smooth out the situation. Seeing that the contact between them was beginning to improve, Fang Ning unobtrusively began to remember her name, although he actually did not know it. She told him her name, and he, in turn, pretended that he had simply forgotten it and, upon hearing it, immediately remembered it. He was willing to go along with whatever she said to save his life, so he didn't think much of it. But after taking a good look, he again saw how beautiful she was, but the thoughts that he had been lonely for so long that looking at the ghost did not leave him. He started a sensitive conversation with her about how she could find his house if her grave was far away from here. She pointed to her feet, showing that he can move without touching the ground using magic. Trying to prove to him her mystical origins, she flew up to him on the wings of a magical wind. As if into empty space, the princess disappeared before the guy's eyes, losing her fragile record. Fang Ning didn't understand what happened and where the princess had disappeared to because she was no longer in the room, and it looked even crazier. He looked around his room, in the hope that she is somewhere here and her sudden disappearance cannot but carry with it any consequences. But soon, Fang Ning realized her location because her image emerged from his own body, which made him wildly terrified. She emerged from his form as if from water, and his horror surpassed any emotion, because he felt her spirit seeping through his body. He was still surprised by her maneuver, while the princess fell to the floor from unexpected contact with the surface. She tried to understand what happened to her and the reason for her unexpected fall, when she constantly moved without problems to this incident. Fang Ning could only admire her beauty when he finally realized that she had no hostile intentions towards him. The princess wanted to get to her feet, although it's unlikely that it would have worked the first time after hundreds of years of weightlessness. Her steps were gentle and careful, and she little by little began to remember these sensations when you walk on the ground and touch something hard and long forgotten. The first attempt to get to her feet was futile and the princess fell to the ground with all her might while Fang Ning watched her. Fang Ning tried to find the reason for her failure and suggested changing clothes, because in his opinion it was extremely inconvenient to move around in such an outfit. The princess began to think about his proposal, looking for expediency in his words about her clothing not being comfortable for her earthly stay. Having made a decision, the girl began to use her magical abilities to create a new image that would be better suited to restoring the ability to walk. Fang Ning watched as she carried out her planned act, attracting magical abilities to create wind and fire. He was surprised that she had otherworldly abilities and mockingly thought that she was capable of using transformation magic. But after all the magical manipulations, the princess found herself completely naked, having removed her heavy, majestic outfit. Fang Ning was taken aback by her image and pestered her by asking her to change into something, and not just take off her clothes. But she did not understand his reaction and only noticed that his nose began to bleed while maintaining an innocent image. Fang Ning quickly reacted and threw his shirt to the naked girl so that she could somehow cover her body from his eyes. He turned away from her so that she could get dressed, and he said that it was most likely her manipulation to seduce the young guy with her attractive young body. Still looking away from her, Fang Ning asked if she had already changed her clothes, to which she received an approving response. He timidly turned his head in her direction and saw her slender legs, which were not covered by his shirt even to the middle of her thighs, which looked very attractive. The princess noticed that the skinny guy's clothes fit her very tightly, hugging all the features of her feminine figure. Fang Ning rushed to the hairdress to fasten the last button on the shirt that could at least slightly cover her charms. Having completed his mission, he again became preoccupied with his well-being and worried about losing too much blood. The princess was clearly too tight in Fang Ning's clothes and the buttons on her chest were almost cracking from the pressure of the voluminous shapes. Fang Ning noticed her discomfort and said that his clothes probably didn't suit her very well and asked the biggest question that worried him was whether she would now constantly pursue him as her husband. The princess answered without objection that now she would only be where her husband was and if he asked her for anything, she would certainly do it. Fang Ning held his head, struggling with the thoughts that a ghost from a famous legend was really standing in front of him and was quite realistically having a conversation with him. He came to terms with this thought and began to perceive reality as it was, without trying to justify it with a game of the mind. The guy decisively crossed the room, heading somewhere with the words for the princess to follow him. Fang Ning thought that if she said that she would do whatever he asked, then it must be so, but no one ruled out the possibility that the ghosts were also lying. At the other end of the room there was a door into which our main characters headed at Fong Ning's request. The princess was interested in everything that surrounded her, and every detail was a true discovery for her, including the mirror in which she could see her reflection. Fanon began to delicately explain to her the purpose of their stay in this room, but before that he asked again whether she would really do everything he asked. The girl unconditionally agreed that she would now do whatever her husband asked. Realizing that this was true, he began to think about how he would use it in his life. He smiled and told the princess that first he intended to teach her something, and that's why they were in this room. Of course, the princess did not understand what he was talking about, and sweat appeared on her face from worry about what he would say next. Fong Ning picked up a toothbrush and said that if the princess now lives with him, she must definitely learn to brush her teeth like all ordinary people. He promised that he would buy her a personal brush and a glass later, but for now he would show her how it was done, and described the step-by-step algorithm for squeezing toothpaste onto the brush. It was wild for the princess to watch his actions as he continued to do such an everyday and ordinary thing, accompanying each movement with an explanatory text for him. While Fong Ning was holding the brush in his hands, the princess ran up and grabbed it with her mouth to try it herself. How it all happened according to him. Fong Ning was puzzled by her gesture, and it turned out to be a very wrong act for him based on the rules of personal hygiene. Although the princess did not know what she had done, something was wrong, and smiled sweetly, still holding his brush in her mouth. She began to make the same progressive movements as Fong Ning had shown, waiting for approval from him whether she was doing everything correctly. He just looked at the not crazy look with the words that it was his brush, and her act was equivalent to an indirect kiss, using it immediately after it. The princess swallowed water from the glass that Fong Ning was holding to rinse her mouth after the paste, and the guy was surprised that she learned everything so quickly and remembered what and how to do the first time. They continued to stand in front of the mirror as the princess examined her reflection, continuing her newly mastered morning routine. Fong Ning just stood and watched her without letting go of the glass of water, waiting for the princess to finish her business. She turned to face him and tenderly asked in a thin voice if she was doing everything right. Fong Ning found her treatment surprisingly sweet and gentle, especially when she was still wearing his clothes, and he liked it. He was glad that she learned so quickly what he showed, as if she were a small child who needed to be shown everything for the first time. But he also warned her never to take his personal brush again, changing his gentle tone to a more rude one, which she definitely understood and listened to. In addition, he said that if she still planned to stay with him, she should wait until he bought her a new brush, while carefully washing his used brush. The princess politely thanked the guy for his concern and apologized for the possible unintentional discomfort this morning had caused. Fong Ning stroked her hair and told her not to worry about it because he had forgiven her, but asked her the reason why she wanted him to be her husband and treated him so well. But the princess could not answer his questions, since she herself did not know her, but only remembered that he should be her husband, but did not know why, because she was simply drawn to him without any obvious reasons. The girl herself was embarrassed by her answer, because all this time she was guided only by her emotions and inner feelings that attracted her to Fong Ning. She also added that it seems that she must find something very important, but does not yet know what exactly. She was saddened by the fact that she didn't remember anything and found it difficult to understand what exactly made her want to be around Fong Ning. She theorized that it must be somehow connected to her head, otherwise there would be no connection between her attraction to Fong Ning. Putting his toothbrush in its place, Fong Ning listened to the princess and could not believe the magical connection between them. He objected that this was not the best place to discuss such important topics and asked the princess to return to the room while he went to the toilet. Fong Ning replayed her words in his head and tried to figure out why she didn't remember the mission she needed to complete and what could have caused her memory loss. Suddenly he felt a strange feeling of someone's presence in the room, and this greatly alarmed him, because there should have been no one there except him. He turned around and saw the princess next to him, looking into his pants with incredible curiosity while he relieved his physiological needs. He felt funny at her and at the fact that she had so shamelessly appeared before him in the toilet, and he asked what she was planning to do. The princess argued her appearance by saying that she simply came to wait for her husband, and this is completely normal behavior. The guy was embarrassed in front of her and he held on to his pants, so she didn't see anything unnecessary while she was looking so closely and obediently, waiting for him to finish. Fong Ning became angry with the princess because she did not listen to his request to stay in the room and rudely pushed her out the bathroom door. He shouted through the locked door for her to wait outside for him and not disturb his privacy, but she was greatly offended by this. Finally relaxing alone, Fong Ning easily finished his business in the toilet without outside influence. He was confused by hundreds of thoughts about the girl and he doubted that she was actually as defenseless as she seemed, and perhaps when she achieved her goals she would show her true essence, but first of all he needed to think carefully about everything before making a decision. Despite all the bad things, he still thought she was nice enough, and it was nice that she called him her husband. But, on the other hand, he thought that ghosts cannot be with people, and he was not ready to undertake such feats and be the first who agreed to live with a ghost. His best solution was to simply force her, by all possible means, to leave him as quickly as possible and everything would be as before. With this thought, he went to the room where Princess Jiang was sitting to try to realize his plan for her. But as soon as he crossed the room, he saw something very strange, which made him squint his eyes and wilt for a minute. The princess was lying on his bed, holding a book in her hands and intently looking at the pictures, reaching almost to the middle. Fong Ning realized that she had taken out his magazine, which no one should have seen, and he was angry with her for taking out his things without permission. He quickly jumped onto the bed to take away his magazine, but the princess flew into the air and left the guy empty-handed. The guy fiercely asked her where she got this magazine from and how she could even notice it when he tried to carefully hide it. The princess continued to look at the magazine carefree while she fluttered in the air at a height inaccessible to Fong Ning, reporting that she had found it under the bed. She wondered why all the characters in this magazine were naked and whether she needed to do the same for him, like his other possible wives from this magazine. Fong Ning's face turned crimson at the words that she also proposed to undress and be like the women on the pages. He again tried to snatch the magazine from her hands, making excuses that he had it by accident and was simply forced to buy it on the way to the store, but Fong Ning thought that the princess deliberately found it to make him feel awkward. She continued to look at the pictures and asked Fong Ning the meaning of each of them and what the people in these pictures were doing and why. Finally, Fong Ning came out to take the magazine and he angrily shouted at the princess that she should not read such things, showing all his anger about this incident. He hid the book in the place where it was and warned the princess not to take his things again without permission. The princess was not offended by his aggression and angry tone, but simply agreed with everything Fong Ning said, smiling sweetly. Fong Ning calmed his nerves a little and in a calm tone reminded the princess of the conversation they had had in the bathroom the day before. The princess flew so close to him that she was almost close to his face and Fong Ning did not know what to expect from her next. She openly stared at the bulge in his pants, which made him blush and feel embarrassed, and he told her to stop staring at him. But the princess was guided by her curiosity and, remembering various intimate pictures from the magazine, tried to check whether the men really had everything as in these pictures. She didn't wait long and began to act, getting closer and closer to Fong Ning, burning with her newfound idea. The girl directed her hands to the fastener on the guy's pants and he screamed from the surprise that the princess was preparing for him, shouting words of protest. She told him that she was following the instructions from the book and ordered Fong Ning to undress as shown in the pictures. He didn't understand why she was tearing off his clothes and asked him to stop and ordered him to finally forget about that damned book and leave her alone. But the princess only tried to please Fong Ning as best as possible and said that it was all for his sake and she must fulfill her marital duty. For him, this information was shocking and he refused it in every possible way, because they had just met and this duty was out of the question. He tried to distract her from his plan and said that he only wanted to talk to her to begin with, but in fact he was very scared that his virginity was in danger and everything could happen so quickly and unexpectedly. But he was also aware that if she did not stop her attempts to undress him, he would not be able to resist it for long and he would have no choice. Mixed feelings raged inside and Fong Ning looked at the girl as she sat carefree on his bed. She looked back at him and he didn't know how long their silence would last, because the atmosphere was already tense enough and he didn't want to drag it out. He realized that starting a conversation was not the best decision at the moment, because it raised even more questions that were not always answered. Fong Ning continued speaking, drawing attention to the main problem and asked the princess what exactly they needed to find. The princess, as if she ignored these words and, thinking only about what she saw in the book, realized what exactly she was doing wrong, that Fong Ning did not pay due attention to her, because in the book everyone was without clothes and a new one was formed in her head. Plan. She happily began to carry out her plan and began to give in front of the guy, believing that this time she was doing everything right. Fong Ning was shocked by her behavior and that she had taken up her duties again, although he believed that the topic of marital duty had long been closed and they had moved on to discussing more serious topics. The girl did not pay attention to his reproaches and was completely ready for what was supposed to happen between them as between a man and a woman. She approached him in a half-unbuttoned shirt, asking if he liked her body, gradually exposing her shoulders. They were too close to each other and this unhidden tension filled the entire room, which made Fong Ning even more embarrassed. With furious irritability, Fong Ning threw the first thing that fell into his hands to the girl, so that she would immediately get dressed and stop this clownery. It was still dark outside the window and only the light from Fong Ning's room could slightly dilute this darkness, waiting for the first dawn rays of the sun. Of course, the girl listened to Fong Ning and began to pull on her clothes while he stood with his back to her, warning herself against the images of her naked body. He turned his head slightly to ask if she had done it and repeated again so that she would finally forget about this ill-fated book. Fong Ning's clothes were too big for the girl's fragile body, but still it was better than anything and she did not argue, only agreed not to talk about the pictures from the book anymore. Fong Ning had an idea as to why the princess couldn't create new clothes for herself using magic, but she replied that she couldn't create things out of thin air. She inhaled the smell of the blouse that Fong Ning gave her and tenderly said that it was the smell of her husband and there could not be better clothes for that. Fong Ning became even more angry and shouted back at her to stop sniffing his clothes because he didn't like it. The princess sadly stopped this, and he continued to add up all the facts and added that after all, a ghost could capture the camera lens. Trying to test the veracity of this theory, Fong Ning asked Jiang Li whether it was actually a ghost or not. The girl looked at him in surprise, as if he was out of his mind if he believed that she was some kind of ghost. She denied his ridiculous invention about ghosts in her face and he was confused, not knowing what to think next, but curiosity won and he asked who she really was. Fong Ning did not receive an answer, because the princess stood silently and looked at him, as if hiding something very important, or very terrible. Now he was tormented by thoughts of what the girl's soul had turned into and what she was, although his main task was to get rid of her as quickly as possible, despite where she came from. He thought that if he helped her find the lost thing, she would calm down and leave him, so he began asking for details in order to better understand what was going on. The princess said that she did not remember what exactly she had lost, but now she was more worried about the feeling of hunger, which she told Fong Ning about. Still adhering to the theory that the girl was a ghost, he was surprised that she was also hungry, but told her to follow him to the kitchen. Fong Ning's refrigerator was quite empty and offering something to his guest turned out to be more difficult than he thought. Glancing around the empty shelves of the refrigerator, holding the girl by the sleeve, he wondered whether ghosts could even eat human food. In a separate corner lay a lonely gingerbread and having no other choice, Fong Ning handed it to the girl with the words that this is the only thing that must therefore be patient. The princess took the gingerbread in her hands and began to touch and examine it, as if she had seen something like that for the first time in her life. Suffering from hunger, she was forced to taste it, although she had never tried such a thing before. After biting off a small piece, the girl gave the gingerbread back to Fong Ning, saying that she definitely couldn't get enough of it. Fong Ning was taken aback by this information and began to think about what she should eat to restore her energy if human food did not suit her. He calmly asked her taste preferences, worried that she fed on sucking human energy and he would become her closest victim. She remained silent to his question and simply headed towards the window that had opened in the room, as if looking for an answer in it. Looking out the window, she told Fong Ning that she smelled something tasty not far from home, and he couldn't understand what exactly she was talking about and what was tasty for her. To see for himself, the guy looked out the window, looking at the surroundings in the hope that he would also see what the princess was talking about. At that moment, she came up behind him and put her magical hands on his shoulders and the guy felt that this was not good. She grabbed him tightly and they flew out of the window, a second later finding themselves above the night city like weightless winged birds, but Fong Ning had no time for landscapes and he was terribly scared. He touched the princess, he also began to shine with magical light, like her, and still could not understand what was happening to him and where they were flying. Fong Ning tried to shout out to the girl and find out where she was taking him, which was like a kidnapping and he didn't even have time to put on his shoes. They rose high above the ground, and against the dark background of the night sky their flight looked like the trail of a burning comet. Fong Ning was still wearing shoes, but he thought that perhaps this way he could force the princess to take him back to the apartment. This spontaneous flight did not remain without a trace for the guy, and he vomited under the first tree he encountered. Having rested a little, he asked the girl about the place to which they had flown, since he had absolutely no idea where they were. But having examined the area on his own, he was seized by panic from this creepy and suspicious place. He could only silently follow the girl, who probably knew what she was doing and why, but a chill ran down the guy's back again and he felt uneasy about this location. They approached a building that was nearby and looked like a university or school, although in an abandoned state. Having found a sign with the name of this institution, Fong Ning could not remember where exactly he had heard about this elementary school, although he was sure that he had certainly known something about it before. The yard of this school looked like a dump of broken and unnecessary things that were simply thrown to the ground like some kind of scrap metal. Fong Ning decided to look at his location on his phone in order to at least somehow navigate the space and understand where he was. This place turned out to be very familiar to the guy, because he had heard about this village in the news and now he will also know where it is. He was alarmed by the fact that although this place was only a few kilometers from his home, he had never seen anyone come here. He heard a story that once there were plans to build an amusement park here, so the land was bought out and the residents had to leave their homes. But during construction, paranormal phenomena began to occur and subsequently all the builders were found dead, after which this place became an abandoned landfill. Remembering this terrible story, Fong Ning felt uneasy and he carefully asked Jiang Li why they came here. She happily replied that there was something tasty inside this building and the guy was even more surprised what it could be. Fong Ning felt that this place exuded energy similar to hers and thought that she probably wanted to enjoy some kind of evil spirits. He tried to refuse to go with her to this terrible place and wanted to wait for her outside, but she rejected this idea with the argument that she could not go far from her husband. She approached him and touching his shoulder asked him to leave with her so as not to move away from each other. But in fact, she didn't need his consent, because she was pushing him towards the door with force and then he realized that she would not back down, so there was no choice. Jiang Li hugged his shoulders in anticipation of the delicious dinner she planned to share with her new man. Fong Ning continued to search for information on his phone and found several articles about the disappearance of school students in this village. The first case was the disappearance of 6th grader Lian Xiang, whose parents immediately contacted law enforcement agencies for help. The rescue team searched the school and all its surrounding areas, but found no traces of the girl, as if she had simply disappeared. However, a month later, the girl's mutilated body was found in the middle of the corridor of the educational building, which frightened both children and teachers. They began to investigate the crime scene and upon autopsy of the girl's body, it turned out that her death occurred no earlier than a month ago, but no traces of the reason for the appearance of the body in the body could be found. Some time later, another incident occurred and the primary school principal was found hanged in his own office. After this, supernatural phenomena began to occur more often and the school was forced to close, blocking the road to it. Fong Ning looked through these terrible events and clearly decided that nothing good should be expected from this place, assessing their supernatural nature. The guy tried to explain to the girl that something terrible had settled in this place, but she did not react to his words, exclaiming only that it was delicious. They continued to walk towards the entrance and Fong Ning openly did not like this idea and suggested returning as if she would actually listen to him. At his request, she irritably fixed her gaze on him, allowing no objections, and the guy tried to turn it all into a joke, as if he really didn't want to get away from here. Fong Ning thought that he should not trust her completely, even though she looked stronger than anyone he had seen before. Gathering all his will into a fist, he opened the school door with all his strength, trying not to look as scared as he really was. The lonely corridor was covered with a lace of cobwebs that filled every free corner of this abandoned building. Now the owners of this dump were mice and rats, which, when unexpected guests appeared, fled to their holes. Our heroes walked down the corridor under the light of the flashlight on Fong Ning's phone in search of an unusual treat for Jiang Li. Finally, the girl felt something and ordered her to head up the stairs, which the guy didn't like even more. But without arguing with the girl, he silently began to climb the stairs, because there was no point in resisting. And so they reached their goal and found themselves on the top floor of the school, where signs with the names of the rooms were placed, which were easy to navigate. Moving along the corridor, at the very end one could see a sign informing about the owner of this office. At that second, Fong Ning understood that this is where they are heading, and this after he told the terrible story of the director's suicide in this office. He was completely right about Jiang Li's intentions, and they were indeed going to the infamous suicide cabinet. Jiang Li was the first to rush into the office in search of something tasty, followed by Fong Ning, lighting her way with a flashlight. The guy carefully observed what Jiang Li found tasty in this particular office and was surprised at her choice. The girl stopped in front of the desk and stared intently at one of the objects placed there, which surpassed anything Fong Ning could imagine. He picked up the very comb chosen by Jiang Li and examined it to understand what could be tasty in this thing. It was surprisingly cold to the touch and smelled of something strange and mysterious, although it looked like an ordinary hair comb. At that second, the girl snatched the comb from Fong Ning's hands, looking at him with amazing appetite, licking her lips. Then real magic happened, because the girl secretly began to extract all its otherworldly energy from the comb. Having completed this ritual, she spat out the item that was no longer suitable for her back into Fong Ning's hands, receiving everything she wanted from her. There was a clear feeling of enjoyment on her face from such a delicious snack in the form of magical energy. She constantly repeated how delicious it was to her, but Fong Ning could not understand how exactly she could satisfy her hunger and asked her about it. The comb that Fong Ning was still holding in his hands no longer smelled as cold as the day before, and the girl said that she had eaten the power of the soul that was hiding in this comb. Fong Ning was in incredible surprise at her words, and she continued to happily chirp that the feeling of hunger no longer bothers her. The guy still thought that Jiang Li had absorbed the power of the comb's soul and thought that there must be some mystical evil in this school, but his thoughts were interrupted. The girl turned to him that she felt the presence of something else tasty, but did not yet know where exactly it was. He said that he agreed to look for this delicacy with him and they headed towards the exit from the office. It was a little scary for him to be here, especially after reading all those scary stories, but he and Jiang Li went in search. The idea arose in his head to film the search for paranormal phenomena and use this situation for his own purposes. Having considered all the pros and cons, he came to a decision on how it could all be arranged and rejoiced at his ingenuity. He offered to make money on the fact that they were here now and record a video about the presence of mystical phenomena in this school. For Jiang Li, the concept of making money was new and unclear, so she waited for Fong Ning to explain his plan in more detail. He moved on to the creature and asked if she could locate other soul powers, to which she replied that she could only approximate. But this was more than enough to bring his ideas for Fong Ning's videos to life, and he was overjoyed at the opportunity to improve his content. His eyes lit up with this idea and he was prematurely happy about how his video would get to the top and entail a frenzied reaction from the audience. First, he explained to Jiang Li how to use the phone and shoot video correctly so that he could talk freely on camera. She quickly grasped all the necessary information and began to follow Fong Ning's instructions, holding the phone in her hands for the first time. But she didn't have to hold it for long, as she had the power of levitation and easily lifted the phone into the air without any interference. Encouraging the girl, Fong Ning said that while she was filming him on her phone, they would look for new goodies for her. Of course, she agreed, because this was the only thing that interested her and she rejoiced, like a child, at the opportunity to eat deliciously. He was proud of how well he used her abilities, since a flying wife with superpowers was probably the best operator. Fong Ning already imagined how much popularity he would gain, leaving anyone out of competition, basking in the glory. He was mentally over the moon about the perfectly thought-out plan, and what attracted him most was the opportunity to make a lot of money from it. The guy continued to give his instructions to Jiang Li so that everything would go perfectly, but for her it only mattered to find goodies, so she agreed to everything. Another of his reservations was that under no circumstances should he turn off the camera or interrupt the shooting, no matter what happens. The long-awaited shooting began and Fong Ning appeared in the frame, in combat readiness for new discoveries of a place forgotten by everyone. In his usual manner, he greeted the audience and announced the beginning of a new story involving paranormal phenomena, which they had missed so much. He continued to tell where he had taken him this time, describing the eerie atmosphere of the abandoned classrooms. I remembered the recent broadcast from the princess's grave and his successful exposure of her real existence, and that this is not his last trip to forgotten places, because today they are in one of those. The guy briefly told the history of this place from the beginning of its foundation and construction until the disappearance of the girl, which marked the beginning of the strange legend of the village of Haiyuan. Since then, fatal accidents have constantly occurred in this place. Until 3 years ago this school was demolished and residents moved away from this village. Could these mysterious events be a coincidence, and who is behind these terrible murders if it is not the work of ghosts? Fong Ning continued. Today I will try to understand this terrible story and personally check the involvement of ghosts in the disappearances of people, and now I am in the former director's office, where my investigation will begin. The comb lying on the table began to move on its own, emitting a strange, ominous energy from the other world. For Zhongli, this was a sign of the presence of something very tasty, and she immediately felt some kind of active force. She tried not to think about food, because she had the responsibility of filming the video, and not letting her husband down was more important. The girl clenched her teeth, reassuring herself that she could eat in peace after the shooting and this was not a critical situation, so she could be patient. Fong Ning continued to talk about the director's suicide and the strange woman's wooden comb they found on his desk. He enjoyed being a ghost hunter so much that he did not notice anything surprising around him. But at that second something bothered him and he listened with bated breath to what was happening behind him. He turned to face the table and couldn't believe his eyes, asking himself what was happening this time. The comb he left on the table began to spin around like a whirlwind, emitting red energy that couldn't mean anything good for him. He thought it was possible that Zhongli would use her soul power to help him with the special effects, but he didn't ask her to do so. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a pale gray hand with long feminine claws appeared and grabbed Fong Ning's hand tightly. Fighting off his worst thoughts, he still hoped that this was the work of Zhongli, but after looking at her, he realized that this was not the case. If it is not his wife who is doing this, then where did this hand come from? And the main question that bothered him was whose it was. Turning around, he lost his tongue at the sight of a female figure with black, empty eyes like an abyss, clutching his hand. He didn't have time to say a word when he felt that the hand of an unknown creature was around his neck, preventing him from breathing. The guy understood that in this position he could not even write, and it seemed that his body had stopped obeying him. It seemed that he was paralyzed, and he thought that these were the natural abilities of this monster, but he did not know what to do now and how to get out of the clutches of the monster if his body did not work. The monster looked at Fong Ning with its dark eyes, as if hypnotizing him with its magical gaze and instilling even greater fear. In his mind, what he wanted most was for Zhongli to save him, but it seemed like she didn't notice how his life was hanging by a thread. As promised, the girl ignored the presence of this mysterious entity, continuing to film the video as Fong Ning asked her to do. Oxygen was becoming less and less, and Fong Ning could only mentally beg for his salvation and hope that Zhongli would understand that he needed to be rescued immediately. He felt himself begin to lose consciousness again from lack of oxygen, and his eyes slowly closed as he neared death. At that moment, the bracelet that he constantly wore on his hand shone with a dazzling light, diluting the darkness in his eyes. Suddenly he felt it, which is filled with incredible strength and with anger and confidence, said that he will not die right here and now. The monster did not expect such resistance from an ordinary boy, but this did not stop him, because he was not his first victim and no one had yet managed to defeat him. But Fong Ning was no longer as simple as it seemed to the freak, and, charged with an unknown kind of energy, he grabbed her in response to strike. She didn't understand how he managed to touch her, because she knew that mere mortals couldn't do it, which meant something had gone wrong. He dealt her a powerful magical blow, knocking her down and throwing her to the other end of the office, and this gave rise to an unprecedented rage. While the enemy was overcome for a second, Fong Ning sat down to catch his breath and take in full light air after his recent suffocation. Having come to his senses, he realized that he had hit the monster not with his own strength, but with a strange, unknown power, and he was interested in where it came from. He looked at where the ugly girl was sitting and saw her despair and sadness, and then she asked why he was doing this to her and for what. Fong Ning's blow was so strong that it left cracks on the floor, where an unknown monster sat and begged for mercy. But her words were a trap to awaken humanity in the guy, and taking advantage of his weakness, she attacked him with a new wave of hatred. It was as if some alien voice in his head gave the command to duck and duck from the blow, but this was definitely not his conscious decision. But willy-nilly he deviated and avoided the crushing blow of an ugly ghost in a bloody dress who was trying to kill him. The emotions inside the guy simply went off scale and he felt incredible strength and flexibility that he had never experienced before. After successfully eliminating the monster's blow, he mocked her, proud of his superiority in deceptive maneuvers. The ghostly killer realized that the forces were unequal and tried to quietly escape from the person who had the ability to touch him and could destroy him. But her attempt was in vain, because at the door she came across a magical barrier that did not allow her to leave the office. The same voice in Fong Ning's head spoke again and said to practice destroying supernatural creatures and finish off this monster first. He realized that what he heard in his head was Jiang Li's voice, and it was she who gave him the power to fight the monster. Now everything fell into place and Fong Ning was glad that he could fight with paranormal creatures on an equal basis thanks to the power of Jiang Li, and began the real show. He flew up to strike the mystical beast again, but this time she dodged it and remained undamaged. She realized that something was wrong here and his power was too unreal for an ordinary person, so she did not want to risk her life and tried to escape again. But Fong Ning didn't want to let her go so easily and, due to his desire to make this video even cooler, he caught the ghost by the hand to continue the fight. With all his strength, Fong Ning again threw the monster so that it almost broke through the wall of the office with its body. He pushed her against the wall and pointedly said that after she attacked him, he was able to successfully fight back, so there was no point in running away from him. Realizing that she would not overcome him with physical strength, she decided to take a different path, using tactics more typical for a woman. The first to use were the most seductive feminine charms that can attract anyone, even an indifferent man. Fong Ning was surprised by such changes in her behavior and fell out of reality for a minute, forgetting about what he wanted to do next. Suddenly, from an evil, ugly ghost with dark eyes the color of darkness, a surprisingly sweet and beautiful girl appeared, seemingly not posing any threat. Trying to seduce the guy, the girl approached his face so that his hand was on her waist, and her chest was pressed tightly against his chest. Further reducing the space between them, the girl approached and gently whispered in his ear for him to let her go. She kindly turned to him with an offer to let her go, and she, in turn, would do everything he asked. The girl playfully tickled his ear, smiling at him in the hope that her feminine charms would work and he would let her go. Fong Ning almost fainted from her image and melted at the display of tenderness from such a seemingly terrible creature. His thoughts were interrupted by someone's obsessive whimpering, which puzzled his peace of mind and harmony next to the girl. Jiang Li's voice in his head about his inappropriate behavior with his living wife nearby brought him back to reality. Realizing his mistake, Fong Ning pulled away from the girl with the Crimea about how she could behave so shamefully without being embarrassed by anything. The girl was frightened by his cry and she did not understand why he was so aggressive towards her, although she spoke quite kindly. He commented on his behavior not with the desire for this impudent girl to believe that she could conquer his iron will with such ridiculous methods. Fong Ning was glad that he was able to respond to Jiang Li's remarks in such a timely manner, otherwise reprisal today would have awaited him, not the monster. The ghostly girl's next move was tears as a way of manipulation, and she said that she did not wish the guy harm and did not plan to cause pain. She blew her magic on him so that he was speechless and could only stand indestructibly in front of him. Feeling that she was misleading him, he came to his senses, but a strange feeling of some kind of unfulfillment remained in his body. Trying to grab the ghost's hand again, this time he failed and it flew through him over the smoke. It was just an exhibition game and the ghost got what it wanted in the form of Fong Ning's soul power, showing his true self again. Now her strength doubled, in contrast to the weakened Fong Ning, and she hit him with all her might, without hiding her anger. Fong Ning could not handle such power and flew across the floor across the room, only landing on his feet at the end. The ghost was already celebrating her victory, seething in the dark, magical forces of her nature, which surrounded her on all sides, creating a mystical hurricane. Having taken the power of Fong Ning's soul, the ghost mockingly thanked him for the delicious dinner, which doubled her power. Realizing his superiority over him, the ghost swung contentedly again to strike, realizing that he was unable to fight back. With her sharpened claws, she hit every accessible part of the guy's body, cutting his shoulders and knees until they bled. Her gloomy gaze was directed as if to nowhere, and bloody manchas covered her entire body and face, turning her into a mutilated piece of meat. She couldn't stop until she completed the job and the guy was ashes, so she screamed with a new surge of hatred, directing a wave of magical, destructive power in his direction. Her disfigured face rejoiced that she was stronger and could easily destroy her opponent, and her eyes resembled two endless black abysses. She didn't stop, delivering blow after blow to the already pretty beaten guy, getting incredible pleasure from it. However, the next blow was less useful and she stared in surprise, no longer expecting any resistance from the almost overcome enemy. But new forces arrived at Fong Ning with the help of Jiang Li, and he was able to eliminate the last blow of the ghost, saying that now it was his turn to attack. This turn of events did not suit the monster at all, and it was not going to give up, preparing for a new clash of their forces. But Fong Ning's blow came by surprise and he mocked her, agitating her to kill him as she wanted, because this is the only thing she knows how to do. The freak was shocked that the guy decided to hit him so roughly and hard in the face, and with even darker eyes he barked that he shouldn't have done it. But Fong Ning was determined, and pointing to his numerous wounds from her claws, said that this blow was only the slightest part of what she deserved. Without hesitation, he decided to deal with the monster once and for all, hitting her head on the table, saying that his mission was to overcome monsters like her and establish justice. All this terrible action was recorded on the camera of Fong Ning's phone, which Jiang Li did not let go of, as the guy asked. Jiang Li successfully fulfilled her part and tried better to remove the reprisal against the otherworldly entity, being proud of her husband. No longer able to withstand the oncoming hunger, Jiang Li began to suck out the soul power of the powerful entity that Fong Ning was fighting with. She waited for this moment for a very long time and, having feasted on the tasty power, rejoiced at the pleasant feeling of satiety. After losing her strength, the ugly woman no longer posed any threat, and Fong Ning began to ask who she was and why she was harming innocent people. With a pitiful expression on her face, the ghost looked at the guy as if it wasn't she who wanted to kill him a minute ago and she didn't understand what they were talking about. Fong Ning swung his hand, to knock the truth out of the evil creature, who again tried to gain his trust, but at that moment she burst into tears and the guy was embarrassed, as if he had organized this massacre and was mocking an innocent girl. She fell to her knees and sobbed, asking why he was treating her so badly and why he wanted to hit her. When Jiang Li took away the soul powers from the freak, she began to change her account in front of Fong Ning, which shocked him. Instead of an evil otherworldly entity, the same girl Lien Xiang who disappeared 10 years ago appeared in front of him, who sincerely cried, asking how he knew her name. Fong Ning couldn't believe his eyes that he was actually seeing this girl alive, but she didn't know who she was talking to, so she politely asked who her interlocutor was. The guy knew that if he found out more information about long-standing events in this school, his video would definitely become popular, so he immediately moved on to questions about how the girl died and why she attacked him. Without waiting for an answer, he again asked if there were any other ghosts in this school besides her, but it was clear from her that she was very puzzled and did not know what to say. With tears in her eyes, the girl screamed that she was being forced to do this and that she did not want to harm anyone, and Fong Ning asked who exactly was doing this to her and whether he was involved in her own death. The guy remembered himself at her age and how he was forced to endure daily torture from his guardians, unable to resist fate. These thoughts stirred up long-forgotten anger at those who have no right to abuse defenseless children like him and Lien Xiang and should be held accountable for it. Fong Ning hugged the frightened girl and assured her that he would help her if she told her who forced her to kill and killed her. The girl had long despaired of her salvation, so she hesitantly asked the guy if he would really help her and received an approving answer. Having calmed down a little, the girl decides to tell her saviors about everything, in the hope that her suffering will finally end. However, their conversation was interrupted by a strange magical phenomenon, which lifted the girl from the floor with the wind, tearing her away from Fong Ning. She was being pulled into an unknown, dark, warm region, and most of all Fong Ning wanted to save her from there and reached out with his hand to grab her. The girl screamed in horror and did not want to return to the 10-year darkness again and stretched out her hands to Fong Ning as the last thread of her life. The darkness greedily consumed her without leaving the slightest chance and she lost hope of salvation, but continued to hope that Fong Ning would save her. But it was already too late, and before Fong Ning's eyes, the girl disappeared into the dark, otherworldly force that came for her. Fong Ning had never seen such an amazing monster before and was scared by what happened to this girl. The monster showed his devilish accounting with red hellish eyes and was clearly not happy that someone had encroached on what belonged to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he wished the guy only a painful death for the insolence shown towards his person and his things. Fong Ning understood that it would not be easy for him to deal with a monster like this, but he did not want to retreat and was ready to fight for Lien Xiang's life. At this moment, his submissive wife came to Fong Ning's defense, who could not stand aside when he was in danger. Using the power of her magic, Jiang Li created a powerful shock wave and dealt a crushing blow to the monster. However, this wave also touched Fong Ning himself, who flew away and hit the wall, screaming from the pain in his back that almost broke the wall in half. The guy was unable to even move from his injuries and, falling to the ground, slowly lost consciousness. Jiang Li sensed that something was wrong and took a break from confronting the monster to make sure her husband was okay, because that was the most important thing. This was her fatal mistake, because the monster took advantage of her weakness and was able to neutralize her defense and attack in response. And his insidious power struck Jiang Li on the spot, leaving no chance for an equal battle, and the girl lost the opportunity to protect herself and her beloved. Due to the strength and excruciating pain, Fong Ning opened his eyes, worried about Jiang Li, checking that she was okay, although he could no longer help. And the last thing he saw was Jiang Li begging to save her face, who found herself in the clutches of a terrible, furious monster. The next time he opened his eyes, he saw in front of him a safe and sound wife, who was patiently waiting for him to awaken. When he woke up, he realized that he was lying in her arms, but his head was dizzy, and his body ached down to every bone. Jiang Li's joy knew no bounds, and she sincerely looked into her beloved's eyes and was glad that he was alive and could finally come to his senses. But he couldn't understand where exactly he was, and there were too many questions in his head that he didn't have any answers to yet. He jumped out of Jiang Li's arms, but did not know that they were sitting on a high tree and, having lost support under their feet, flew down. He felt that he was flying, or rather falling, and that the ground was approaching him with incredible speed, and he was overcome by incredible fear. He hovered a few centimeters from the ground, no longer hoping for a good landing, but his wife decided otherwise. Under the influence of her power, he, just like her, fluttered in the air like a feather and, looking around, asked how they ended up outside the school. He was glad that they managed to get out of there, but he was haunted by thoughts about the girl whom they could not save from the clutches of the monster. For Jiang Li, it was only delicious food and enough, but the guy was interested in how strong that monster was and whether Jiang Li could defeat him. The girl thoughtfully replied that she now had too little strength in her soul to fight such a powerful monster, and it was impossible for her. She decided to change the subject and handed Fong Ning his phone with a recorded video of everything that happened at Haiyuan school. At this time, the girl again thought that she needed to eat something tasty, and her eyes lit up with anticipation of the meal. Fong Ning, of course, was surprised by what she called delicious, because it was a black, disgusting, gigantic finger of unknown origin. Jiang Li denied his disgust and said that it was very tasty, and she took it when she took him out of school. Fong Ning still didn't understand how she could eat it and suggested at least frying the severed finger to give it a more appetizing look. But the girl did not agree with him and showed how she feeds on the magical power of the soul of this finger, sucking it down to the last drop. He watched as with incredible appetite the girl absorbed incomprehensible black energy from the otherworldly flesh of the monster. After her short meal, the girl only smacked her lips with a pleasant feeling of satiety and sweetly licked her lips. Looking at Fong Ning with a smile and love, she sent a beam of dazzling rainbow-colored energy towards him. This ray struck Fong Ning's soul, and his previous fatigue from the eventful night seemed to simply dissolve inside without a trace. He noticed that Jiang Li had become much stronger and began to reflect on the fact that the power of the souls of other objects gave strength to her own soul. After his thoughts, he asked what happened after he lost consciousness and how she managed to get him out of there. In addition, it bothered him that at one moment he felt stronger and more energetic than ever. She began to tell how they actually managed to escape, but was stopped by a strange burning sensation that ran down her back. The first rays of the rising sun had a strange effect on her, and from the effect of heat on her body, it began to smoke as if it were burning. She interrupted her story and asked Fong Ning to return home first and then continue the story. Without waiting for consent, she grabbed him by the arms and they rose high above the city, flying into the dawn sky to Fong Ning's apartment. Against the background of dormant buildings, a green light flashed from the flight of our heroes and they successfully reached the apartment window. Upon arrival, Jiangli hid in a corner where the sun's rays had not yet reached and sat like a kitten while the smoke dissipated from her clothes. Fong Ning thought that this reaction was caused by the fact that the girl was not yet accustomed to the sun, having been in the darkness of the night for thousands of years. Closing the curtains on the window, the room became dark, and the guy had to turn on the light in order to at least see Jiangli a little. He sat down on the bed to rest after the flight, which he handled much better this time than the previous one. Feeling that the threat from the sun had passed, Jiangli attacked Fong Ning with sincere hugs and words of love, but he did not count on this. This gesture even angered him, because they did not finish and he pulled her away from him and asked her to sit on the bed next to him. Jiangli felt like a trained kitten who needed to be taught everything so that she could protect the guy when he needed it. But at that moment he gently stroked her cheek and she melted under his touch, forgetting about what she had thought the day before. He warned her that these curtains would not be able to block out the sun's rays once the sun was fully up, so she would need to hide somewhere. She poked him in the chest and said that this problem could be solved if she entered his body, then the sun would not bother her. As an argument, she said that he had already made an agreement with her and in her husband's body she would definitely not die, so she could not resist him. Fong Ning could not have expected this and he had no idea what kind of agreement she was talking about, because he knew that he had not concluded anything with her. In a calm tone, he asked what kind of agreement we were talking about and the girl replied that he himself said that he wanted to marry her, so everything was fair. He began to remember moments from the same night when he confessed to her, not knowing that in front of him was not a hired actress, and everything began to fall into place. Jiang
Animation right now. That's what I'm doing. Hmm. Right now, doing is the background to the animation. That's what I'm doing right now. See, I'm trying to get a snow-like effect for snow to start falling in the foreground, in front, before I animate the character within the scene. That's what I'm doing right now. This is just the first scene, though. Right.
69 Bandover 69 says. Nice. It looks good so far.
Yeah, trying to make it look good. That's the whole point. Trying to make it look good. Let's import video. Line up before top of it, dissect this, make it into frames. Frames, gonna put this. We give it the effect that it's fallen, so maybe 10, 20, the idea. Video to JPEG, right? Uh, choose, uh, ay, ay, ay. This is a shortcut to get but I don't have to do this. If I had to make snow from scratch, I gotta do this and that. If I'm making snow from scratch, I will have to. Let's see if it's even possible to do so.
Snow is an effect you can easily create using particle effects in software like Blender or After Effects, but sometimes it's cool to have more control over each snowflake, since particle effects tend to move more randomly. When it comes to control, nothing beats the touch of frame-by-frame, hand-drawn animation. In this quick video, I'm going to show you how to easily animate falling snow in any 2D animation software. First, let your eye cells absorb some reference footage. It's always good to study from life before animating. That way you can fill your brain with a pool of visual ideas to draw from. You can see snow falls in all sorts of ways, depending on how thick or flaky the snow is, and the movement is affected by forces like wind. Even on a windless day, snow tends not to fall in a perfectly straight line. The slow speed and more erratic movements of snow is what separates it from rain. Rain looks stretched when it falls and goes in a straight line, not deviating much from its path of motion, unless there's a ton of wind. In this scene, I'm going to do a very simple, calm snow pattern that can be overlaid on other backgrounds. The first thing that I do is create a background layer that is dark because snow is white, so we want to be able to see what we're drawing.
Yeah, I really understand. I know what it is doing. I'm looking to create snow, but not to create it from scratch. Okay, get that thing. Alright, let's use red. Let's pick a pattern. I want this snow to be coming now. Any pattern I'm looking for. Then I can overlay it, or I can put snippets and stuff like that. Or get like that. Use the new other reference. Yeah, so yes. So the full set of snow. But they gotta make effects like so.
Lee added that after his confession, an agreement was formed which she just remembered to him and now he must abide by it. She clarified that, according to the agreement, they now have a common body for two and as long as Fong Ning finds her delicious food, she will be able to restore her strength. He did not understand what it meant to share one body into two, and Jiang Li explained that he should find her goodies and then she would live, and if not, then he would die with her. She once again noted that if he dies, then she will die and they need to stick together and look for a source of energy for her. She also added that being so dependent on him would now constantly protect him from danger as a bonus to the use of his body. Now some things began to become clearer in the guy's head, and he understood the reason for his excessive fatigue. He was interested in the incredible power that appeared in him at school during the battle with the ghost, also the work of Jiang Li. Jiang Li replied that it was she who endowed him with supernatural power and now they could share her own power between them. Exclaiming joyfully, she added that if she received enough food, her husband could be strong and powerful. Fang Ning could not believe that he had set such a trap for himself with his own hands and was now dependent on this girl, the reason for his mistake. At this time, events were unfolding at Haiyuan School that did not remain without a trace after the visit of our heroes. Defenseless Lian Xiang suffered from brutal bullying and beatings, allegedly for her disobedience and tyranny, and was unable to escape from this hell. The whole body ached from numerous bruises and wounds, but this did not stop the monster and cruelly continued his educational work on his slave. He gave her the opportunity to kill people, but she still doesn't listen to him, and the incident with the uninvited guests could expose his identity, which cannot be allowed. With uncontrollable rage, he grabbed the girl by the throat in order to better convey his words to her and show his boundless and complete power over her. He threatened that they need to be the first to attack those daring ones in order to avoid a second strike, and now this is their goal. Lian Xiang almost didn't hear his words because she couldn't breathe from the strong pressure of his hand, so she was in an uncontrollable state and it was hard to focus on anything. Next, the black figure hugged the girl to herself and said that she was only him and could not leave him alone. The girl realized with horror that she was forever chained to this terrible monster and had no right to freedom, so she simply remained silent to his words. He raised his hand, which was missing one phalanx, and said that he knew about their return and this time he would destroy them with his own hands. Morning came and Fang Ning, as usual, went to his favorite place to have breakfast and was already waiting for his order. The waiter knew him very well, so they talked like friends, and he asked the reason for such an early visit, because Fang Ning usually comes before closing, but the guy couldn't tell him this. Fang Ning's order was already on the table and the waiter duplicated all his wishes to make sure that he had not forgotten anything and that the client was satisfied. Fang Ning thanked sincerely, although it was too eloquent, and proceeded to eat a delicious hot, spicy breakfast in the form of noodles with beef and green onions. Fang Ning turned to Jiang Li, who was in his body, and reminded him that she had also lost the powers of her soul and wanted to talk about it. The girl agreed with him and said that the strength of her soul could only be restored by absorbing the strength of another soul and she needed to find it. While enjoying his breakfast, Fang Ning did not hear what she said and asked again what exactly needed to restore her strength. In her usual manner, she said that she needed to eat something tasty, or she could absorb the fear of other people and it would restore her strength. Fang Ning was surprised by this information, and the girl explained that when she met him for the first time, she received a full charge of energy, and before that she felt like she was in a semi-conscious state. The guy remembered many stories where spirits frightened their victims and fed on their fears, and this is probably normal for them, considering that paranormal phenomena are always frightening. Fang Ning realized that the fear of thousands of people during the broadcast from the cemetery helped Jiang Li regain his soul powers. He finished his noodles, leaving the plate empty of any crumbs, and loudly set it down on the table with a sound of full satisfaction. As he walked, he turned to his friend Uncle Zhang and said that he would pay at the end of the month, to which his uncle replied that it would be better to come to his shop and help as much as possible. Fang Ning raised his hand and showed an approving gesture that he would definitely comply with his request for help. He returned home and sat down to work editing the night's video, remembering some points that were worth thinking about. While watching the recording, the guy thought that just like holding a phone in his hands for the first time, Jiang Li perfectly handled all aspects of creating a high-quality video. He reasoned that by processing the video, it could become another hit and scare thousands of viewers, which would help Jiang Li regain his strength and his idea would satisfy the needs of both parties. Fang Ning remembered the director's team with whom he filmed the broadcast from the cemetery and noted their professionalism and affordable pricing policy and plans to continue cooperation in the future. Having completed his thoughts, Fang Ning called out Jiang Li's name, who was sitting above the bed and clicking on his phone. With lightning speed, she crossed the distance between them and found herself opposite the face of Fang Ning, who frightened him a little. She was indignant that her beloved calls her by name, and at these moments she feels alien and distant from him. He thought and began to scroll through the possible options in his head that he could not address, and the first thought was the word crumb. Jiang Li liked this name much more and she smiled sweetly at Fang Ning as a sign that it was much better and more pleasant for her. After thinking again, he decided that he would call her Little Lee and moved on to a serious conversation about yesterday's monster at school, but she interrupted him. Hearing about this monster, Lee remembered that he was only a tasty meal for her, but Fong Ning continued, or she doesn't know how to get rid of him. He thought that yesterday's video was incomplete and he needed to go back and film a whole series of investigations into the mystery of the Haiyuan school, which would become an even bigger hit than the video from the princess's tomb. Moreover, he promised Lien Xiang to save her from the monster and figure out what really happened at Haiyuan Elementary School. Little Lee replied that now she does not have enough strength to return to school with the monster in her gag, which she cannot find, can help her. Fong Ning was ready to do anything to continue the investigation, so he agreed to find the hairpin, but Lee remembered that it was stolen from her 6 months ago and she periodically appeared at the tomb before coming to her senses. She asked with all her heart to help her return to the tomb, because that hairpin was very important to her. Fong Ning replied that they were now one and if it was very important for her, then they would certainly find the hairpin, but he wanted to clarify whether Lee could defeat yesterday's bridge with this hairpin. Lee nodded approvingly and said that with this hairpin she could eat that delicious monster in Haiyuan and their search would be worth it. And then Fong Ning encountered difficulties, because he didn't know where to start the search and he didn't know who stole this hairpin and where to look for them, but Lee said that she sadly remembered 3 people near the tomb. Little Lee recalled that 2 of them were so frightened of her that they lost consciousness, and the 3rd disappeared, so he kept the hairpin most of all. Fong Ning was upset because in 6 months this man could have left the city, but Lee denied this and said that after regaining her strength she could roughly determine the location of this man and he was definitely in the city now. This was their only clue and they decided to go in search, and after they found the hairpin, they would return to school and continue filming about the mysterious monster Haiyuan. Lee agreed with him and said that they would definitely return to school to eat deliciously with the powers of the souls of those monsters. Fong Ning got down to business and began looking for information about the tomb robbers while there was still time for this and it was not too late. When he reached for the phone, some strange message came, but today he did not expect an SMS from anyone, so he was surprised. His first thought was that this director Wang had written about finishing the video editing, but only a few hours had passed and it was not being done that quickly. It was a warning to the population about a dangerous situation in the city, caused by mass injuries of residents, but Fong Ning was alerted by the fact that the police were warning about the threat en masse, which meant that there was something really serious there. Meanwhile, in Director Wang's office, the work process was raging and all the workers were immersed in editing orders. However, this was not entirely true and the company was experiencing a real crisis, being on the verge of bankruptcy. One of the workers, bored, said that if this continues, they will simply die of hunger. Another worker echoed his opinion and added that if it weren't for the order from Mr. Fong Ning 2 days ago, they would have been without work at all. The third worker screamed at them not to mention the terrible night near the tomb where they almost died and his hair still stands on end just thinking about it. The workers then began to discuss the idea of quitting at the end of this month, because there was little prospect for such work and although Director Wang treated them well, it would not save their financial situation. One of the workers added that at this rate it would be impossible for him to pay rent this month, and at that moment Director Wang burst into the office. He was surprisingly joyful and cheerful, as if he had won the lottery and addressed his team with good news in an encouraging tone. Seeing the director, everyone pretended that they were working on something, so as not to receive a portion of abuse for sitting idle. No one wanted to prematurely respond to the director's causeless joy, and one of the workers decided to ask what kind of work awaited them this time. The director came to the table and happily announced that he had posted the resume to the working group and they had received an order from Mr. Fong Ning again. This information shocked everyone and from the very name of the customer they felt uneasy and the chief cameraman asked if the director really wanted to go to some cemetery again to film a live broadcast. He added that one's own life is more important than work, so he advised not to agree to Mr. Fong Ning's proposal, but the director reassured them, saying that they only needed to edit the video. His eyes sparkled at the profit from this montage and as a bonus, he added that if the video became popular, it would add even more privileges. The editor got to work and said from the first frame that if in this video Fong Ning does not fight the ghost again, then it will not bring him any success. His colleagues supported his opinion and said that the fact that this guy did not die during filming in the cemetery was their merit and he was offering too little a price for editing the new video. Director Wang was angry at their impudence and shouted that this video would definitely become popular and let them watch it first and then talk. He eagerly turned on the video and thought that this time his company would definitely be able to restore its reputation, and this video would shock all viewers. Everyone sat down carefully to watch the recording, and at first it was not yet clear where this story was going and it did not evoke any stories. But after just a few seconds, their opinion changed and they watched in horror. Already in the first frames, they noticed a comb behind Fong Ning's back, which began to move on its own, as if enchanted. One of his colleagues was so shocked that he uncontrollably grabbed a friend sitting next to him by the throat and strangled him with shaking hands in a fit of fear. When he woke up, he cordially apologized for his actions, but his colleague asked him what exactly scared him so much about a simply moving scallop. But then a black-haired monster appeared in the frame, from which Fong Ning was fighting, and then the camera team's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. One of the employees even lost consciousness from the nightmare he saw and the video that was made so realistically. He asked how it could be done and whether it was really some kind of computer graphics or a specially designed mechanism in the table, because he could not explain it otherwise. The director refuted his guesses and said that the ugly one disappears and appears in other places, and in his 10 years of experience creating videos, he did not notice any editing here. Then the girl Yen Xiang appeared in the video, although just like with the freak, it was not clear where exactly, and behind her was a terrible monster and Jiang Li, who was fighting with him. Having watched to the end, everyone present was shocked, and the director said that even though he had seen this video several times already, it still made his hair stand on end. There was a buzz of questions in the studio and everyone was interested in continuing the story of how Yen Xiang actually died and whether this video really concerns the story that happened 10 years ago. The director prepared for such questions, and before that he went to the city library in search of information and found a newspaper in which the photo of the girl was similar to the one in the video. He encouraged his workers that if the video was edited well, it would get a lot of views, and Fong Ning promised a percentage of the total profits, so the director would pay bonuses if everything worked out. These words were like honey to the ears of the workers, who had not seen a bonus or a normal salary for a long time, so they agreed to cooperate. Charged with positivity and an opinion about the award from the director, they all began to edit the video with ghosts. 4 hours later the video was ready, and in the first frame there was a girl and a title about a suicide and the real story of 10 years ago. They improved the quality and added background music, and the video became even creepier than it was, and the director rejoiced at the impeccable work of his workers. When asked if anything else needed to be improved, the director replied that no, and they could simply send the video to him by email and he would upload it from his account. The operator warned him not to do this directly, and it was better to send the video to Mr. Fong Ning first to make sure everything was fine. Director Wang said that this is not necessary, and they can easily upload videos, because Mr. Fong Ning completely trusts their professionalism, and he already has a lot of things to do. Before a video is uploaded to the internet, it must undergo additional testing at another video studio to control the content. And so at the headquarters of the video studio, another ordinary working day passed without any interesting events, and everyone went about their usual business. An employee of the video selection department sat, as usual, bored in front of his computer, waiting for the end of the working day. Suddenly he receives a video with a screaming title about a real story from 10 years ago, and he thinks that this is just another adventure thriller and nothing special. There have been a lot of these videos lately, and they are mainly to increase popularity, and this video was no exception, although the cover was amazing. But after watching the video, he radically changed his mind and was surprised by the unfolding events. A vile, ugly monster with huge Gostera fangs and eyes burning with hellish fire appeared in the frame, which looked straight through the soul. It was so unexpected and frightening that the video sorter doused himself with boiling water while trying to make tea. The entire office of workers turned around to hear his insane cry from the guardianship, and no one could understand why he was so scared. The sorter returned to watching the video with comments that it was very exciting and he had never seen anything like it before. He called all his colleagues and encouraged them to watch this very emotional and fascinating video with him, because it is simply a masterpiece. Everyone was surprised by this reaction, because lately there has been nothing but nonsense on the internet, but the sorter objected that this video was worth their attention. They still doubted that something really interesting had happened to him, but without wasting time, the sorter simply played a video for his colleagues so that they could understand everything themselves. Colleagues watched with rapture the events in the video, and from their reaction it was clear that the plot was simply fantastic. They agreed that the video was very cool and everyone wanted to see the continuation of the mysterious story of Haiyuan. They noticed that by filming it all on a phone, the special effects were no worse than those of cinema and everything looked surprisingly real and even too ideal. Looking at the author of this video, they wondered who he was and how he was able to create such perfect content. At this time, our hero woke up and, with renewed vigor, planned to go in search of Jiang Li's lost hairpin. Walking down the street and mentally talking to Little Li in his body, he said that he had researched all the news about the village with the princess's tomb, and it turned out that someone had witnessed 3 strangers looking for something near this village. After this, the police began to receive complaints and the police arrived at the scene, but were able to catch only 2 robbers, and the third disappeared without a trace. The 2 who were detained claimed that they saw something incredibly terrible in that place, but the police took it as a state of passion and the criminals were placed in a detention center for stealing relics. However, no traces of excavations were found at the crime scene, and both robbers, who could tell something, simply went crazy and nothing could be established. Fang Ning thought that if the robbers were able to steal the hairpin from the princess, then they are not as simple as they seem, and it remains a mystery whether the third of them managed to return and cover their tracks in time. He said that there was probably someone higher behind those people, and perhaps this could be connected with the Haiyuan school. The guy stopped and asked again if Jiang Li was sure that the robber was somewhere in the city, so that their search would not be in vain. Jiang Li looked out from Fang Ning's body and confirmed that they were already close, and she felt that they would soon find the robber. Fang Ning shouted at Little Li that he couldn't just look out of it, because people were walking along the streets and if they saw her, he wouldn't be able to explain anything. Having satisfied his aggression, he told Jiang Li in a calm tone that he would definitely let her out when they found some deserted place. Fang Ning noticed that it was not even dark on the street yet, and there were fewer and fewer people, and he remembered the police warning that it was better for people not to go out in the dark without an escort. They were the only passers-by in this city, and Fang Ning turned to Little Li to find out where they were going. Jiang Li pushed a smaller version of her hand through Fang Ning's palm and pointed him in the amazing direction he needed. He turned his head to where Jiang Li's hand was pointing and asked exactly what it was here, and she was not mistaken. By all indications, this was the scene of another crime that the police had warned about, and Fang Ning headed there, because according to Jiang Li's version, the robber was there. Behind the yellow tape, many people gathered, who were interested in what happened to the victim and, opening their mouths, watched the terrible picture of the murder. The police were collecting any clues from the crime scene, and one of them was an uncorked bottle of wine next to the victim. The victim's hand was stripped of meat, as if someone had tried to eat him alive, and one phalange was missing. His whole body was dried out, as if someone had sucked all the juices out of him, leaving only skin and bones, and criminologists sadly confirmed that this was just a terrible death and an amazing case. People watching this noticed that this matter was definitely not an easy one if Officer Ken himself came to it. Slowly sipping his cigarette, he asked his colleague what he thought about this murder and who could be behind it. He said that the body looks like a mummy and it is very scary to even imagine the torment this person went through. Fang Ning listened to what was being said in the crowd, and it turned out that this was the 4th such murder, and in general the security of the city had been shaken, and the incident that happened a month ago was no better. He made his way among the people to see with his own eyes the corpse of that man and make sure that everything was really as bad as they say. Captain Jan's colleague turned around to answer his questions about this killer, but he looked too confused. He simply listed the facts that the death occurred at approximately 1 in the morning. There were no signs of an attack and no traces of the killer were found at the crime scene, and the killer knew exactly the location of the cameras and the suspects could not be found. The medical examiner determined the cause of death to be heart failure, as in the other victims, but the most surprising thing was that some of the victims did not have any heart disease during their lives. After listening to a list of facts from his assistant, Captain Jan asked to say something specific about this case, and he replied that this was more than just an accident, but serial murders. He also added that the killer definitely avoided the cameras, because no traces of contact with the victim were found. Captain Zan noted that there were also no signs of poisoning, and all this was akin to natural death, but outwardly the body looked like a mummy and the theory of natural death disappeared and it was necessary to look for other options. The subordinate was in a complete stupor, because he could not explain it any other way, unless the killer was a ghost who did not leave any traces behind. He whispered to the captain his assumption, but he was not surprised and asked to exclude all possible options, but no other explanation had yet been forthcoming. As a safety measure, the captain asked higher authorities to issue a warning to avoid night travel, and that was the end of his options to resolve the matter. Finishing his cigarette, he turned to his charge and said that it was time for them to go and that this world was not as simple as he thought. Another night has come, which brings with it the secrets of mysterious murders, and against the background of the night sky stood an abandoned, dilapidated building. An unfamiliar guy knelt down against the wall in the middle of an empty corridor and lit a red candle, which created at least some kind of lighting. He resignedly extended his palms, in which lay a beautiful woman's hairpin, and said that the time had come for his master. After these words, the candle that the guy lit instantly went out, although there was not even a hint of wind. And then a huge disgusting face with a lot of eyes and a sleepy look appeared in front of the guy, who had bowed his head obediently. Hearing the guy's words, the monster laughed and greedily licked his lips and said that it was time for a new hunt. The guy meekly replied that it was already night and they could go hunting at any moment. Such devotion and humility greatly impressed the monster and he mockingly praised the guy for his flattering words. Suddenly the giant Makitra disappeared and a small ugly creature appeared on the guy's back, who told him that he did not regret that he had chosen him among the three. He added with a smile that with his help the police would never be able to find them and their crimes would never be exposed. Then the monster picked up the hairpin that the guy had brought and said that this king now has an invincible Horcrux in his hands. Continuing in the same vein, the ugly woman noticed that a soul of the 4th level could easily cope with this, not to mention fragile people, and by the time the soul hunters came, they would have time to hide. As a conclusion to everything that had been said, the monster added that this was their last night in this place, and then there would be a new story. With an angry and smug tone, the monster told the guy that it was time for them to go out on their last hunt. The city was swallowed up by a dark night and the deserted streets were illuminated only by neon signs of various establishments and eateries. In one of these places, Fong Ning sat with little Li inside without any success during the day in searching for the lost item. He asked Jiang Li if she could feel where the hairpin was now, but she answered with disappointment that her aura had become somewhat blurry. Fong Ning wanted to clarify why she led him to that corpse on the street and it turned out that he smelled of her high heel and he probably had it before his death. Suddenly, little Li looked out from Fong Ning's shoulder and said that she felt her hairpin and they needed to hurry to find it. Fong Ning looked out the window, but there were quite a lot of people there and he didn't know who exactly might have this hairpin, but Jiang Li felt that they were somewhere close. The guy got up and rushed headlong to the exit, shouting to the waiter that he didn't need to pay the rest for drinks because he was in a hurry. The waiter with sad eyes looked at Fong Ning's glass, under which lay a lone bill, and repeated the words that the guy said. But his sadness gave way to aggression, because Fong Ning constantly came there, sat for hours, was silent and drank boiled water and left only $1, like the most miser. While making his way through the crowd of drunk people who were having a party in full swing, Fong Ning found himself in a stampede several times. Jiang Li couldn't sense the location of her hairpin due to her lack of concentration in the large crowd. Fong Ning decided to check everyone present in the club and being nearby, she would definitely feel who exactly had her hairpin. An unfamiliar girl approached Fong Ning and offered to treat such a handsome guy to a drink and talk. She gently touched his cheek and said that they should have a drink and go from here to a quieter place to discuss life, which made Fong Ning feel embarrassed. He politely said that he had other things to do, but she took this to mean that he was afraid of her and only virgins behave this way. To make the guy think a little faster, Jiang Li decided to help and pinched Fong Ning's side with all her might. It must have been too painful, because the guy screamed and without thinking pushed the prostitute away from him. The crowd fell silent, wondering what had happened and who had argued with whom, while the girl sat on the floor and moaned from the strong impact of her fall. A hostile gang gathered around Fong Ning and threatened him with violence for causing such a mess in their place. Fong Ning began to make excuses that this was all a mistake and warned not to try to harm him, because he would not be able to resist. Fong Ning's threat did not affect the owner of the establishment in any way, because at his age he was no longer afraid of death and ordered his subordinates to take the guest for an individual conversation. One of the owner's subordinates put his hand on the guy's shoulder and told him to follow them kindly, otherwise they would force him. Fong Ning did not like this development of events and he grabbed the bodyguard's hand from his shoulder and squeezed it so hard that he screamed to let him go. Fong Ning knocked him to the ground like a speck of dust and twisted his arm behind his back as he watched everyone stare at him. The owner of the club gave a victorious applause and said with a smile that it was not bad, but there was one problem. He objected that this is not the place where you can behave this way, and a line of irritated bulls was already lined up behind the guy. Jiang Li's voice told the guy that these people irritate her terribly and why shouldn't he deal with them, but Fong Ning jokingly replied that he didn't want to create unnecessary problems and end up in prison. But everything had already been decided without him, and the club's security was in the mood for lynching, swinging bats at Fong Ning. Meanwhile, a drunk man came out of the same club with a bottle in his hands and returned home through the dark streets, muttering something under his breath. He was stopped halfway, but the man was so drunk that he did not suspect any danger, despite the police warning about night walks. From the outside it looked like help from a stranger, and the man leaned on the stranger's shoulder to recover a little and continue on his way. The stranger went with him, supporting him from the side, and the man suggested that they somehow sit at his house and have fun, because he seemed very friendly to him. But this was not destined to come true, because the stranger showed his malicious face, which was controlled by a many-eyed monster. He gave him the same woman's hairpin, but the man could not understand why and what was happening in general. The magical power of the hairpin hypnotized the man, and the stranger whispered to him that by walking along this alley he would get his home. The man resignedly walked along the given route like a zombie, repeating home, and the stranger with a smile told his master that dinner was served. The hypnotized man could not cope with these mystical forces and was simply waiting for a meeting with the bloodthirsty night monster. In 1 second, the hypnosis seemed to disappear and the man could not understand where he was and why he was repeating the same phrase. He stood facing close to the wall, although he clearly remembered that he was walking along a wide street to his house, and now he found himself in a closed corner. He touched the wall with his hands, as if it were not real, and at that moment his hand was grabbed by a black otherworldly creature. The monster constrained the husband's movements, grabbing his legs and arms so that he would not be able to resist him and escape from his appointed death. The man did not know what was happening and just wanted to return home to his son, but the monster decided otherwise, because today is an equally important day for the man, namely the day of his death. After these words, the monster began its meal, greedily absorbing the strength of the soul of the innocent man. A dark corner of the city glowed with a red light that sucked the soul out of a man under the leadership of an evil dwarf monster. He enjoyed watching the last strength leave the human body in the loss of spiritual energy with pain, agony, and screams. Devouring the man's soul, the monster thoughtfully said that after such a dinner the king could break through and become a 4th-level soul. The man no longer heard anything and was in a wild whirlpool of unbearable pain and fear, and the last drops of life came out of his body. The last thing he thought was whether this was really the end and death had come for him, although most of all he was not ready for this, and a tear appeared in his eyes, remembering his son. However, at the last moment, Fong Ning appeared and attacked the bridge in flight, saving the man from such a terrible death. The blow was strong enough and the small disgusting monster lost its balance without completing its ritual of eating the soul. Fong Ning stood unwaveringly and watched the monster's lightning fall, proud of his strength, which was able to save people. The injured man, fortunately, remained alive, but his offender still faced serious reprisals from the Meng Ning asking who he was. But this was a rhetorical question, because the monster knew that the soul hunters would come for him, but he did not expect that he declared so quickly and without losing hope whether they knew who they dared to anger. The monster added that he would forgive Fong Ning for his mistake if he left and did not interfere with finishing his dinner, but the guy did not like this idea and he made it clear that he would not leave his actions unpunished and would not retreat. This was a real challenge, and the monster said that the guy himself was about to become another of his snacks and did not intend to live to old age if he tried so hard to stop him. Fong Ning was surrounded by the magic of the monster and he felt disgusted by how disgusting it all looked and did not fully understand what would happen to him next. The monster explained that Fong Ning would die from his soul technique, and this was a consequence of his thoughtlessness in attacking someone he shouldn't have attacked. However, The monster did not know that Fong Ning was not alone, and his wife Jiang Li came to his aid, extending her hand through the guy's body. The girl broke the magic ring around Fong Ning and he freed himself from the monster's clutches and sat down on the ground to regain his breath. The monster did not expect this and fearfully asked how he managed to break his soul technique, because it is very difficult even for experienced hunters. Hiding his aces up his sleeve, Fong Ning jokingly replied that he defeated his magic because he was much cuter than the monster. After joking, he got down to business and was ready to strike back at the monster, gathering all of his Jiangli power into one. But the monster was not ready for a fight with such a strong opponent and began to run away, without waiting for Fong Ning to strike, but threatened that he would return. Fong Ning landed and watched with disapproval as the monster kicked his heels, considering him the last coward on earth. However, the bridge could not avoid reprisals so easily, because Jiang Li took matters into her own hands and caught up with the monster, sucking the power of the soul from him. From a combat hunter of souls, Jiang Li became again like a contented child who was deliciously fed and enjoyed her magical dinner. The monster was gripped by fear, because all the soul powers that he had collected for 6 months were taken away in a second and his spiritual skills were also powerless, so he decided to try to hide before he was completely destroyed. Fiercely, Fong Ning prepared to go into battle again and shouted for the monster to return it to them, that was stolen from Jiang Li, otherwise it will be worse. His blow was accompanied by a dazzling solar train and instilled fear in the already frightened monster, which was not going to give in to him. All the guy's indulgences were over and he decisively shouted that they would take what they needed without the consent of the monster himself. With his blow, Fong Ning crushed the monster into the ground, causing him to wince in pain and disappointment of his defeat. The ugly, many-eyed dwarf still wanted to resist, but Fong Ning did not leave him such mercy and pressed him harder to the ground with his foot. He turned to Lyre with a question about their further actions and she said that now she needs to absorb this monster. While Fong Ning held the dwarf with his foot, Lyre straightened out of the guy's body and dragged him towards the monster, taking away the strength of his soul. But even then the dwarf did not want to give up and hoped that he could cope with these hunters in a slightly different way than on his own. Taking out a powerful magical hairpin, he directed its power at the hunters and with abuse wished them to go to hell, showing that it was not all over. The power of the hairpin detached Lyre from Fong Ning's body and a powerful blow passed between them with almost no harm to our heroes. Taking advantage of the moment of surprise, the monster began to disappear before the eyes of the hunters while they regained consciousness after such a maneuver. Behind them, they heard the voice of a policeman, who ordered them to raise their hands up and not move, but Lyre managed to hide in Fong Ning's body and went unnoticed. The policeman appeared so suddenly that Fong Ning did not immediately understand what was happening until he felt his hands being wringed. He heard that they were addressing him again and no longer in a good tone, so that he raised his hands and did not move, as if he had not heard the first time. The policeman shined a flashlight in Fong Ning's face and turned to the captain standing next to him, saying that he had caught the criminal. The captain, without hesitation, pointed the gun at the guy and was ready to shoot for all the terrible things that happened in the city, as if it were his fault. But looking at the guy again, he realized that they were mistaken and this was not the one they were looking for, so he ordered the policeman to let him go. He stared at the captain, as if he had gone crazy letting go of someone they had caught red-handed and all his efforts would be in vain. In his defense, he said that the man's body had the same marks as other victims and if this guy is not a criminal then who is? Fong Ning made excuses that he was an obedient citizen and should not blame good people, and the captain told the policeman that there were no traces of people near the other victims, so the guy was not involved. The captain noticed a camera at the entrance to the alley and it could have recorded the real killer, but it would be strange if this time the criminal did not take into account the location of the cameras as in previous times. The policeman clearly did not like the fact that he had to let the only suspect go and shouted that he would not allow this and let the guy confess who he was and what he was doing here. By this time, the injured man had come to his senses and joined the conversation, saying that Fong Ning was not a killer, but his savior, which shocked the policeman. Then the policeman ran up to the victim with a lot of questions about what happened here and how he survived the attack of this beast in the person of Fong Ning. But the injured man could not adequately perceive the situation and barely uttered words, so he could not explain anything to the concerned policeman. Then the policeman realized that his interrogation was inappropriate for a person in such a serious condition and, supporting the man by the arms, he called an ambulance. At that moment, the captain approached Fong Ning and asked in a calm tone if he was a soul hunter, and this question surprised the guy. Fong Ning did not want to immediately expose his identity and mentally advised Jiang Li that he should not admit his abilities, because this could become the reason for their elimination as well. The captain perceived the guy's pause as an absolute lack of knowledge about who the soul hunters were, which means he was self-awakened. Seeing that the guy was embarrassed, the captain explained that he was still too young and his thoughts could be read in his face. The captain handed the guy his business card and told him that the next time he wants to lie, he should better watch his facial expressions and gestures. Fong Ning read the name on the business card and the captain added that if the guy had any difficulties, he should contact him. While walking, Captain John warned Fong Ning to be more careful with this kind of thing in the future, because this is not a toy and needs certain skills. With a clear conscience, Fong Ning left the place, and Captain Jan looked after him and clearly liked the guy as a person. While the police were still in the act, they were being secretly watched from the roof of a tall skyscraper. It was the same stranger with a dwarf monster in her arms, who was glad that she was able to escape from the hunters. The stranger felt sorry that the soul he worked on for 6 months was so easily taken away, but the monster gave up on it and said to go to another city. The disappointed guy agreed, but the thought of having to start all over again was very depressing. He approached the edge of the building, stood up and prepared to jump from an incredible bird's-eye view. With the help of the power of a magical creature, the guy smoothly flew down as if on wings and no longer worried about the annoying hunters. The rain flooded the streets of the city and covered the roads with its smooth surface, and Fong Ning went in search of a hairpin in the pouring rain, not intending to stop until he reached what he wanted. Jiang Li still felt her hairpin somewhere nearby and added that the monster was injured, so it would not be able to escape away from them. Fong Ning asked the girl why she didn't catch that monster child when she had the opportunity. She replied that that middle-aged man had too much yang energy and she couldn't stand in front of him. The guy again asked what kind of magical mud it was from the dwarf monster, which shackled him and he could not get out of it on his own. The girl replied that it was spiritual power and you can use soul power or spiritual power, but you need to be much stronger than the caster. Fong Ning did not quite understand what he was talking about, and Jiang Li added that he had used spiritual power before, and that the power of the soul belongs to the soul body, and spiritual power exists in everyone's body. But for most people, it only appears at the edge of life and death, and then they have a chance for spiritual power to be released and manifest itself far beyond ordinary power. Fong Ning was sure that Jiang Li had lost her memory, but she explained that after eating delicious food for 2 days, some of her memories began to become clearer. He theorized that he had little spiritual power and that was why he could not escape the clutches of the dwarf monster. Jiang Li objected to this and explained that his power should have been much greater given the strength of her soul, but Fong Ning does not know how to use it and takes everything too simply and needs to learn how to release spiritual power. Fong Ning was surprised that there was a power hidden within him that he did not know about, and he asked the girl how to release it, but she replied that it takes a lot of time to practice. To somehow cheer up the guy, the girl came up with something that could help him, or if not, then it definitely wouldn't hurt him. She acquired her usual size and approached Fong Ning so that she felt his breath on her skin and asked him not to move. Jiang Li pulled him close and kissed him tenderly, making Fong Ning's eyes almost pop out of his head in amazement. A second after that, they fell into some strange blue space and seemed to be floating to the bottom in water. Fong Ning looked around and asked in horror where they were, since they were the only ones on the street. Jiang Li replied that they had fallen into the sea of his consciousness and as long as there was an agreement between them, she could come here with her husband. The guy didn't know why they were here and reminded the girl that they needed to hurry before the dwarf monster ran away. She reassured him that in the sea of consciousness, time moves tens of times slower than in the outside world and the monster will not be able to escape from them, and meanwhile she will teach Fong Ning how to use energy. Fong Ning was shocked when he didn't notice any clothes on their bodies and asked the girl in surprise why this was. But the girl calmly explained that clothes interfered with the perception of spiritual energy and therefore she took them off. The lesson began and the guy, with his eyes closed, listened to Liar's instructions about how you need to feel that the movement of spiritual energy begins with the Tan Tan. Next, you should follow the direction of the movements of her finger and try to mobilize your spiritual energy. Real magic began to happen around, and Fong Ning was all glowing from the amount of his own spiritual energy. The lesson was over and they returned to the outside world, but Fong Ning was no longer the same as before, and felt a strange fulfillment and harmony. Even his eyes seemed to be on fire from the spiritual power that Jiang Li had revealed to him, and now he was much stronger than ever. He was all beaming and finally realized what Lyre was talking about, and his spiritual power was now completely at his disposal. At that moment, he left the ground and flew into the sky using his spiritual power and enjoyed it. Jumping onto the roof of a skyscraper, the city was in full view, and they easily spotted their enemy. Just like them, the monster moved around the city with the help of buildings, and it is difficult for ordinary people to see, which is what he was counting on. Carefully crossing the distance between buildings, the criminal did not suspect that any
You know, it's strange. It's true. That is true. It's strange. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That is strange. These frames, yeah.
69 Bandover 69 says. It's not bad, it just kinda reminds me of a weather map.
Wait a minute. I could add some more snow to it just now. I could add more to it just now. And let's get in the feel of the waves now. Well, we have it coming on in a line there. And let's add some more in between it to give it that even more effect. That, that, although I don't have that would be a bit harder smooth. I would just brush. You got that to even do the picture. Might be able to do that. That. I got some people with some very keen eyesight, so I ain't too sure if they will be able to see the lines. Let's see how that looks, yes. Let's see how that looks. And then animate it. Oh, what do you think? See the lines, we can also see the snow within the lines. Or should I space them out even more? Or should I delay them even more? because they're going on fives, but the fours go. Each frame's going on fours. So I wonder if on the
69 Bandover 69 says. It's better but I'm still not sure.
yeah, I'm not too sure either myself too. You still see the lines. I'm moving a bit faster than if I make it in fives. This see if that will work better. It's on six now. Well, much smoother. It's just one scene though. I think this will be like what a second of animation. That is 120 frames. Basically, and that's 24 frames per second. So for 3 seconds. See it just one scene. That's not the entire thing. Next year, one who knows, just put like guy in the middle, right here. And the storyboard I made, standing in the pool, wilderness here. I'm climbing a mountain. Then it cut to him turning his head to a sign here. Cut to like a time skip him climbing a mountain. A snowy mountain. That is what I'm doing right now. It's part of what that open and see. So I think it looks it's alright for now. To be perfect, just need to show they need to be perfect. Just need to show the aesthetics of snowfall. Let's see. Start here for this with the camera from top, come down, right. Right. So if you can make sure that makes sense, so just put that camera from top here, come down, here. It's good, like coming up, they come up, it's out. Let's set that up, please. Global. Get some water. I'll be right back. So, gotta keep hydrated. I am back and ready to mingle. I'm back. Okay. Alright. No way you are asking for chat right now. I will need to get a new freaking Cintiq, yes? I need to get a new Cintiq.
Anyone could be watching him. However, the monster inside immediately sensed the danger and ordered to quickly get out of there before it was too late. The criminal was surprised that the soul hunter was so strong, but the monster objected that if it weren't for the essence inside him, he would have died of suffocation. The monster recalled the details of their fight and noted that the soul inside the hunter was at least level 4, if not higher. The criminal landed on the ground near a parked motorcycle, wondering how best to avoid pursuit. He reassured his monster that there were spiritual barriers in their base, and the monster added that even if the hunter overcomes them, he will not get out of there alive.
69
Having
Bendover
calmed down and
69
no
says,
longer caring about pursuing
I made
the
a quick
hunters,
snowfall
the criminal
loop in
started
Blender
his
just now if you wanna see if it fits. It's just a particle thing, but I tried to get the wave you have in yours.
Okay, cool. I expected that. Wow. That was quick, dude. Very quick.
69 Bendover 69 says, oh, links are blocked in chat.
It's not in chat. Go to Discord. I have to go to Discord. It's been a while since I've been on Discord. See if I'm still on, anyways. It's still logged in. See, let's see. Come on, come on. It's loading. I gotta download updates. Bad. Sad thing about it, Twitch.
69 Bendover 69 says, Discord would work. 69 Bendover 69 says, what's your Discord if you don't mind?
Sorry, I'm gonna send you it now. I am sending you it No. Fucking what? Quest. I said quest. Mm. These are things I need to put in place. Right. Service. Here, there.
Anthonyx Cadet says. Link.
In the streaming now chat. No, the streaming now. I'm in on that right. See, Nick, accept here. Accept.
Nick said I made it in 1 minute, so no pressure to use it.
Thanks. We just need the stuff. It's nice. It's really nice. Okay. Time of the essence. Let's see if this thing does the trick. Clean. But tell me the stuff is important. For the stuff. Well, The grade not showing up because it's not done before, that's why it's not showing up. So to come with it then. First today was in taking it before. It's really here. Let's get to that website. Sucks. It's really this sucks. Yeah, this select file. Yes, it is. House. It's beautiful. It's good, but it looks gorgeous. It's a gift, you know, on the concrete, it's a gift. Gift, 1 out of about 10. Or listen, no, wait,
69 bend over 69 says. Oh, I thought I made it transparent, oops.
So I think it come out here. Yes. That looks good. Give it struggle. Oh, goodness. When I give it struggle. Animation snow, and the one that I make is actually combine when I export it. So the character, and then I'll move on to the next scene. The animation.
69 bend over 69 says. Yeah, I think the snow altogether looks pretty good. Botrix says. 69 bend over 69 you leveled up to level 1. 69 bend over 69 says. Mine might be a little fast though.
That's nothing. The combination of the boots makes it look good. So once it exports into a video format, you see the full extent of the emotions of it. But right now, like it real what to put it, all put them together, it real lagging though. I don't know why that happening, but I think I know why it happening due to the multi-streaming to multiple platforms, other stuff open up on my computer here. I think that's the reason why it's lagging. It's nothing. And besides, I'm recording this process too. With this now, I could put the character right in the middle here, stand up, and I could go on to the next part of it. This is the second part here. That look like kind of professional in a sense. Yeah, experiments, experimental. Like it's taking in very time to render everything. Let's put this and see if it can still be moving like this. It looks perfect. Exported. It looks perfect. Clear perfect when it exported. Right. So I have the character is in yellow.
Motorcycle and was ready to go to the base. However, a voice from nowhere interrupted their idol and said that without the help of a living person and working alone, they could not escape from police persecution. This information took the criminal by surprise, and he turned around to see the owner of these words and understand who he was dealing with. Fong Ning continued his thoughts and told the criminal that he was most likely the third tomb robber who had escaped from the princess's grave. Fong Ning also remembered that he had seen this man before and was wanted by the police a few months ago. The criminal realized that he had been caught and now had nowhere to go, because the guy found out everything that had been hidden for a long time. Fong Ning did not want to stand on ceremony for long and switched to a crude method of explaining to the villains their guilt and connected his spiritual power. A child monster joined the fray and warned Fong Ning not to bully others too much. But to Fong Ning his warning did not cost anything, and he insisted to the monster that when he killed innocent people, he never thought that they would do the same to him, but if the monster gave them the hairpin, then Fong Ning would give him a quick death. The monster mocked as if they needed a certain thing, this pin, and if they wanted it so badly, he would give it away, but in a different way. Taking out a hairpin, the monster directed its power at the hunters, angrily saying that now he would fulfill their desire. Fong Ning stood and watched what would happen from the action of this hairpin, and he was again surrounded by the forces of the monster. With the power of a hairpin, the child monster summoned a big scary dragon and, leading his mane, the monster shouted that it was not worth provoking him. He turned to Fong Ning that his body still had soul powers and today he would make his life worse than death. Dozens of vile eyes stared at the guy, trying to intimidate him while the monster directed its powers towards him. But Fong Ning had already seen this, and this time he easily dealt with the magical mud of the dwarf monster thanks to his spiritual powers. The monster became embittered because some ordinary boy was able to break the powers of his magic and threatens him. And then the monster used his dragon to deal with the impudent woman amid promising cries of death and revenge. But Fong Ning was powerful enough to cope with even such a monster as a dragon, so he accepted the fight. His strength was enough to overcome the dragon and break the dark forces of the monster's magic, and with his fire he cleansed that place of evil. For the dwarf monster this was simply unacceptable, and he still could not believe that he was defeated. Therefore, he made another attempt to confront Fong Ning, because he thought that he was strong and powerful and no one could overcome him. And he took the hairpin again and, using all his remaining strength, wanted to strike the hunters, but his tactics worked against him. Jiang Li entered the battle next, and Fong Ning encouraged her to finally finish off that scum and take what was hers. She created a barrier from her soul power, and this time was aimed only at victory, because the games were over and it was time to get what she deserved. The collision of the two forces was quite large-scale and stretched over several meters, and while the battle continued, the hairpin flew out of the monster's hands. But then Fong Ning came to the rescue and, arriving on time, was the first to reach the hairpin, shouting victorious words that it was all over. At that moment, his hand was engulfed by the black tongues of magic of the dwarf monster, who did not consider that the battle was over. However, Fan was no longer afraid of his forces and he broke through them without any effort, which angered and frightened the monster. The confrontation continued, but both sides knew about the conclusion of this battle, so there was no longer any point as such, because Fong Ning had shown what he was capable of. As soon as the monster directed the soul powers at Fong Ning, Lyre appeared, flew up and began to absorb them with appetite. The disgusting child just shouted for them to immediately give him the Horcrux, because it was his thing and should belong to him. Fong Ning noticed that with the hairpin in his hands, the monster did not have the strength to overcome him, so it was better not to know what would happen if he now had the hairpin. Fong Ning's last words before the final blow were an imperative appeal to repent of his sins. The monster continued to shout about returning the hairpin to him, because it was his only hope of becoming a fourth-level soul. Dissolving into dozens of drops of water, the hunters heard words that he had not yet taken revenge and still wanted to become stronger and could not come to terms with it. In the last seconds of his stay on Earth, the ghost showed who he really was, and the hunters heard a gentle child's voice calling his mother. It also said that it could not breathe underwater, it was in terrible pain and it was waiting for its mother to save it, and these were its last dying thoughts. The surprised hunters stood listening to the pitiful voice of an innocent child, who said that she did not have time to find him. The last piece of the baby's soul moved into Fong Ning's head and he found himself in some dark abyss of memories and pictures. They found themselves in the mind of that baby, and Fong Ning asked if Liar knew what infanticide was and continued that some parents give birth to children, but do not raise them. Of course, for Fong Ning himself, drowning his own child was beyond comprehension, having seen a fragment of the death of this baby. From the pictures in his head, Fong Ning realized that he had been drowned by his own father, by that monster, the child soon after birth, and out of resentment and desire to survive, he became a ghost. All these victims were a projection of his father, and he wanted to make them suffer and die in agony just like him, and this was the only way to throw out his pain and anger on the world. While Liar was finishing her dinner, Fong Ning asked what obsession made him exist for thousands of years and not leave the princess's tomb. Their conversation was interrupted by someone's presence, and turning around, Fong Ning saw a knife pointed at him. But he, without looking, grabbed the knife blade with 2 fingers and said boringly that the child is a ghost on which you relied has dissipated, and you continue to try to somehow influence me. This was the same criminal, although Fong Ning thought that he would take advantage of the chaos and simply run away, but he stood in front of him and openly threatened him. Without uttering a word, Fong Ning broke the attacker's knife with 2 fingers, as if it were fragile plastic. Then the attacker got really scared and fell to the ground in confusion, not knowing what to do next. Realizing what had happened, he grabbed his head and said that now they would find him and kill him, because Fong Ning killed a ghost. Fong Ning did not want to listen to his whining and, pressing him by the throat to the wall, clearly stated that he would ask questions and the criminal would answer. To save his life, he was ready to do anything, so he agreed to Fong Ning's conditions and would answer all questions. The interrogation began, and Fong Ning's first question was how and under what circumstances did this man meet the ghost of a child. The criminal obediently replied that 6 months ago he went to Chang Baidao to find out certain information and said that he had a large order for him. At that time, the husband was having a hard time and the generous reward tempted him to agree to the business, and he invited 2 more with him. Fong Ning wanted to clarify some details to clarify the picture in his head and asked the man who Chang Baidao was. He replied that this is a person who disseminates information in their industry and works for a large organization, and thanks to him the man always had a job. Then their task was to dig up something from the princess's grave, and without further ado, Chang Baidao gave him a seemingly ordinary jar and said that it could only be opened at the princess's grave and the thing they were looking for would be found. But curiosity won, and the man opened the jar back at the hotel, and thus a ghost child appeared. The man spoke about the terrible torture he endured that night and how the ghost mocked him and took over his body and mind. He came to his senses when he found himself at the princess's grave with 2 of his brothers, and after telling them this story, they wanted to run away until the ghost disappeared, but a monster appeared from under the ground with a hairpin and attached it to her husband. At this time, ghosts began to attack them from different sides and, fearing for their lives, the man agreed to hunt with the ghost child if he helped to escape, but his comrades could not be saved, and after a while the man saw on the news that they had gone crazy. The husband repented that the ghost forced him to do all the terrible things, because he promised wealth and protection from the police, and for refusal he was threatened with death, but he needs to live and needs money for his seriously ill son. Fong Ning reacted to this coldly, because if a man says that he cannot die, then were all the people whose relatives are now much more difficult than him worth dying? The husband fell to his knees in front of Fong Ning and asked for forgiveness, begging him not to kill him or hand him over to the police. He understood that he had made a terrible mistake and caused a lot of harm to other people, but all this was for the sake of his son, with whom he was left alone after the death of his mother. Fong Ning said that he didn't need his apology and would rather sympathize with the families of the deceased if he really felt guilty. The last thing Fong Ning was interested in was where Chang Baidao could be found and how they contacted each time, but the man replied that he was too mysterious a person and his location was always unpredictable. The man continued that most orders are made online and their goods are delivered to the specified location, and the money is transferred to foreign accounts, and Chan Baidao always finds them himself and they never know where and when it will be. Fong Ning listened to him and ordered him to give his phone, but the man thought it was a joke, but Fong Ning's serious expression said otherwise. He wrote down his contact information there and ordered to contact him when Chan Baidao made himself known. Having completed his manipulations, Fong Ning threw the phone back into the man's hands and was surprised by this conclusion of the evening. He asked if he could really be free and wasn't Fong Ning going to call the police to have him arrested. Fong Ning replied that without a child, the ghosts would find him quickly, so if he wants to save his son, he should hurry up and take care of the families of the dead, because he has enough money. The man bowed his head in a heartfelt bow and thanked Fong Ning for her generosity and mercy, as well as the idea of atonement for his sins. Fong Ning added that he hoped that if the source of evil was eliminated, the man should choose the right path. His voice barely reached the man's ears, but he understood the last part very clearly, and it was a warning not to allow himself to stumble again. The man stood alone in the middle of the street, as if forgotten by the whole world, without support or advice, but Fong Ning's voice aroused hope for salvation in his soul. He once again silently thanked Fong Ning and promised that after he completed all his affairs, he would definitely surrender to the police for his crimes. Walking along an empty street, Fong Ning asked Liar if he did the right thing, because despite all the difficulties in life, this man caused a lot of harm. He said he didn't want his children to feel the same way he did, being left on his own in the world. Liar replied that she respected his decision, and he became very strong in a short period of time and was able to overcome the powerful ghost and was proud of him. She also thanked him for helping her find her hairpin, and she wanted to thank him for that. He dismissed her with the words that he was also interested in returning her hairpin and, changing the topic, asked what she thought about Chan Baidao. Liar was very upset that Fong Ning treated her so coldly and ignored any manifestations of her feelings. Having calmed down, she turned to him and said that she didn't think anything, but Fong Ning was alarmed that she had been thinking about it for so long. He realized that he had offended her and approached her, gently stroking her hair, so that she had forgotten about all her images. Her heart was filled with tenderness, and the unforgettable image of her beloved man, whom she loved with all her heart, was imprinted in her eyes. She saw a different side of him, as if they had known each other thousands of years ago, and he said that he bought a beautiful hairpin especially for her, reproducing her beauty. She remembered the love of her life and the tenderness and awe that filled her heart next to him. Fong Ning's touch took her to a unique world of pleasant memories, and she felt that she was remembering much more than before. Her hairpin helped her become complete, as she was, but forgot without enough soul strength. Looking into Fong Ning's eyes, she thanked him with a reverent feeling for the opportunity to feel real again. She took his hand in hers and burst into tears from her overwhelming happiness and from the feeling of completeness. The sea of her consciousness was filled with another wonderful memory and a pleasant feeling of strength and power. Unexpectedly for Fong Ning, she created a whirlpool of force energy that shook the peace of the night streets. Closing her eyes, she was conscious and her clothes themselves began to tear into pieces. A second later, she was left completely naked, covering herself only with her energy and the strength of her soul. Blinded by her light, Fong Ning was outraged that she would again try to rip her clothes off like last time. However, the ritual did not concern him, because she turned into her real self and reproduced her image. Among the clothes on her leg there was a small fragile bracelet that emphasized and complemented her beauty. Her look was complete and she appeared in an exquisite red dress, framed with assorted flowers, with puffed sleeves and a long hem. It was as if her inner strength could not fit inside her and splashed out in the form of bright orange rays. With a powerful beam, she also touched Fong Ning, who had never experienced such a strong surge of energy. He accepted this gift and felt incredibly fulfilled, as if his strength had doubled under the influence of Liar's magic. His emotions went so high that he could not restrain himself and shouted at the top of his voice with all his strength, so that his strength burst out. This powerful beam struck the sky like lightning, which attracted the attention of uninvited spectators going about their business on the roof of the high-rise building. These were ghost hunters who, seeing such a strong release of spiritual power, became interested in who could wield it, because it did not seem like something familiar. They decided to first clean up the traces of the hunt and then go check what happened in the city center. But they did not take into account that the monsters were still lying in wait for them and were ready to attack again at any second. Taking advantage of the moment when the hunter lost her vigilance, the monsters decided to end her life and prepared to strike. But the monsters did not take into account that they were dealing with experienced professionals, and hearing some movements behind them, the huntress immediately reacted. She turned around in one motion and accepted the fight, in which she was obviously confident of her victory. Another building in this city was seething with its own history, but the strange events in the city did not leave anyone indifferent. Two unfamiliar men were interrogating a criminal we already knew, and even they were distracted by the release of such a powerful beam of energy. One of them said that the traces of the ghost child had disappeared and it might be the work of the soul hunters, and he warned him not to be so dismissive. The second of these strangers was Chong Baidao, who said that they would have to find out who was behind this, but for now that was all, and they should get rid of this person, of whom there was no longer any use. The servant humbly accepted the order and went to carry it out with pleasure, because he liked killing people like nothing else. The bound man begged not to kill him, because they promised to release him if he answered all the questions. The servant smiled sarcastically at his husband and said that he lied to him about his freedom and planned to kill him anyway. Having finished the job, the servant turned around and walked towards the exit, leaving the dead body of the man in the middle of the room. Captain Jan also did not stay away from this energy explosion and, contemplating the sky, talked about where it came from. His partner, a young lieutenant, noticed the strange reaction and asked what was the matter, but the captain waved it off, saying that he just remembered something. The captain turned around and left, leaving Xiao Wang to go and rest, and received a response of consent and the phrase that they would see each other tomorrow at the police station. Conscientiously following the captain's order, Xiao Wang thought to himself that this was too suspicious and something serious was happening, but they were not telling him about it. At that time, Fang Ning could barely cope with the energy bursting inside him, believing that he could not cope with the super-powerful surge of power. However, he managed to master this power, although the feeling of being overwhelmed scared him to such a state that he thought he was about to burst. Liar sensed that someone was approaching them and told Fang Ning that they needed to get out of there, to which the guy agreed. As usual, they flew with Liar's magic and arrived safely at Fang Ning's apartment before sunrise. Fang Ning immediately closed the curtains on the window and said anxiously that his power beam of light was probably seen by the whole city and tomorrow they would write about it in all the newspapers. Liar reassured him that ordinary people could not see spiritual energy unless it was condensed into a solid. He asked why there was so much power this time, and Liar answered that a small part was absorbed by the ghost child, and most of it was concentrated in her hairpin, and this was probably 1/10 of her strongest state. This information upset the guy a little, because he could barely withstand 1/10 of her strength, and it's hard to imagine how powerful Liar was in her prime. Fang Ning happily asked if she remembered anything else if her strength returned, and she began to talk hesitantly. However, it was too difficult for her to talk about it and she was afraid of it, what her subconscious told her. Fang Ning understood that it was difficult for her and did not force himself to overpower, giving her time to come to her senses and perceive everything that happened in her head. Liar was glad that he understood her and supported her, so she jumped out of bed and, in joy, hugged him tightly, saying that she would always be there, no matter what happened. But their idol was transformed by the sound of a message on Fang Ning's phone, and he immediately began to check what was sent to him. It was the message from Director Wang that the video about Haiyuan School had skyrocketed into thousands of views. Fang Ning decided to check it out, and when he went to the page, he was just crazy about how viral the video had become. Views poured in at an incredible speed, and within 3 hours of the video's release, the video gained more than 1 million viewers. The comments simply exploded with delight from the audience, and Fang Ning rejoiced at the well-deserved popularity he had been waiting for so long. The guy's eyes lit up with glory, and he was happy that this video had become more popular even than the previous one from the princess's tomb. His head was bursting with thoughts that such popularity would open up new opportunities for him to advertise, sell his goods and film new broadcasts. His thoughts about glory were interrupted by a strange feeling, and he looked around to understand what was going on. It was Liar inside him who said that he should look into the sea of his consciousness, and her tone did not expect denial. Together they found themselves again in the blue watery environment, descending into the depths of consciousness. What Fang Ning saw there surprised him as he looked at it, that last time everything looked different. In the sea of Fang Ning's consciousness, there were so many golden dolphins swimming that they covered almost the entire space, illuminating it. Liar explained that these dolphins represent his fear, and being in fear, the sea of consciousness overflows with this energy. She leaned against his back and gently asked him to close his eyes to demonstrate something, although he already knew what will happen. Their clothes disappeared and they were completely naked again, feeling each other's bodies and the deep space of the sea of consciousness. They moved through the sea like fish, feeling every flow of energy and power of the guy's consciousness. Meanwhile, in the real world, Fang Ning had finally found harmony between the external and internal and normalized the flow of energy caused by fear. He speculated that such intense fear energy could have been generated by his popular video. This power in his hands made Fang Ning confident that with such strength, he would have defeated the ghost child without Liar's help. However, all the events that happened today tired Fang Ning in a certain way, and he realized that he needed rest. While taking a warm shower, he scrolled through all the recent events in his head about the soul of a dead child, a soul hunter, the mysterious policeman Zhang Tandao, and the lost memory of Jiang Li, and realized that the world had changed for him. And a secret organization of tomb robbers appeared, and this further turned his view of the world. Although it is both interesting and dangerous, he made an agreement and cannot back down. And he is ready to decisively fight against evil and perceive this world in a new way, discovering his true inner strength. Tired from the eventful events of the day, Fang Ning tried to sleep, but he was disturbed by strange dreams, and Liar noticed this. She approached him, caring about his condition and putting her hand on his forehead, trying to wake him up from unpleasant dreams. Using the magic of transformation, she dissolved her clothes into thin air, leaving her completely naked. She wanted to go to bed with her beloved man and spend the night next to him, because she had been waiting for this for thousands of years. She was overwhelmed with joy that she was where she wanted and should be, because in recent years she had been too lonely. She had been waiting for this moment for hundreds of years, and, falling asleep on her beloved's shoulders, she finally experienced peace and satisfaction that her expectations were not in vain. Fang Ning was still in the dream world, unaware that there was a naked Liar in bed next to him. His dream was so realistic that it haunted him, and little he looked like a building with people inside engulfed in flames. However, he didn't feel a bit sorry for either the building or the people burning alive, because he had dreamed about this day all his life. A warm sunny morning arrived, waking up the sleepy city, telling people about the beginning of a new day. The blonde guy, as usual, carried out his morning routine in the bathroom and looked in the mirror while brushing his teeth. But his usual morning was interrupted by a message on his phone, which he did not expect, so he immediately responded. Still brushing his teeth, he marveled at the flood of news that had happened in just one morning. The message was that his video had lost first place to some newbie who had risen to the top last night. He became very angry, not understanding what kind of video could get more than 3 million views in one night, because it used to be the most popular. He ran out of the bathroom and headed to the computer to watch the video that could move him from first place. He was interested in what exactly in this video could surpass his primacy and the owner of this work. The clock struck 10 o'clock in the morning, but the guy had no time, because there was nothing more important than his blog and first place among competitors. His disappointment knew no bounds, because the video really was incredibly cool and deserves recognition. But an idea arose in his head, and he wrote a comment under this video about the unbearable desire to see the continuation of Lian Xiang's story. He wanted to further excite the enthusiasm of the author of the video and wrote that Station B in the modern generation also deserves attention. Meanwhile, morning came and Fang Ning's apartment tried to wake up our heroes with a light warm breeze. But so far he had not succeeded, because the magical spouses were still basking in bed, in no hurry. Liar spent that night next to Fang Ning, which is what she wanted most for so long, and her fragile legs with a bracelet were wrapped in the sun's rays. Their bodies were too close, and unconsciously Fang Ning hugged Liar while in a sleepy state of night dreams. The dream was so emotional that Fang Ning said what he saw and recalled with appetite the delicious steamed buns and rice lashes. In his dream, he basked on a huge delicious bun, holding 2 others in both hands, which he savored with pleasure in turn. But nearby he noticed something tastier and more appetizing and, of course, he was attracted by its smell and huge size. He attacked the huge rice cake, saying that it was incredibly soft and tasty, tasting every centimeter. But then he opened one eye and realized that he was not dreaming, because the sensation seemed too real. He closed his eyes again and felt a delicious, mouth-watering bun, which beckons with its tenderness and pleasant texture. But having separated the dream from reality, he realized that these were not rice cakes, because Lyre was sleeping next to him and obviously he came across her charms. The realization of what was happening shocked him and he screamed with all his strength while still lying in bed. He jumped out of bed as if scalded, tearing off the blanket, clearly in a mood for conflict from surprise. Lyre was still too sleepy to understand what was happening and slowly got out of bed, rubbing her eyes from sleep. Just the sight of a naked girl in his bed made Fong Ning's nose bleed like a fountain. Lyre was very worried about this and she approached the guy to help cope with the bleeding. The fact that she tried to help in the nude made the guy's condition even worse and he screamed at her not to move. Catching the flow of blood with his hand, Fong Ning ran to the table where there were napkins to stop the bleeding as quickly as possible. The girl was seriously scared for Fong Ning while he was trying to cope with the heavy bleeding and she did not understand what could cause such a reaction. After making small rolls out of the napkins, Fong Ning stuffed his nose with them and shouted at Lyre to get dressed immediately. Finally, she began to guess why he was reacting so aggressively towards her and did not want to cause unnecessary conflicts. Slowly, she stood on the floor, fulfilling her husband's requests for the clothes she needed. Using the magic of transformation, she again began to create new clothes for herself to please her lover. After completing her transformation, she turned to Fong Ning to take a look at her new style and evaluate her appearance. However, her new look surprised the guy, because it was radically different from her previous outfit. She stood before him wearing leg warmers just above her hips and a luxurious short dress that combined red and white with gold accents on the sleeves. This look suited her incredibly well, given the delicate elements on the cell that drew attention to itself. Fong Ning was surprised that Lyre was standing in front of the window, basking in the sun's rays, because she had never been able to be directly exposed to the sun before. Lyre showed her hairpin and said that with its help she had regained some of her strength and now could not be afraid of daylight. While hardening her hair, she heard from Fong Ning that her usual clothes were different from what she was wearing now, and she replied that he himself told her that a long skirt was not comfortable. Fong Ning thought it was too strange that a ghost could come during the day. He doubted that Lyre was a ghost and not something else. Lyre threw herself into Fong Ning's arms, happy that he liked her new image and was able to please him. At that moment, a phone call rang throughout the room and Fong Ning looked with his eyes where he left his phone. With a respectful look, he pushed Lyre away from him and said that he needed to answer the call. He was alarmed by this unexpected call and did not know what to expect from it, but decided to find out anyway. It was Director Wang who called on the phone, who personally wanted to inform him that Fong Ning's video had hit the top. Having recently experienced a storm of emotions regarding this information, Fong Ning already said in a fairly calm tone that he knew about the success of his work. Director Wang continued that several companies had already contacted him to feature their advertisements in the next video, each of which cost tens of dollars. Fong Ning advised not to rush with advertising, so as not to lose the favor of viewers for the sake of dubious fame, and asked whether the director had previously collaborated with streamers. Director Wang replied that he worked with one streamer, but the number of his subscribers could not be compared to Fong Ning's in one night. Fong Ning offered him an agreement under which he would shoot videos and create content, and Director Wang would edit and operate the videos, thereby doubling the popularity of the account. The director doubted for a second whether his small studio could cope with such promise and popularity as Fong Ning's, but he countered that he was completely satisfied with the previous collaboration and had a good impression of his studio. Then Fong Ning used a win-win move, saying that if the director does not want to cooperate with him, it does not matter and he will find someone else. This maneuver prompted Director Wang to make a decision and happily agreed to a partnership with the young streamer. Then the director moved on to the topic of profit distribution, offering different percentage options, but Fong Ning offered him more than he expected. Fong Ning explained such generosity by the fact that at the beginning of his journey, all the studios refused him when asking the price, and only Director Wang's studio showed enough respect and quality service, for which he now wants to thank him. The director was touched by these words and said that he would try with all his might to promote the account and provide all the necessary services so as not to let down the respected Fong Ning. In parting, Fong Ning asked the director to send him the contract by mail, but in the meantime he had other matters that required his attention. Looking through the comments, Fang Ning began to understand why he had so much fear power, because the video had gone viral and he was wondering how much Liar was able to restore her strength with the release of his energy. Having completed all his business at the computer, Fang Ning stood up from the table and turned around to tell Liar that everything was fine and exactly as he wanted. Liar asked what was the matter and Fang Ning asked her if his yesterday's power of fear was enough for her to restore her strength. She replied that at the first meeting at the princess's grave there was much more energy and she was still far from full recovery. She visualized the bullet for him to clearly show that at the time of its heyday, it was completely filled, and now there is only a quarter of the strength there, if not less. Fang Ning was upset that her recovery was still so far away and they could not be sure that this strength would be enough to overcome the monster of the Haiyuan school, but Liar said that the chances were very high, so there was nothing to worry about. This cheered the guy up, but before getting down to business he suggested eating and resting to regain strength. He resolutely announced that they would go to Haiyuan school tonight and finish the job. For Liar, this was a sign that a delicious dinner awaited her and she was looking forward to the evening. The long-awaited night came, covering all the mystical mysteries of the city that our heroes planned to reveal. In full combat readiness, Fang Ning waited for the right moment to go to meet the monster again. He opened the window that had recently replaced their front door and ordered Liar to prepare for the journey. She understood everything from the first word and, as usual, walked up to him and took him by the shoulders for the upcoming flight. This time, Liar rushed like the wind and Fang Ning did not have time to understand what happened, frightened by such a sudden gust. However, they were not the only visitors to the school that night because recently a popular blogger also wanted a video with ghosts. But the atmosphere of that mystical place seriously frightened him, and for his fear he received a kick from his partner. He added that fear is not appropriate here, because in front of them is the very place that embodied fame and popularity, so they need to adapt to the wave, and not run away from it. The frightened guy understood that this was his only chance to regain his popularity, but the thought of the ghosts of that place did not leave him. Already in a friendly manner, the partner put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that it was all fake and high-quality special effects using various mechanisms and there are a lot of such paranormal videos on the internet now. At that moment, he felt someone grab him by the shoulder and with horror on his face, both screamed in voices that were not their own in fear. They began to drink drinks, as if they had seen a real ghost, while the young girl stood and watched two grown men shed tears. In an authoritative tone, she said that they agreed to meet at the entrance to the school, and not hide behind a tree and think that she is a ghost, and if they are such cowards, let them return home. Still recovering from fright, the man said that uninhabited and abandoned places still make people feel ants. Playing a nice tone, the guy turned to the director and said that the popular video was shot using special effects machines, but they didn't take anything with them, so there was no point in competing. The girl got angry, because they never had any special equipment and they came here straight for reconnaissance. She took out her notebook and began jotting down ideas for the title of a new video about exposing the illusion of the most popular video about the real story of Haiyuan Elementary School, and the man standing next to him obsequiously agreed with everything she suggested. The manager noticed his faintly amiable tone and waved her hand, saying that it was time for them to go to the shooting location. But the guy approached her and said in horror that he heard someone approaching there and some sound was heard from the forest. In the depths of the forest, two figures of a woman and a man could be seen, who were our heroes, but the uninvited guests did not yet know about it. Their first opinion was that these were the same ghosts that the Haiyuan legend speaks of and they screamed at the top of their voices in fear. Fang Ning and Liar found a strange picture of two grown men hiding behind a tiny, fragile girl, believing that they saw ghosts while she screamed at them, humiliating their already low dignity. Having recovered, the man straightened up and said in his defense that these people were definitely not ghosts as they might have thought, because ghosts do not exist. The girl began to dialogue with the couple, apologizing for her gentle colleagues, and Fang Ning asked who they were and what they were doing here. The man introduced himself as Zhang Xiao and, without hesitation, told it like it was, that they had come here to see the location from the sensational video and evaluate whether they could film something similar. His words were echoed by others present, the guy Mao Xing, who was Zhang's assistant, and their leader Lin Huang, who was involved in live broadcasts. And then the guy seemed to realize that the same blogger from the viral video was standing in front of him, whom he did not immediately recognize. His companions did not quite understand what he was talking about, and the guy explained that this was the same blogger who received the title of the strongest newcomer this year, and through his video they came here. The leader understood what was going on, but Mao Xing's elusive words could ruin everything, and she interrupted him while continuing to talk with Fang Ning. She fanatically asked Fang Ning for an autograph, noting the surprisingly unexpected meeting, and asked if she and the girl who also appeared in the video were a couple. Fang Ning didn't want to answer this question, but in Liar's presence he couldn't simply ignore it, so he briefly said that this was his wife. He added that if they want to watch the live broadcast or video of Haiyuan Primary School, they should come back tomorrow afternoon. The husband put forward a claim to Fang Ning, because his name was not listed here, so anyone can shoot a video here. Without reacting in any way, Fang Ning said that real ghosts live in this city and he does not advise coming here at night. Turning to them, he added in a serious tone that their lives might be in danger because of their own rashness. Zhang did not like his warning and shouted to Fang Ning in the back that he knew what special effects he was using and that he did not believe in any ghosts, because if it were true, Fang Ning would not have gotten out of there alive and would not have returned to film the sequel. A strong wind rose, which conveyed to the trio Fang Ning's words that they should return home in order to save their lives, and that's all they need to know, and whether they believe it or not, the choice is theirs. The guy was confused by the incomprehensible origin of this wind in completely calm weather, but for him it will remain a mystery. But then he saw that the couple had already entered the school, probably in order to film a continuation of the video. The man wanted to follow them in order to expose the mysteries of their filming and steal the idea about the popularity of their content, but the guy tried to gently refuse him from this, because it would be very low and unprofessional and he was frankly scared to go there. However, the leader picked up this idea and said that they might not have another opportunity to see how they make such videos, so she went after our heroes. The guy had no choice and he also followed them, because he didn't want to show himself as a coward, especially in front of the leader. Approaching the entrance, they had to pass through a magical barrier, but it was invisible to them, so they did not suspect anything. Plucking up courage, they walked closer, finding themselves in the courtyard of the Haiyuan school, still confident that there were no ghosts there. Fang Ning and Liar were already inside, and the guy sincerely hoped that the trio outside would listen to his advice, because in case of danger, he would not be able to protect them. He asked Liar if she felt the presence of a ghost and where they needed to go to find him. Liar happily replied that she felt the ghost was in the same room upstairs as last time. Fang Ning was delighted and threw the phone into the girl's hands so that she could start filming and was a little embarrassed by such a gesture. While walking up the stairs, Fang Ning called out to Liar that it was time to start recording, set for explosive content. He began to address subscribers in his usual manner, starting with congratulations and telling him that he was again in the mysterious Haiyuan school. He further said that 3 days ago he encountered an unknown monster here and was forced to retreat, but Lian Xiang's soul was still locked away and waiting for him to save her. Approaching the director's office, he continued to say that he could not leave this matter aside and must understand the mysterious events of this place. Kicking down the door to the office, he triumphantly said that he was back and this time he had no plans to retreat. They entered the office, which had been destroyed after their previous visit, and tried to figure out where the monster was hiding. Liar sensed where the monster's energy was concentrated and pointed Fang Ning to the very same comb that was lying on the table. Fan Ning voiced that this comb was probably closely connected with the girl Lian Xiang during her life, which is what keeps her soul here. Touching the scallop, an otherworldly force burst out of it like a volcano, blinding Fang Ning, and he heard the voice of a thundering monster. How dare he return here? The monster showed its ugly face and said that having come here, Fang Ning would now not be able to escape so easily due to the barrier that the monster had placed around the perimeter of the school. Fang Ning was not very interested in this information, because he was sure that he would overcome the monster and no barriers would hold him back. Without further ado, Fang Ning struck the monster with his new power, showing his serious intentions. The monster did not expect to receive such a powerful charge of spiritual power and the blow took him by surprise. The monster likes of which he had never seen before. He appeared before him in impenetrable iron armor, from which only hellish eyes peeped out, and said that Fong Ning's strength was not enough to overcome him and he was prematurely rejoicing. Concentrating its crushing energy in its hands, the monster said that the real battle would begin right now. Showing his invincible power, he added that no one could separate him from Lian Xiang, not even a soul hunter. His strength was indeed too powerful and Fong Ning felt the pressure of the magical field created by the monster. Meanwhile, filming was taking place in the schoolyard and the trio who arrived there were unaware of the events inside. The man told the camera that they were near Haiyuan Primary School to verify the veracity of the legend of this place or to dispel the myth of ghosts. But at that moment, a thunderous voice reached them, shouting about how they dared to return here, and this made the man sweat on his forehead. From the top floor of the school, where the principal's office was located, the monster's incredible anger exploded at the arrogant Fong Ning, who broke out the windows. The frightened blogger fell to the ground in wild fear from the paranormal action he saw. With an explosion, Fong Ning himself flew out of the window, not expecting such a powerful blow from the monster and could not resist this energy. The leader of the trio screamed madly that Fong Ning would simply die if she fell from the 5th floor. Lyre saw that Fong Ning was in trouble and flew with all her might to save her husband from tragic death, caring for his life with all her heart. Fortunately, she managed to catch Fong Ning during his fall, thereby saving him from death, and he was incredibly surprised by this. With Fong Ning in her arms, Lyre tried to leave this place as quickly as possible, and the three behind were shocked by what had happened and simply looked after them. The guy was still standing with the phone in his hands and, turning to Zhang, asked if he had imagined that the two actually flew. Zhang, in turn, said with a neutral look that these were all such technologies and special effects, because he did not believe in paranormal phenomena. But this time the monster was not ready to let its guests go so easily and flew away after Fong Ning and Lyre out the window. He landed on one knee and, under the weight of his body, the earth split into particles and intended to catch up with the impudent troublemakers. The powerful force wave generated by the monster's landing threw back the trio standing in the yard, and then they thought that these could not be special effects. All they had to do was run away as quickly as possible from the rage that fell upon them from the terrible monster. But the monster predicted their fear and that they would want to run away, so he said that none of them would leave here alive. He was seething with anger that someone dared to touch what belonged to him and was not going to leave it unpunished. The school area was covered with a magical force dome, which was cast by the monster so that the victims would not be able to escape from it. The guy from the trio tried to get through the barrier, but, of course, he failed, which he informed his other two friends about. Zhang became angry, saying that he did not believe in this demonism and there was no barrier that could contain it. With acceleration, he tried to break through the monster's magical shield, but when he tried to do this, he was thrown back by the shock wave. And then he was overcome with emotions that their death would occur here and he regretted that he had not listened to Fong Ning and followed into the monster's lair. The leader was angry with his whining and she said that now there was no point in regretting anything and their only hope of getting out of there alive was if Fong Ning defeated this monster. Meanwhile, Fong Ning understood that this would not be easy to do, because the monster had some extremely powerful forces, such as an electromagnetic blow or a compressed air mass, and so far he did not know how to resist it. The size of the monster outweighed the tiny Fong Ning by tens of times and the strength was clearly not equal, but the monster was counting on this when delivering its blow. Fong Ning could only quickly dodge the monster's crushing blows until he figured out how to defeat it. Having missed, the monster again hit the ground, splitting it with his iron fist, but this did not harm him, but only made him even more angry. Next to the monster, Fong Ning flew like an insignificant fly, dodging blows every now and then, because one blow could be his last. But he couldn't escape for long and he had to come face to face with the driving force of the ghost and at least try to fight back. The blow was full of a powerful energy charge and a hellish current ran through the guy's body, burning every part of his flesh. Lightning-fast powerful energy raged in the monster's hands, and he threw Fong Ning like an insect without feeling a bit of pain. Having driven his body across the hard ground, Fong Ning was able to recover from such an incredible flow of power that paralyzes him from the inside, preventing him from moving. There were purple blood stains on his hands, indicating deep wounds, but he did not take the pain into account, thinking over the best battle tactics for him. The monster was only consoled by the guy's optimism, saying that he wanted to see how much longer he could withstand his blows. Liar wanted to quietly help her husband by using her magic, but so that in the frame it would look like only he was fighting a monster. She created magical chains that could contain the monster at least for a while and give Fong Ning a rest. And it was more than just in time, because the monster was one step away from destroying Fong Ning, and only in front of his face did Liar's magic work. Magic chains bound the monster, not allowing him to complete what he had in mind, and in the frame it looked exactly the way Fong Ning wanted. Realizing that the monster was incapacitated for some time, Fong Ning began to mock him, saying that he was standing in front of him and waiting for him to kill him, which he promised. The monster ordered him to let him go immediately while Fong Ning stood a few meters away and mocked him. But such games did not work with Fong Ning, and he knew that if he let go of the monster, he would immediately attack in response, and then the guy approached the ghost to expose his true account. Fong Ning reasoned that if the ghost was chained to the director's office, then he was the one who committed suicide in this office and used his spiritual power to remove the iron armor from the ghost. His guesses turned out to be correct when he saw the former headmaster of Haiyuan School in front of him, and he also realized that it was the headmaster who killed the innocent Lian Xiang. The man began to make excuses that he did not want to kill the girl, and if she had not resisted he would not have had to use extreme measures. He looked mentally unbalanced, saying that the girl was to blame for everything and she should have stayed with him and not run away. Feeling disgusted by this creature who corrupted minors, Fong Ning punched the director in the face in order to somehow appease his anger. Fong Ning could not restrain his emotions and said that this was a disgusting act towards a very young girl who still had her whole life ahead of her. There was a shadow of conscience and guilt on the director's face, but this would not bring back the life of the innocent Lian Xiang, so it did not affect Fong Ning at all. He was ready to deal with the ghostly pervert, but before that he asked where he was hiding Lian Xiang, and by saying this he would give him a quick death. The feeling of guilt gave way to anger, and the director said that he would not allow Fong Ning to take Lian Xiang away from him at any cost. His anger was so strong that it turned into the middle of power and broke Liar's magic chains, creating a shock wave. Even Liar did not expect such power from a ghost, so she warned Fong Ning to be careful, because they don't know what else this monster could be capable of. However, the monster did not waste any time and his eyes became bloodshot with rage, and he went on the offensive, trying to overthrow Fong Ning to the ground. The ghost grabbed Fong Ning and threw it with all his might into the wall of the building, which collapsed from the super strong blow. With his body, Fong Ning squeezed into the next wall, which barely withstood the blow without breaking in half, but only cracking at the seams. Immediately behind him, an enraged ghost jumped through the gap in the wall, trying to finish off his victim before he had time to come to his senses, and Fong Ning mentally asked Liar how this could happen. But Liar didn't know under what circumstances the monster's strength began to recover so quickly, despite his and Fong Ning's efforts to eliminate them. The monster acted like a crazy animal and was ready to do anything so that he and Lian Xiang would never be separated. He threw several affected electric balls towards Fong Ning, but he managed to avoid them, remaining unharmed. But before he had time to recover from the previous blow, it was followed by another fiery explosion, which did not leave Fong Ning aside, throwing him into the depths of the building, and he already doubted that this story would end positively for him. However, as usual, Liar appeared just in time, catching Fong Ning's hand to prevent him from crashing into the next wall, which his body would no longer be able to withstand. Using the power of her magic, she began to create chains again in the hope of holding back an even more enraged monster with them. But this time the ghost did not fall into her trap, because he already knew about it and, having gone around all the chains, continued to approach them. His face was disfigured, covered with blood lines, as if blood was leaking from his eyes, and he bared his sharp teeth at Liar, ordering him to disappear from the road. The monster's goal was to destroy the arrogant guy who was preventing him from being with his Lian Xiang, so he launched his thunderous blow, trying to finish off the already wounded Fong Ning. Fong Ning could no longer fight against the strong energy power of the monster and took his blow in pain, but Liar still tried to protect him. A powerful force crushed Fong Ning into the ground, accompanied by a stormy stream of wind and dust spreading from the collision site. Fong Ning's strength was on the brink and, looking at his numerous wounds, Liar offered to deal with the monster herself, because she could not allow the death of her beloved man. Fong Ning did not agree to this and, wiping the blood from his cut lip, ordered Liar to hide in his body to reduce the protection radius. Liar listened to him and together they began to move away from the monster, thinking through a plan on how to defeat him, because he progressed too quickly in battle. Meanwhile, the monster also changed its tactics and instead of just destroying the guy, he wanted to leave his soul in this place forever. Liar's strength helped Fong Ning move faster and more energetically, which allowed him to avoid the pursuing attacks of the monster. The guy realized that he needed to get to the director's office, because only there was no magical barrier and only there could the answer to this story be hidden. From the windows of the building, the monster's magical blows could be seen flashing in an attempt to catch Fong Ning, but so far he had managed to completely avoid them. On the way to the office, another electromagnetic trap from a ghost was waiting for him, and Fong Ning understood that stopping now would mean certain death and there would be no next opportunity to get so close to the solution. Gritting his teeth, he decided to risk his life to establish justice and defeat evil. Holding his breath, he pushed himself off the ground, radiating all his spiritual power, which was his only hope of success. There was no place for fear in his soul, because he directed all his energy into concentrating confidence and thirst for life. Making his way through the electromagnetic flashes, Fong Ning was not sure that he would succeed, but one attempt is worth 1,000 doubts, so he resolutely went ahead. Behind him, fiery streams of energy were heard, reaching Fong Ning with their hellish heat, heating up the space to the point of impossibility. Having safely made his way through the trap, Fong Ning turned around to look again at what he had to go through and exhaling, he realized that it was not easy, but he was closer to finding Lian Xiang and it was worth it. He thought that Lian Xiang only appears in the director's office when someone touches him and, most likely, she is still there. He reached the director's office, which revealed a huge hole in the wall through which Fong Ning had recently flown out. Immediately after him, the ghost of the director himself entered the office, saying that now Fong Ning had nowhere to run. The demonic face of the monster broke into a smile and he said that today everyone, those three on the street and Fan Ning and the girl inside him, will die, because no one will break their connection with Lian Xiang. Fan Ning stood at the desk and looked at the wooden comb and said that Lian Xiang's soul was probably hidden here. The monster looked at the guy in surprise, as if not expecting him to guess everything so quickly and expose his actions. Fong Ning swung to crush the comb and free Lian Xiang, and the monster tried in every possible way to stop him. Concentrating all his spiritual power into one blow, Fong Ning hit the table where the comb was located with a crash. A spell appeared in front of him that did not allow him to destroy the magic of the comb, and he began to further reflect that the last time Lian Xiang was seen alive was in this office and it was here that her soul first appeared to him, so there was only one conclusion. Taking the comb in his hands, he said that there was probably a secret space in this room and this table was the very magic node that would open this space. The director was furious that Fong Ning had guessed everything, but he couldn't just let him get into the secret space, so he prepared for a crushing blow, saying that he would never allow him to separate him from Lian Xiang. Seeing that danger was approaching her beloved, Liar could not stay away and used magic to strike back. But her strength was not enough and the monster prevailed, pinning them to a dead end while Liar still tried to resist. The monster was too strong and, concentrating a new energy charge, directed it at the defenseless hunters. Fong Ning watched as the power ball of energy approached Liar and fear and despair froze in her eyes. The monster's energy erupted in a firestorm as it reached its destination and he thought it was all over. On his disfigured face one could see incredible joy and pleasure from yet another murder that warmed his black soul. His dark eyes burned with hellish fire, reflecting the magical flames in the office with which he destroyed the hunters. But his joy was premature, because Fong Ning managed to save Liar, protecting him from the monster's super-powerful blow. Taking advantage of the moment when the monster lost its vigilance, they discovered a portal to a secret space and hurried to it. Meanwhile, in the secret space was an exhausted Lian Xiang, chained by chains that kept her in the air. Hearing the sound, she looked up and saw a portal opening in front of her. As usual, she knew that this monster was coming to mock her again, but this time the long-awaited saviors appeared from the portal. Her joy knew no bounds when she saw Fong Ning as the only hope for her salvation and her heart was filled with incredible relief. They were not going to waste time and Fong Ning immediately went to free the girl, and Liar returned to the portal, because the monster could appear at any second. Fong Ning told the girl that he had come to fire her, as promised, and at that time Liar was trying to hold back the portal from the invasion of the director's ghost. With his spiritual power, Fang Ning broke the chains that had bound Lian Xiang's fragile hands for 10 years. Exhausted, she fell onto Fang Ning's chest, feeling incredible relief in her arms without the burden of shackles. It was not possible to contain the Liar portal for a long time, and the ghost entered the secret space shouting for Fan Ning to take his hands from Lian Xiang. Fang Ning looked too confident and said that he came here to kill the evil monster and carry Lian Xiang away, so he would not retreat until he accomplished his plan. Putting on a mask of courtesy, the ghost told Lian Xiang in a pleasant tone to be a good girl and come to him, and then he would protect her. Lian Xiang, in turn, hid behind Fang Ning, as if it was the safest place in all the land. The ghost hoped that she would immediately choose him if such a choice arose, but he was destined to be refused, which greatly upset him. Sadness gradually grew into disappointment, and then into the anger of a bloodthirsty monster who was not going to give up on Lian Xiang so easily. His rage acquired incredible proportions, because Lian Xiang had no right to refuse him and choose some boy instead of him. The greatest battle between the sides of good and evil was approaching, and the monster did not want to spare anyone, preparing a cruel reprisal against the thieves of his property. The trio of bloggers were still outside and exchanging guesses about what was happening inside the school, because after the explosion everything had calmed down and they were worried whether our heroes were alive. Zhang said that perhaps a winner had already emerged, and he hoped that Fang Ning had defeated the ghost, otherwise they would all be finished. The head noticed some strange activity at the entrance to the school, as if something was trying to break out, and it didn't seem like it to her, because a stream of shining energy poured out of the doors with incredible speed, destroying everything in its path. The shock wave of a powerful explosion of energy also touched the trio in the courtyard, who were caught in the force field of this blow. All three lost consciousness after receiving an energy blast from the depths of the school building. The monster furiously shouted that no one would separate him from Lian Xiang, and if she wanted to leave, she would die along with the hunters and remain here forever. Liar turned to Fang Ning, who was experiencing something strange in the fog that created a ghost, and it felt like this formation was absorbing their power and she wouldn't be able to hold the monster for long, so she quickly needed to come up with some kind of solution. Fan Ning asked Lian Xiang if she knew any weak point of the monster, because she knew him better than anyone. Lian Xiang replied that the monster's weak point is the chest, and now that he is without the protection of spiritual power, he has become even more vulnerable, but it is almost impossible to get through the electromagnetic balls surrounding him. Fang Ning remembered that he had already been able to overcome this trap once, and as long as he was fast enough, he would be able to get close to the monster. With lightning speed, Fang Ning began to bypass the dangerous energy-charged balls, getting closer and closer to the ghost. For the monster, this was more of a suicide attempt than a feat, and he used even more of his strength to help the guy die. But Fang Ning was serious and had no intention of dying without first sending the monster himself to the next world. Having dodged all the charged balls, Fang Ning was close enough to deal a crushing blow to the monster, and without hesitation, he pierced the ghost through the chest. The monster was puzzled that Fang Ning was able to harm him so much, and the blow caused blood to pour out of his mouth while he screamed that this is impossible. The monster's power began to swell, creating an electromagnetic ball that carried a mortal danger. The concentrated charge, which the monster could no longer handle due to his injury, exploded, creating a fiery warm edge. For the monster, the wounds from Fang Ning turned out to be fatal and, exhausted, he fell to his knees, slowly dying. He muttered something about the girl Yanir, asked her not to leave him, and that he knew that his father was to blame for everything. With his weak hand, he reached out to Lian Xiang, trying to say something, but his strength left him too quickly. The last thing he said before disappearing was to apologize to Lian Xiang for taking her life. A portion of the ghost's soul moved into Fang Ning's sea of consciousness while Liar absorbed the power of his soul. Looking through fragments from the life of director Fang Ning, I realized that I was wrong about my first guess, and the husband had a wife and daughter. He had a beautiful wife and daughter named Yanir, with whom he lived his happy life and thought that it would always be this way. But his hopes were dashed after a car accident that occurred 15 years ago and divided his life into before and after. As a result of the accident, he was pinned to the driver's seat by steel bars, and his wife and daughter, by inertia, flew out of the car, crashing to death. Before the man's eyes, his loving family died, and the worst thing is that he could no longer help them. He was desperate and no longer saw any point in living until someone found him and took advantage of his broken heart. The man was confused and completely changed his worldview with his promises about the possibility of restoring everything and resurrecting his dead daughter. Fang Ning turned to Lien Xiang and continued to say that she was supposed to be the vessel for the resurrection of the director's daughter, but he was deceived and believed that committing suicide was part of the ritual. But in fact, his daughter's soul had disappeared long ago, and when he found out about it, it was too late, because he was locked together with Lien Xiang as a lonely soul. Fan Ning lowered himself to Lien Xiang's eye level and reassured her that at first the director really treated her like his own daughter, but his psyche could not withstand the cruel pressure and he ceased to control his emotions, becoming more and more domineering. After listening to Fang Ning, the girl asked if he knew any news about her parents, because she really missed them. Fang Ning said that after the first visit, he called the number listed in the newspaper, but it turned out to be invalid, and after that he went to the police station, where he was told that her parents had died, and he thought that they probably could not bear it too much, despair over the loss of his daughter. Lien Xiang politely thanked her saviors for freeing her from the mad ghost and bowed her head to express her heartfelt respect. Fang Ning laughed at the fact that the girl treated them so respectfully and said that she could just call him by his name without any honors. In the blink of an eye, the girl's condition began to deteriorate significantly and she felt that her end was approaching. Her body began to radiate spiritual power and she shone like a lantern, which confused Fang Ning, because he did not know what was happening to her. The girl calmly replied that she did not hold a grudge and her life was maintained thanks to the ghost of the director, and when he disappeared, even her own soul powers could no longer stay in her body and soon she would disappear. She added that there was no need to be upset about her death, because Fang Ning helped her quit and the opportunity to leave was her long-standing desire. For a second, she even felt a little sad that she wouldn't be able to see how beautiful this world was, but she was glad that she was no longer forced to kill people. Fang Ning was upset by this ending of the story and turned to Liar asking if they could somehow help Lien Xiang. Liar replied that this required something that could connect with her and use a lot of spiritual power to protect her soul. Fan Ning remembered the wooden comb that belonged to Lien Xiang during her life and thought that it would be suitable for this ritual. He took out a comb and brought it to Lien Xiang, so that she could bind her soul to it and stay in this world. But his plan failed, because nothing happened and the comb was as if protected by some kind of magic that did not allow contact with him. Lien Xiang was not upset at all, but only said that they would see Fang Ning in the next life, if the afterlife still exists. Before Fang Ning's eyes, the girl disappeared into thin air, leaving small sparks of light while he still held her comb in his hands. He irritably threw the comb, hitting the ground with his fist in global disappointment and despair. He burst into heartfelt tears because he had not kept his promise to save Lien Xiang and felt guilty towards him. All that was left of Lien Xiang was a comb lying alone on the ground, which could remind Fang Ning of her. But some kind of force began to radiate from the scallop, causing it to rise into the air. Fan Ning noticed Lien Xiang's comb flashing before his eyes and he didn't know what it could mean. With the help of her magical hairpin, Liar performed some kind of ritual that should return everything to its place. Opening her palm, she showed a little girl, Lien Xiang, curled up in a ball next to the comb. Fan Ning couldn't believe it, because he despaired of being able to save Lien Xiang, and looking with tear-stained eyes at her small copy, his heart was filled with warmth. Liar said that if her husband wants the girl to survive, then she will find a way to do this, and she shared her power with her and this should be enough to preserve her existence. She added that the girl's soul power is still very weak and she will need time to recover before she can go out, and there is enough space in the comb to practice. After the lyrical part, Liar pinched Fang Ning's side so hard that he even cried out in unexpected pain. Liar explained that by saving Lien Xiang's life, she should still remain the only one for Fang Ning, to which the guy replied that at the time of her death the girl was only 13 years old and they could consider her their younger sister and not Fang Ning's mistress. Fang Ning gently took Liar's hands into his own and with trepidation sincerely thanked her for giving the girl the opportunity to survive. With a calm mind, they headed towards the exit, talking about how Fang Ning's incredible speed could be caused by awakening his own soul power without Liar's help. Fong Ning said that it was probably a space-time ability that could slow down one's own time 1,000 times in one moment and coordinate one's movements for maximum speed, which was theoretically impossible to achieve. Going down, Fong Ning added that it was similar to superpowers in the game, but Liar did not know anything about the video game, so this remained incomprehensible to her. Fong Ning also said that the moment he decided to take the initiative regarding the monster, a voice in the sea of consciousness told him the name of the skill that he should use, and the name sounded like a dream for 1,000 years. Liar listened to the guy with rapture, and the name of the skill, Dream for 1,000 Years, gave rise to mixed feelings in her soul, as if it concerned herself. Looking at the unconscious three in the courtyard, Fong Ning thoughtfully said that he warned them not to come here and now they have this result, but he asked Liar if everything would be fine, to which she replied that several years of their lives had been absorbed, but they were okay, no threat other than a headache after waking up. Next to the unconscious guy lay a phone with the camera still on, and Fong Ning decided to move them outside the school so that they would come to their senses there. Leaving them at the entrance to the school, our heroes flew home to rest after the eventful events of today. As usual, they reached Fong Ning's apartment before sunrise, entering through the window. Fong Ning collapsed onto the bed with a smile, telling Liar that after meeting her, his daily routine was completely disrupted. Liar understood his fatigue and, taking off her clothes, also began to go to bed next to her husband. Seeing Liar's naked body, Fong Ning hurriedly began to stop her and stop moving, so as not to get a nosebleed again. He quickly ran to the chest of drawers with his things, carefully going through everything, as if looking for something very important. Having found what he was looking for, he told Liar that it would be better for them to sleep under separate blankets, placing her on the bed. Liar, in turn, was outraged by this behavior of her beloved, because she did not understand why he was doing this. Without waiting for any response, Fong Ning announced that he was going to bed first, leaving Liar alone with her thoughts. The girl had no choice but to lie down next to her under another blanket, and Fong Ning exhaled with relief that he could finally sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, near Haiyuan School, a trio of bloggers began to wake up after losing consciousness from the effect of the ghost's power on them. The leader of the group woke up first, gradually realizing where she was and how she got here. Having come to her senses, she taped her two friends to wake them up, although it seemed to her that it would be difficult to do, looking at their condition. Mocking the sleepy men, she said that breakfast had already been served, but one of them replied that they had almost died, and what kind of breakfast could they be talking about. The girl raised her head, looking at the sign with the name of the school, thinking about what happened yesterday and how they were saved, while the guys sat and looked at whether there were any wounds on their bodies. And then the girl began to remember some moments from last night and her memories gradually returned. She asked her colleagues if the video they filmed yesterday, before the paranormal phenomena began, was preserved. They got the phone and Zhang said that the video should be there, but the guy said with suspicion that he remembers how the phone was still in Zhang's hand when they passed out, and now he took it out of his pocket, but Zhang waved him off and started search for video. They watched the last footage of the monster being bound by magical chains and Fong Ning standing in front of it. The three decided that only he could save them, and their lives were completely in Fong Ning's hands, which made their morale even more strained. But blogger Zhang was only interested in the fact that now he had a truly supernatural video that they could edit and post on the internet, which would definitely bring them popularity. While the grown men were rejoicing like children at their idea, their leader thought about the fact that Fong Ning's video really didn't have any special effects. That's why they looked so realistic and the guy was actually fighting stupidity, but she didn't know for what purpose. Their guesses also plunged into the fact that the girl next to him could really be a ghost from the princess's grave. Meanwhile, Fanon was gradually waking up after a surprisingly long and restful sleep, which restored his strength. Sitting in bed, he thought that every time he woke up during the day, he felt as if he had lost something. He sneaked a peek at the other half of the bed, where Liar was still sleeping, to check if she had opened up during the night and exposed her body again. Wrapped in a blanket, Liar enjoyed the warmth and comfort of the bed, unaware that she was being watched. Fong Ning wanted to discreetly touch the strange amulet that Liar constantly wore on her head, but was afraid to wake her up. His intention was interrupted by a phone call that rang throughout the room and Fong Ning hurried to receive it. Picking up the phone, he answered in a still sleepy voice, not knowing why they were calling him on the phone so early. It was Director Wang who called with the news that Fong Ning's video had already received more than 90 million views. Fong Ning replied that there was nothing special about it, but Director Wang countered that he was too modest. Director Wang continued that based on the number of views, the video was in the top 10 most viewed, and as a newcomer to this business, Fong Ning gained unprecedented popularity and is now being discussed by the entire internet. Not hearing any reaction to his words, Director Wang thought that something was wrong and asked Fong Ning, but nothing happened. Fong Ning hastened to reassure the director that everything was fine, but looking at Liar, he saw that the blanket had slipped off her body and all her charms appeared to his eyes. Liar muttered something sleepily, but Fong Ning thought that when she earned enough money, she would definitely buy a big house and give Liar a set of pajamas. Fong Ning's innermost thoughts began to flow out, and he thought that if this continued every morning, he would not be able to restrain himself for long. Moving from the bedroom to the living room, Fong Ning sat on the sofa, continuing to talk on the phone. Director Wang continued to say that they were offered a contract, but given the number of revisions and the amount from them, they would be able to profit from this agreement. Fong Ning incredibly liked this idea and ordered this contract to be signed immediately, because this amount was more than what he earned in a year on construction. After speaking, Fong Ning sat back tiredly on the sofa, thinking that by meeting Liar, he could earn a lot of money in just a few days. And it wasn't just about the money, because he gained access to spiritual power and soul magic and other supernatural things that he could not even imagine before. He opened the door to the bedroom, looking at the girl who had completely turned his life upside down. Although, remembering their first meeting, when she almost strangled him, he could not believe that she was so kind and sensitive. But now she has become an integral part of his life and he will try to help her restore her memories, despite the fact that she may leave him after she remembers everything, because this will be her conscious choice. After entering the bathroom, Fong Ning continued to think that Liar needed more soul power or fear power to restore his strength, and therefore he needed to continue using the video to develop the stability of the fear power. He further thought that he needed to look for some local legends in which the same cases as with the ghost child or Director Jiang could be hidden, but first he needed to wash his face, and then go and look for information. What he saw made his eyes nearly pop out of his head and he thought that perhaps he was still in a dream. When Fong Ning wanted to wash his face from the wash basin faucet, instead of water, crimson blood flowed out, drenching everything around him. In a panic, trying to turn the tap back, Fong Ning realized that the blood would not stop flowing, no matter how hard he tried to stop it. Sweat was dripping from his face from the stress he had experienced in the last few seconds, because it seemed more like a haze than reality. Looking into the mirror, he held his breath at the unnatural reflection he saw there. His face was distorted, reflecting a bloody smile and black, bottomless eyes that radiated evil. Fong Ning looked at the darkest version of himself, who was reaching out from the mirror with her hand, trying to touch him. The ghost's eyes glowed green, as if looking into the innermost parts of the guy's soul. Fong Ning resolutely swung at the mirror and said to make this vile ghost disappear from his eyes. With all his might he hit the mirror, which scattered in different directions into dozens of small pieces. But this did not solve the problem, because from each fragment of the mirror the same ghost looked at Fong Ning. He grabbed his unbearably painful head with his hands, not understanding what kind of demonic behavior was happening to him. The guy realized that something evil and mystical had settled in the bathroom and decided to go to Liar for help. Entering the bedroom, he already began to address the sleeping Jiangli, but what he saw shocked him. A long dark corridor stretched out in front of him, illuminated only by the green fragments of a mirror with the reflection of a ghost. Fong Ning thought he was going crazy, because he didn't understand how this was even possible and what was happening to him. At the end of this dark corridor, he noticed some kind of animal jumping over the fragments of a broken mirror. His jumps from the rubble created green lines of ghostly light that followed the trajectory of the beast. Fong Ning decided to deal with this, saying that coming to his house and causing trouble was not a good idea. He reached out with his hand to catch the animal, but it seemed completely unattainable to him, as if something was holding him. The beast turned to Fong Ning, looking out for its sharp fangs, looking with one green eye, while the other hung on its cheek. Fong Ning angrily swung at the beast, saying that if he tried to attack him, he would die. But when he tried to hit it, the beast disappeared, and some black mud formed in that place, sucking in Fong Ning's hand. This dark mud began to suck the guy in like a highway, and he didn't know what it all meant and who was behind it. Then the beast appeared in front of him again, smiling and saying that the guy was simply deceived and it was a trap. Fong Ning felt that he could not move through the afterlife mud and his body seemed to be pierced by hundreds of needles. He tried to free himself with the help of his spiritual power, but everything was useless and he was increasingly engulfed in an unknown darkness. His body was powerless against the unknown devilry and he could not even resist being sucked in by an unknown force. The beast sat next to him and happily said that it was all over now, while Fong Ning was almost completely absorbed by the dirt. But suddenly the beast fell silent and Fong Ning saw that its head had been magically separated from its body. He opened his eyes with horror and realized that the dark corridor had disappeared and he was back in his apartment, but the strange feeling still did not leave him. From this entire morning nightmare, the only thing left was the dead beast that Fong Ning held in his hands as proof that it really happened. The monster's head was lying in the room, separate from its body, and Fong Ning was shocked that this unknown beast had almost killed him. By this time, Liar had already woken up and Fong Ning heard her calling him, but he was afraid that when he entered the room, he would again find himself in that terrible corridor. Liar went into his room, covered herself with a sheet and, holding her high heel, asked if the guy was all right. Fong Ning felt dizzy and almost fell off his feet, but Liar came up in time and held him back. Having recovered a little, Fong Ning asked what happened and Liar replied that he had just been attacked by a spiritual body. The girl added that fortunately she discovered this in time and was able to finish off the monster before it killed Fong Ning. Fong Ning went to the tap to turn off the water, asking what kind of soul body it was, and the girl replied that people like this monster were very skilled in psychological attacks. The monster's collar was still floating in the wash basin and Fong Ning said that it didn't seem like a wild spirit. Then why did the monster attack him? Liar didn't know the answer, but said that she managed to save him when the situation was critical and if the monster's power had completely absorbed him, then even after saving it would have caused irreparable damage to his brain. Liar added in rage that when she finds out who is behind this, she will definitely deal with them, because no one has the right to harm her husband. Looking at the monster's collar, Fong Ning noticed a number on it and theorized that the attack was targeted by some organization. Looking away so as not to see the naked Liar, he said that everything was fine and he would clean up here while she went to get dressed. Fong Ning swept the room and thought that if it weren't for Liar's help, he would probably have died here and how good it was that she appeared on time. He also noted that after defeating the child ghost and director Jiang, he became overconfident, believing himself to be a Superman, but when danger crept close there and unexpectedly, he thought that his goal of becoming popular had gone beyond the bounds. Fong Ning analyzed that his 1,000-year dream was only effective in close combat, and once he encountered some illusion or mind-controlling soul body, his power was useless. He thought who could be his enemy if not the patron of the ghost child or the director, but be that as it may, As long as the enemy is hiding in the shadows, the attacks will continue and he cannot just wait until he is killed. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Lyre, who said that she had already gotten dressed, and he furtively looked to the side to make sure that this was really the case. For her look, Lyre chose Fong Ning's blouse, saying that she wanted to wear things with her husband's scent. Seeing this, Fong Ning got angry, because he asked her not to touch his things without permission, so he asked her to take off his jacket, but she refused to do it. Lyre began to run away from him so that he would not take her jacket, and while she was running away, a police business card fell out of her pocket. Fong Ning remembered that this business card was given to him by Captain Zhang when he saved his husband from the ghost child. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, its own story was happening, and a girl with glasses was out of breath coughing up blood. A man in a suit standing next to her asked her what was the matter and whether they had found who they were looking for. In response to the question, the girl disappointedly reported that her ghost had been destroyed and the case had failed. This information shocked them, because the Een Squirrel was a 4th-level soul and she could easily cope with 5th-level hunters if she concentrated on mental attacks, and the girl confirmed that she almost killed the hunter, but something went wrong. The girl continued that at the last moment some terrible force appeared and killed the Een Squirrel in a second. She sat on her knees and made excuses to Chan Baidao that she really tried to carry out his order, but she shouldn't have happened like this. With tears in her eyes, she begged him to help her, because she was now powerless against the soul hunter. Chang Baidao leaned down and lifted the girl's face by the chin, saying that he knew that she tried her best. However, he further said that Director Jiang, who was sent here as a formation observer, had been eliminated and someone should bear responsibility for such a heavy loss. Before killing the poor girl, he added that without the Een Squirrel, he now does not need her and she herself is of no use. After feasting on the girl's head, Chang Baidao turned around and walked away, saying that the organization had never supported useless people and it was not his fault. Chan's servant Baidao asked how it could be that Director Jiang had been successfully hiding for almost 10 years, but suddenly he was attacked by a soul hunter and took away important test subjects, so did he really find out about their plan? Chang Baidao replied that this matter should be addressed to prevent the soul hunters from spoiling other aspects of their plan, and the identity of the hunter himself should be carefully investigated. Disappearing into the magical portal, he added that he would definitely find the hunter and he would pay with his life for their losses. Meanwhile, the sun had already fully risen and illuminated the entire city, spilling onto every part of the terrace of the cozy establishment. Captain Zhang sat carefree at one of the tables, looking over notes in his notebook while drinking a glass of water. The bell on the front door announced that someone had come inside, and it was probably the one the captain was waiting for. It was Fong Ning who made an appointment with the captain, and upon entering the establishment, he saw that the captain was already there and waiting for him. The captain didn't know why Fong Ning needed the meeting, but curiosity prevailed and he agreed. Fong Ning placed Yin Squirrel collar in front of him and asked him to find out everything he could about this organization, but the captain reproachfully asked if he called him just to find information. But looking closely at the collar, the captain was in shock and with horror could only say that it was bottomless darkness. Fong Ning did not understand what this meant and delicately asked the captain to explain it to him in more detail. Before telling anything, the captain asked Fong Ning where he got this collar from in order to understand the scale of the threat. Fong Ning calmly replied that last night, an ugly squirrel-like spirit came out of the mirror in his bathroom and attacked him, but when he killed it, the body dissipated, leaving only a collar with a sign. After listening, Captain Zhang said that Fong Ning must have recently awakened his spiritual power, otherwise he could not kill the squirrel and not know anything about darkness. Fong Ning agreed with him, and the captain continued that he actually managed to survive their attack and, having awakened his strength, he probably realized that the world is not as simple as it seems. He noted that in this world there are ghosts, spirits, and other entities that are born with the ability to use the power of the soul. But ordinary people mostly cannot see them, but spirits can still harm them. The power inside the human body is called spiritual power, but it is usually very weak, but some people are able to somehow hold a lot of spiritual power within themselves, which allows them to create different abilities, and such people are called ability users. Most people, possessing spiritual power, awaken it from birth, and only 1/10 of people awaken in an incomprehensible way at a conscious age. People and souls are divided into 8 levels, depending on their energy reserves, and souls of higher levels can suppress souls of lower levels. However, soul levels consist of souls from levels 1 to 6 and 2 special levels, such as Soul General and Soul King. Fong Ning was surprised that he had never heard of this before, and the captain replied that the world of ordinary people should not know about the existence of monsters and ability users for the sake of their safety and peace, because not everyone would take it calmly. The captain continued that the country has mastered methods of testing newborns, and if any abilities are detected, these people are noted and registered with the government after birth. Once they reach the age of 16, they are contacted and invited to join an official company of soul hunters. Fong Ning was interested in what would happen if they did not agree, and the captain replied that their memories were changed, their abilities were blocked and allowed to live an ordinary life, and those who agreed were trained and sent to different parts of the country to help regulate supernatural situations. Most paranormal situations are caused by soul creatures born from resentment, but there are also monsters with special abilities and all sorts of threats. Fong Ning noticed that there should be quite a few hunters, but looking at the number of supernatural situations he had encountered in a few days, he did not see soul hunters doing this. The captain replied that this was due to the increase in paranormal activity and the purge of hunters, many of whom were killed or injured, and in addition, the situation that occurred 40 years ago caused a serious shortage of hunters. Changing the topic, the captain said that it was worth talking about a group of people who were more dangerous than spirits and alien species. Fong Ning was surprised, but the captain explained that among those people who have natural abilities, there are people like Fong Ning who awaken later, and until they openly show their powers, they cannot be identified. Some difficulties in life, humiliation and rejection by society can give rise to strong evil in a person who awakens his powers. These people hide among ordinary people and their powers go beyond the limits and go astray, but before there were fewer such people, because any threat was posed through monitoring and immediately eliminated. These people use their abilities to take revenge on their enemies, and subsequently they go crazy from their superpowers, unable to control them. But the emergence of a mysterious organization 40 years ago changed everything, because they caught people who had awakened their powers, and also penetrated the official organization, agitating many timid hunters to join the ranks of their group. The captain put out his cigarette and added that 40 years ago, the soul hunters experienced an internal conflict, which significantly undermined their strength. Until now, the organization sets traps for soul hunters, and no matter how the authorities try to expose them, to this day they have not been able to find out the purpose and location of the secret organization. To gain power over the world, the organization uses the most brutal methods, one of which is the artificial cultivation of souls in captivity. Taking the collar in his hands, Fong Ning thought that it was probably an artificially created soul, and the captain agreed with him. The captain added that he had already seen this collar and the number on it before, so he was sure that it was the darkness that attacked Fong Ning. But Fong Ning did not understand why he was attacked, because he is not a hunter of souls and does not even communicate with them, to which the captain replied that most of all Fong Ning simply interferes with them or interferes with their plans. And then Fong Ning remembered Director Jiang and thought that the organization must have had plans for him until Fong Ning destroyed him, incurring their wrath. The guy asked if there was a way to find them, but the captain sadly replied that if they knew where the organization was, they would have closed it down long ago. The captain added that they had already caught several participants, but they had soul magic cast on them, and as soon as they heard the key words, they died from the inside. To make it clearer, the captain explained that soul magic is a power from the lip of the soul that produces unpredictable effects, and among ability users, only a select few can wield it. Fong Ning actually didn't need this explanation, because he knew what spiritual skills were and skillfully mastered them, so he considered himself one of those geniuses that the captain was talking about. But the captain continued that skills are difficult to master, but it is a natural instinct of humans and alien species, and they can directly manifest the power of their soul skills, and that is why it is difficult to be a hunter, because you never know what the skill of the next enemy will be. Fong Ning asked angrily, if he couldn't understand the monster's soul skill, he could just passively defend himself. The captain advised Fong Ning to join the Soul Hunter organization, because it uses protective barriers. It is almost impossible to break through, and he will be under official protection. Fong Ning did not like this idea, because he awakened his powers with the help of Jiang Li, and if she regains her memory and decides to leave him, she can take back his abilities and this needs to be explained to the organization somehow. The captain noticed his concern and asked if the guy had any secrets that he didn't want to tell him about. Fong Ning only politely said that at the moment he could not join the organization and hoped that he would not have his memory erased and his life controlled after this. The captain replied that usually all those who awaken late are controlled by the authorities, but he trusts Fong Ning and hopes that he was not mistaken in letting him go. He also added that he remembers how, at their first meeting, Fong Ning was tracking a ghost that was doing evil to people and also saved her husband from him. With that, the captain handed Fong Ning a strange golden card and the guy asked what it was and the captain replied that it was a freelance certificate for the organization and those who did not want to accept the seal of ability could join as freelance members after passing the assessment. The captain added that with this certificate, he can use his abilities without threatening or panicking others, but if he encounters dangerous entities, he must help the local hunters overcome them. After finishing his coffee, the captain said that he had told everything he knew, so Fong Ning needed to be careful. As he walked, he added that all the necessary information was on the card and if the guy changed his mind, let him inform him about it in advance. Confused by such a vast flow of information, Fong Ning stood up and, looking after Captain Zhang, asked him who he was. Without turning around to the guy's questions, the officer stopped and thought about what to answer. After a pause, the captain replied that now he was just an ordinary policeman and continued to walk towards the exit. Fong Ning sat back at the table and thought about the captain's words and the thought came to him that perhaps he was a retired soul hunter. Looking at the notebook, Fong Ning thought that he had found the right officer and at least now knew who his enemy was. He picked up the information card that Officer Zhang had given him, and it began to shine with a blinding light. An image of Fong Ning appeared from it and informative phrases began to fly out, and the guy thought that this all looked unreal and just for those who have the ability, so that other people would not see it. It was written on the card that he was now a freelance soul hunter, but this was visible only to him, because spiritual energy is inaccessible to ordinary people. He was already heading towards the exit, thinking that a simple policeman could not know so many soul hunters, much less get him into the organization, so he was not so simple. On his way out, the waitress shot him and asked him to pay the bill for the drinks he had drunk. Fong Ning was stunned by this information, because he had not ordered anything, especially for such a large amount. He began to make excuses that he didn't even swallow water, but the waitress said that this was the order of his friend, who said that he wanted to talk about something important and that she would not bother him. Fong Ning was angry that the officer pinned his account on him and now he understood why he was in such a hurry to leave himself as an expert. Leaving the coffee shop with Liar, Fong Ning thought to himself that the threat from darkness was very great and Jiang Li needed to be restored to strength as quickly as possible. He asked her if there were any other ways to restore her strength besides eating delicious food and absorbing the powers of fear, and she nodded her head thoughtfully. He again asked if there were any specific mechanisms or rules for possessing the power of fear, because one needs to look for a more effective source than watching videos or broadcasts. Liar replied that it was their voices and grievances that caused fear and the stronger the mood swings, the greater the power of fear, thanks to which she would restore her soul powers. Fong Ning thought that he could open a fear room and Liar would scare people there, thereby absorbing their fear. He quickly dispelled this idea, because opening a haunted house requires a lot of money, as well as PR, and it's not a fact that anyone will come. They continued to walk along the road, talking about ways to renew their strength, not suspecting any danger. The preoccupied man, in a hurry, did not notice the people in front of him and crashed into Fong Ning so that he flew away. Fong Ning hurried to help the man, because he felt guilty that he was hit so hard because of him. This was the same man from the alley that Fong Ning saved from the ghost, and when he saw Fong Ning, he broke into a sincere smile. Fong Ning did not understand his incredible joy, because he did not know who exactly he was talking to and asked with curiosity who he was. With undisguised joy, the man said that he was very glad to see his savior again and emphasized that if the guy had not appeared on time, he would probably have come to an end. The husband had long wanted to get in touch with his savior, but did not know how to do it, to which the guy replied that now he would know his name and this would make the search easier next time, because then the man was clearly in a hurry. Sadness appeared on the man's face and, with a heavy sigh, he said that this was a very sad and long story. However, He invited his savior Fong Ning to a nearby cafe to buy him coffee and talk about what was bothering him. It was the same establishment with a very attractive and luxurious look in an understated, modern style in dark shades with wood elements. Zhu Tianhua wanted to please and politely asked what his guests would like to drink since Fong Ning was with Liar. Fong Ning noticed his concern and eased the tension by telling the man to order the same for them, and in his head he thought that there was a funny coincidence with the choice of cafe because he had already been here the day before. Zhu Tianhua turned to the waitress standing nearby and ordered 3 identical drinks, thanking her in advance. Fong Ning thought for a moment that this is probably the most expensive coffee in this establishment, since Officer Zhang himself recently drank it and for which he had to pay. Zhu Tianhua again began to remember the story of his rescue and the fact that he did not even have time to thank his savior, because he lost consciousness and was no longer found in the hospital. But Fong Ning wanted to get closer to the essence of this meeting and did not comment on it. Having finally decided to have a serious conversation, Zhu Tianhua said that he came here in search of an exorcist and accidentally came across Fong Ning, who was an expert on this matter and could advise something effective. Fong Ning was surprised by his request because he believed that he had already helped the man last time and until now he had not encountered any other supernatural events. He even became a little angry from the information he heard, and his eyes lit up with a bright hellish flame of spiritual power. Zhu Tianhua said embarrassedly that the situation does not concern him directly, but it happened recently in his company, to which Fong Ning asked for more details to understand if he could help with anything. No longer able to contain his emotions, Zhu Tianhua hung over the table and shouted words of gratitude for the kindness and patience shown to his situation, while the waitress had already arrived with the prepared drinks. A little embarrassed that the waitress had witnessed his emotional outburst, Zhu Tianhua smiled and apologized for the noise he had caused. Remaining polite, the waitress placed their drinks in front of the guests and went to serve other tables. Fong Ning noticed Liar that it was the first time she had seen such a drink and was surprised to inhale the smell of something so strange and unknown until now. Noticing her surprise, Fong Ning mockingly whispered in her ear that everything was fine and she could drink it without fear. The girl obeyed her husband and began to taste the contents of her cup with caution and curiosity. Watching the girl, Zhu Tianhua thought that she was inadequate and it was very strange that she was wearing a talisman on her head, which he had not noticed before. The girl really liked the drink and enjoyed the pleasant taste, not paying attention to the strange glances in her direction. The man then changed his mind and agreed that it was probably okay to be a little special around an expert like Fong Ning. Zhu Tianhua began his story from the moment he got to the hospital and gave a statement to the police representative, after which he hurried to his company. The husband clarified that he is the owner of a company producing virtual games, which has recently suffered from a crisis, and in order to save itself from decline, it was decided to invest all resources in a new game, which was already at the last stage of testing, which Zhu Tianhua could not do for anything skip. Testing was carried out taking into account all the nuances and monitored the player's health in order to avoid unpredictable consequences and improve the game's storyline. Having once again checked the serviceability of all devices, the quality of the broadcast and the condition of the tester, the technologists moved on to their work and testing was launched. At the beginning of testing, everything was normal, the character behaved naturally, the interface corresponded to the idea and nothing suggested trouble. While in the simulation, the character received a command to start the game and he headed towards the door that should start the gameplay. Once inside the game, the character was frozen in place by what he saw and realized that something had clearly gone wrong here. In the game, he saw an exact copy of their office with all the employees, as if this was really happening and he just happened to be at his job. Looking at the screen, the technologist was also surprised and concluded that this game was modified because they had definitely not developed such office scenes yet. At that moment, an eerie red spirit appeared on the screen, filling the entire surrounding space of the office. Angry with the developer, Zhu Tianhua walked up and grabbed him by the chest, demanding where this scene came from if it wasn't in the project. The technologist went to the computer to check the original game code to fix the error, asking the director whether it was worth suspending testing, to which the director replied that he needed to wait and see who was doing all this. Such a test takes a lot of time, given the complexity of the encoding, and the owner went into the observation room, noting that everyone should monitor the tester's condition while he took the latest recordings from the cameras. Telling this to Fong Ning, it was as if he was there again, and continued that when he learned about the changes in the code, he wanted to check the surveillance cameras, but he didn't know that something even worse would happen at that second. They discovered that in an empty office the computer turned on by itself and began typing something on the keyboard, and this greatly frightened them. Not understanding the nature of these events, they wondered how this was even possible and who was behind it. Realizing the anomaly of what is happening, the director decides to immediately cancel the test and goes to the tester's room. If only he had known then that, upon returning to the office, he would see an even more terrible picture than he could have expected. The tester connected to the simulation was literally burning alive under the influence of electric current, and the entire room was filled with smoke and the terrible screams of an exhausted guy. Zhu Tianhua did not understand what was happening and why the testing was out of control, so he became angry and ordered it to be stopped immediately. The equally frightened developer muttered that there was a ghost in that office and it was probably his work. Hoping to save the tester, Zhu Tianhua ran to him to disconnect him from the faulty equipment. Guided by emotions, he tore off the tester's helmet, not worrying at all about his life at that moment. From his reaction and facial expression, one could understand that they were late with the rescue and the accident turned fatal. However, although the guy was in terrible condition and suffered greatly, he still showed signs of life and had a chance of salvation. Zhu Tianhua ordered to immediately call an ambulance, and his ward went to carry out the order. He was still shocked by this situation. After this incident, many employees quit, and further development of the game was paused, and if that guy continues to be haunted by ghosts, then all my years of hard work will be in vain, Zhu Tianhua complained. He continued that he did not want to just sit and wait for his death and began to take certain measures to preserve the team, letting them all go on vacation while he hired an expensive exorcist, who from the very beginning aroused suspicion about his expertise. Fang Ning noticed that in the exorcist's arsenal there were too many things unnecessary for that ritual, and the name Zhizhang sounded too provocative. Zhu Tianhua had no doubt that his opinion was correct about this specialist, and he immediately guessed that there was no smell of skillfully done work there. Having started his work, the exorcist assured that everything was under his control and no problems would arise. Having finished the session, the exorcist said with a smile that it was just some kind of bastard and he turned him into ashes, but the frightened faces of those present noticed something strange behind him. Behind the exorcist appeared the same red figure with flaming holes instead of eyes that was in the office on that ill-fated day. And then fear filled all three, including the master charlatan himself, who convinced that he had lost the evil spirit that had settled in the office, and Fang Ning was not at all surprised by this ending of the story. Zhu Tianhua added that at first he planned to meet another master in this cafe, but when he saw Fang Ning, he realized that this was fate, and a master like him would definitely have dealt with that ghost if he had been there instead of that rogue. Trying to put even more pressure on Fang Ning, the husband began to feel sorry for himself and talk about what if his company collapses, and his wife leaves him and takes away his son, and much more, but Fang Ning is already tired of listening to this. He interrupted his boring story about the end of his career and said that he would help solve this problem, but on one condition. The guy began to come from afar and said that he is usually very busy and it's not a fact that he will find time for this, but there was no need to explain for a long time, and Zhu Tianhua understood everything. He put a bank card containing 50,000 on the table and said that by solving his problem, this money would be a reciprocal gesture of gratitude for Fang Ning. Fang Ning reacted violently to this proposal, but thought that exorcism could be beneficial not only for him, but also for Lyre, who would have the opportunity to restore her strength. Zhu Tianhua thought that such a reaction was caused by a very small amount of reward and said that this service would be equivalent to another saving of his life. He added that he would be able to give another 20,000 from above, but only when the launch of the new game resumes, because the company is now in a difficult financial situation, but Fang Ning did not demand money from him because he knew that they were destined to meet anyway. In a serious tone, Fang Ning said that if this problem bothers Mr. Zhu so much, then he will immediately solve it today as soon as he finds out the company's address. They part on a positive note, and Fang Ning adds that Mr. Zhu should not forget to reset the bank card password along with the company address. Fang Ning from Lyre reached their destination when it was already dark night outside, and in front of them stood a huge building that seemed to touch the heavens. With a victorious call, Fang Ning raised his hand up as a sign to go fight for his money in battle with the monster that had infested Mr. Zhu's company. Continuing in the same vein, the guy said that they came to establish justice and drive out evil spirits, and in support of Liar added that they would destroy them and feast on something tasty. Fong Ning relied on the abilities of his companion and asked her what level the soul was in this building, to which she replied that it was probably the fourth and no better than their previous find. Therefore, charged with enthusiasm, our heroes headed to the building with the ghost to eliminate it once and for all. By attaching the card to the sensor, they activated access to the entrance to the building, and this meant that there was no turning back. With a good mood and awareness of the scale of this whole action, which would gain a huge number of views on the internet, Fong Ning began recording the video. Guy like him. She turned her head and asked for forgiveness in a condescending tone, saying that she could not trust him. Van asked her to think it over, because why would he risk?
They approach the door and Qin Tian notices how tightly shut it is. Surprisingly, the ring emits a light toward the door, triggering something inside the building. The door opens and Ragna wonders if they will go inside. Qin Tian denies it because they might lose oxygen inside the building if it is submerged. They decide to go to the surface of the water first to plan things out. However, a man who is monitoring them from inside the building gets mad after he opens the door for them. He presses a button and the three get sucked in by a water vortex. They are forced to get into the building and reach a water surface to breathe. Kata wonders if they are on the surface now, but Qin Tian claims that the sky and clouds are fake. Qin Tian plans to follow the direction the ring is pointing. It has been half an hour and they are still swimming. Just as they are feeling hungry, a shark appears to have them for lunch. Everyone panics and the man inside the building can't believe the experimented sharks are still alive. It was unlucky for them to meet the ancient megalodon shark. Qin Tian pulls his oxygen cylinder and releases the air toward the shark, making the water distracted for a while. Just as they try to escape, another shark joins the table. Qin Tian tells the others to open the cylinder's valve to maximum and hold it. They continue to propel on top of the water until they notice a glass wall. Qin Tian tells them to dive and look for an exit. They see some small cracks underwater and smash them more using the cylinders. The three are able to get through the crack. The sharks chase them, but one got stuck in the sharp glass and bled to death. Qin Tian notices the room they are in with various instruments that he has never seen before. He recalls the different ancient animals on the island and thinks of something. Ragna taps him and points out that the stuck shark is now a bone. The other sharks are trying to get in. Qin Tian signals them to move. They reach out for a steel door and try to open it with all of their strength. The sharks are now hot on their tails again. Qin Tian notices a scanning device near the door and uses the ring on it. The door opened, but they still needed to pull it open due to the rust on the hinges. Seeing the sharks coming their way, they all quickly got through the gap and almost became sharks' lunches. One of the sharks got stuck on the door and Qin Tian worries that the other one will push the stuck shark to get in. However, the other shark seems to be teaming up with it to kill it. Qin Tian gets flustered by the other shark and calls it an idiot. The stuck shark dies on the spot. However, the one outside is still lively. Qin Tian opens the door a bit to let out the dead shark. The other shark charged forward, but it got stuck on the door too. The shark was really dumb after all. The man observing them feels disappointed that the megalodons had low IQs despite being a successful experiment. The three then swim to look for a way out. However, they are already dead tired from the shark chase. As their bodies are getting cold, the three then make rafts from the pieces of wood they found. They spent a long time rowing and floating around the inside of the building, which looks like a maze. Just then, the ring lights up and their raft gets lifted mid-air. Ragna wonders if this is one of Qin Tian's tricks. Qin Tian denies it as they fly through the hallways. They hold on for dear life as they are heading toward a closed door. The door opens and Qin Tian can see someone. The three crash inside a blue room and Qin Tian notices the ring breaking. A scientist confirms that the ring has already used up its energy. Kata and Ragna got alerted because they didn't notice the scientist's presence. The scientist tells them to calm down because there is not much time. He creates some chairs and tells them to sit. He forgot that they are foreigners, so he launches a language translation system. Everyone gets dumbfounded and the scientist angrily tells them to bring out the cameras or recorders for the interview. Shin Tian informs him that they have nothing because they got swept into the island due to a storm and lost contact with the outside world. The scientist can't believe what he just heard and goes blank. Shin Tian wonders if the scientist is okay and asks if they can get out. The scientist gets mad and forces them to watch something instead. The television shows scientists panicking in the laboratory. The same scientist starts recording something. He is called Zhang Feng from Baodao No. 2 Wufan Laboratory in the New Era year of 336. Shin Tian can't believe the dignified person on the TV is the same as the one in front of them. Zhang Feng on TV is trying to explain the situation to anyone watching it, whether they are from the future or the past. He explains that Earth has reached its maximum usage of resources and energy. It has been a new era and humanity can travel freely through space and gather resources. However, it is still lacking. Because of that, they have opened the laboratories. They created a man-made island with the design of Taiwan. The main research of the laboratory is the eternal preposition of time for the scientific community. They managed to conduct research in three-dimensional space to solve the shortage of energy. However, accidents are bound to happen. Just when Zhang Feng starts talking pompously again, a foot pushes him aside. Another scientist tells him to run away too. Zhang Feng claims that there is nowhere to run because the whole island is already affected by the turbulence. Just then, Zhang Feng in the present shouts as he got the password wrong for something. Continuing on the recording, Zhang Feng and his friend calmly took a tea break while the others were panicking. His friend is apparently the head researcher, Shui Lin. Shui Lin cutely introduces himself with a heart. Shin Tian can't believe these people are the heads of the lab. Shui Lin explains that the whole island will jump for 200 years in an instant. The whole island will disappear from its current timeline and disappear in the gap between time and space. However, because the time gap is extremely unstable, the island will appear irregularly in different places at different times and in different spaces, taking the missing ships and the Bermuda Triangle as an example. Shui Lin expects the destined people will come to see this recording. Zhang Feng then asks if there is a way to escape their current crisis. Shui Lin then shows them an escape capsule that can help them get out of the lab and can travel 500 kilometers per hour. Still, that is not enough to escape the turbulence. In other words, they can only wait for their deaths. Just then, Zhang Feng claims that their bodies might not survive the crisis, but their consciousness can. Zhang Feng and Shui Lin are discussing the preservation of their consciousness as stored data when they suddenly realize that it is possible. They both begin working on uploading their consciousness. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng finally manages to guess the correct password. He asks Shui Lin how it feels to be reborn. Kata and Ragna believe that Shui Lin is a god. Shin Tian is amazed by the advanced technology he is witnessing. Shui Lin then starts attacking Zhang Feng. Later, they all sat down to talk about how they got to the island. Shin Tian asks for a way to get back to their original timeline, but the scientists tell him to stop dreaming. There is nothing they can do. However, there is a chance for them to go back. Shui Lin brings out a ring and gives it to Shin Tian. It contains all the data from the Wufan laboratory. They claim it should be familiar to Shin Tian because it is part of Homeland Plan. Biosphere No. 3 Shin Tian recalls reading about Biosphere 2 during his high school days. Biosphere 2 was a miniature artificial ecology cycle system built in the desert of Arizona. It is basically a simulation for Earth's ecosystem to prepare for migrating to other planets. However, it was a failure after the ecological factors drastically changed. It became a warning to the world to protect the environment. The Homeland Project is the continuation of Biosphere 2. Baodao 2, the island they are currently on, serves the Biosphere 3. They are producing the raw materials on the island and providing them to Biosphere 3. Biosphere 3 should still be fine and not totally damaged like Baodao 2. Shin Tian can use the data from Baodao 2 to look for a solution to go back home. The ring can help guide Shin Tian to Biosphere 3's location. Shin Tian asks the scientists to go with them. However, it is impossible because their current bodies are integrated into the laboratory. Shin Tian wonders if they are not afraid that Shin Tian might misuse the data they just provided. They just realized it. Still, they entrust Shin Tian with it as long as he promotes the progress of civilization. At that moment, a realization dawns on them that the lab's energy is nearly depleted and will collapse in an hour. Shin Tian becomes filled with panic, yet the scientists reassure him that the escape capsules can swiftly transport them to safety within a minute. However, Shin Tian harbors suspicions that these two individuals might seize control of their bodies upon laying down on the capsules. Zhang Feng then points a gun at Shin Tian's head. Xue Lin punches Zhang Feng and tells him not to joke around. He claims that if they harbored ill intentions, they should have done it from the beginning. He asks Shin Tian to bring the data to Biosphere 3. They ask if Shin Tian needs something in return. Shin Tian then asks for high-tech guns or ships that can help the three of them. Xue Lin can detect multiple life signs on the island. He tells Shin Tian not to overthink and claims that everything they have operates with reserved energy. The ring they just gave out can operate for up to 100 years. He then confesses that Bao Dao 2 is also operating on energy. After the lab collapses, the island will also start to collapse within the next 2 years. The early stage will be the disappearance of the mist. The middle stage is the awakening of the volcano. The last stage is the volcano's eruption, and its magma will cover Bao Dao 2 until it sinks. Shin Tian realizes that they have a year left to leave the island. Shin Tian then bids farewell to the scientists. The three get into their escape capsules. Zhang Feng hopes they didn't choose the wrong person. The two then start making their meal. They feel sad that they can't see the end of what they have started. The noodles are cooked, and the two enjoy the taste they knew a long time ago. The laboratory starts announcing the evacuation. They also regret not seeing their grandchildren. Zhang Feng suddenly gets serious and claims he needs to take a dump. 3 escape capsules come out of the building. However, the capsules are starting to decay. The capsules got destroyed, and the 3 finally reach the surface. He tells everyone to go back up immediately. An explosion occurs in the laboratory, and it starts collapsing. The explosion starts making the water in the sinkhole turn into a vortex. Jessica wonders what happened below because the 3 were underwater for 20 minutes. Shin Tian realizes that time flows differently in the laboratory. Shin Tian tells them to move back home because they don't have much time. Shin Tian gained a lot of information on this excursion and tried his best to explain everything to everyone. The lot of people didn't really understand everything, but they knew for sure that they needed to build a big ship. The next day, Shin Tian sets out with a team to cut down cedar trees for shipbuilding. It only took half a month to gather the necessary wood for the ship. It would take time for the trees to sun-dry, and everyone resorted to forcefully drying them. Alex wonders if they are cooking the dried wood. Shin Tian explains that cooking them in brine will make the wood buoyant. Shin Tian later finds some rose flowers that can be processed into medicines. The children also helped him pick the flowers. Shin Tian goes to the land they are tilling and tells the others to take a break. Alex wonders what Shin Tian is doing and Ellen claims he is making an acid-base indicator. Shin Tian quickly makes it and tests the soil nearby. They find out that the land they are reclaiming is alkaline. He explains that soil testing shows how the land can either help the plants grow or die. Ragna worries that their hard work will turn into nothing. Shin Tian tells him not to worry and that they can just sprinkle the right amount of sulfur. Sulfur can help turn alkaline soil into something suitable for wheat growth. Everyone worked on what Shin Tian instructed. And Aruba couldn't help but get excited, however Shin Tian tells him to wait 3 days before they can plant the wheat. Everyone realizes that Aruba is excited to eat dumplings again. The modern trio discusses their yield and concludes that the harvest will be enough for everyone for a year. Everyone then dries the wheat seeds first and starts building the dock for their ship. After soaking the seeds in water for a day, Shin Tian and the others planted them on the field they had cultivated. They managed to finish planting in a field the size of 10 football fields. Shin Tian knows that everyone is tired, but he hopes that everyone can persevere. He gives them tasks to be done. Alex will work on the lathe that will help shape the wood. Jessica will lead the wood transport through the sea because the land path requires more manpower. The twins, Pakuma and Pohama, will be their escorts. Ellen will take charge of the camp's agriculture while Nick will lead the camp's security. Chin Tian will announce the members later and ask them to rest. After that, everyone starts getting busy, like working on irons and transporting bricks and wood. Even the children are helping. Just then the elders came to check on them. The elders came after feeding the livestock. Ellen tells them to rest because she assumes that they are weak due to old age. However, the elders feel bad that they are taking on the easy tasks and ask if they can help more. Ellen then claims that they can swap with the children in the water wheel from time to time. The elders get happy and remove their cloaks. They start pedaling on the water wheel with vigor and pure muscle strength. Despite being over 100 years old, they can sure pedal. They all work from dawn until the sky turns dark. They sail on the sea under the blazing sun. Time passed so fast and they did a lot of things. A warehouse near the docks, the upgraded lathe and the completed transport of wood to the plain beach. When they return to their senses, everyone realizes that it is now summer. They all try whatever they can to survive the heat. Chin Tian then shows the upgraded map from the new ring he got. He can now see the names of the vegetation and search for them. Jessica then recognizes Rami, a natural fabric source coming from the Old East. Chin Tian leads a group to the location and they find the Rami plants. Chin Tian gets excited and asks everyone to gather as much as possible. Days later, Aruba flaunts a new dress made of Rami hemp. They manage to find a source for making clothing instead of using anime skins or fur. They then process it by drying it and later spinning it in a machine. They also successfully created a spinning wheel. Chin Tian is amazed at how Ellen is proficient with it as soon as she touches it. The Lada children are impressed with how the machine works. The output is more surprising for them though, and they find the cloth more comfortable. Ellen feels sad that they don't have dye to put colors on the clothes. Chin Tian informs them that he has already prepared some. He had Milan leaves soak in the water to get a green color. Ellen discovers that Chin Tian made more dyes from madder, comfort, and gardenia. The girls get excited as they can now add more colors to the woven clothes. Shipbuilding was paused for a while because it was more important to prevent heat stroke. Making more clothes is the current priority. Ellen was the most excited about making the clothes. A week later, Chin Tian finally got a new shirt. Ellen calls for his attention and Chin Tian comes out of his cave. He sees a dazzling Ellen with her new set of clothes. Chin Tian can't help but call her beautiful. Of course, Ellen is overly flustered by her husband's sudden compliment. As Ellen tries to change the topic and check on Chin Tian's shirt, Jessica appears with a changsam. The university students approve of seeing a Westerner wearing a Mandarin dress. However, Chin Tian has different thoughts. Ellen drives him out while Jessica asks Chin Tian if he wants her to wear stockings too. The Lada people are also looking civilized now with clothes on. Nick and Alu are also cute in their new clothes. The two modern girls come out and they all mingle with other female Lada members. Now that they have food, clothing, and transportation, the only thing left is to leave. With clothes to protect them from the sun's rays, they all continue to work in shipbuilding. Ellen leads a team to collect food for the voyage. Everyone worked on their assigned tasks with no issues and half a year has passed. Wild animals are starting to run away from the center of the island in panic. The wolves run to the campsite and the guards call Chin Tian. They all got woken up by the black wolves howling and Chin Tian told them to pack up. They all move together with the wolves. As he runs, Chin Tian recalls the scene from minutes ago. Shanbai claims that the ground is hot and shaking. Chin Tian realizes that this is the time. He orders everyone to move to the beach because the volcano is about to erupt. They all move to their ships and leave the coast on time. The volcano erupts and Chin Tian tells the others to cover their mouths and noses with wet woolen towels. The eruption sends strong winds and clouds of dust in their direction. The animals are shaking in fear. The Lada people claim that the spirit of the earth is angry. The rumbling ends and Qin Tian checks on the others. Hokoma and Frasong also report that their sides are okay. Qin Tian can see that the island is now covered in volcanic ash. The girls claim that the eruption is not strong enough to cover the island with magma yet. However, they had half a year left in the first place. The morning comes and they discover that the eruptions are done. Qin Tian feels the heat enough to burn trees, but there is no fire in the forest. He tells the others to return to the camp. The camp was still in one piece, but the Lada people stayed in the kitchen building because they were scared of the eruption. Qin Tian and Kata go out to investigate and find out that the lava only covered the volcano's surrounding plains. What Shinfeng said was true, and the second eruption will be the final in half a year. Things finally got relaxed and they all continued building the ship. The eruption destroyed the wolves' hunting grounds and forced them to move near the camp instead. Half a year later, snow starts falling again, and it has been 2 years since Qin Tian came to the island. Everyone is obviously excited because it is a new year. It will also be comfortable for them because the ship is done and they can leave at any time. As everyone prepares things for their departure, Qin Tian notices something. He sees the black wolf as fashionable all of a sudden. The black wolf growls as the culprits praise his gentlemanly look. Qin Tian feels bad because he can't save him. They then depart for the beach. After reaching the beach, they set up things for dinner. As usual, they light up fireworks and celebrate the new year. They eat and drink until they fall. However, in Qin Tian's case, he became a pillow for the girls. He gets up and checks the ship. The girls also got up and Jessica wonders what the ship's name will be. Qin Tian starts his lame name generator again and Ellen calls them Ordinary. As Qin Tian thinks of a better name, the sun rises from the horizon. Seeing that the dawn is coming for them, he thinks of naming the ship Breaking Dawn. Qin Tian followed the custom of not working for a few days after New Year's Eve. Instead of working, they strolled around Bao Dao too. They are just enjoying the rest of their time on the island. Qin Tian also informs the Black Wolf that the island is collapsing. The Blacks didn't hesitate to join Qin Tian on their journey. After a few days of leisure, they find ways to cause trouble, like looking for treasure in the river. They start loading their food on the ship, and Jessica reports that they have less wheat than expected. That night, Jessica could see from the skies and stars that it would be a bright and windy day tomorrow. She checks on a busy Qin Tian, who is looking for more information about the island. He found some experiment logs by the dynamic duo of Zhang Feng and Shui Lin. They find out that gender attractions are related to the time and space cracks effects. Some creatures will also change habits or appearance, reach some breakthroughs, and gain faster recovery speeds. Well, that explains what they have encountered before. Ellen comes to report that she informed everyone of their departure. The Lada people are feeling sentimental about leaving the island, where they experienced a lot of things. Even the hard-boiled man Kata is crying. The next day, Qin Tian announces their departure, and they set sail. Everyone feels sad about leaving, but they need to survive nonetheless. Qin Tian then cheers them up and tells them to get ready to meet new friends. At sea, they prepare a whole pig and open its stomach. They plan to use it as bait with explosives for sea monsters. They let go of the bait, and Qin Tian reminds the twins to be alert. The twins continue to watch as something swims under the bait. As expected, Jessica can also navigate a ship after learning how to steer at the age of 9. Just then, Pakuma reports something. Qin Tian comes out and sees the same storm that they encountered prior to living on the island. It is the thundercloud that the scientists have mentioned. Qin Tian orders the others to go to their posts. Jessica continues to steer the ship. The warriors hold on to the sails. Ellen stays with the others in the cabin. Alex and some others continue burning the steam. Just then, Pakuma reports that Leviathan has come. The sea monster has come for the bait. Ragna can't believe it waited for them to get tired. Qin Tian pulls up a fire arrow and shoots the fuse connected to the pig. They also prepare their ballista. The sea monster turns out to be a mosasaur from the late Cretaceous era. Everyone starts firing the ballista bolts and hurting the mosasaur. Everyone tries to reload bolts, but the monster dives back into the water. The others wonder what to do. Shin Tian asks Jessica to start the paddle wheel. Jessica then asks Alex to start, and Alex starts increasing the fire below. The mosasaur comes out of the water to attack again. However, the paddle starts revving up and the ship goes off with more speed. The mosasaur goes back into the water and chases them again. Just then, something explodes under the water. The others wonder what just happened. Pieces of the mosasaur float on the water's surface and Shin Tian gets relieved. Jessica asks for a report and Shin Tian tells her to come out to take a look at the mosasaur. Just as Jessica plans to leave her post, she notices a huge wave coming in their direction. Everyone on board starts running toward the cabins. They increase the paddle wheel's power and also have other manual paddles. Shin Tian can't believe what he is seeing. He feels like Sun Wukong facing the Buddha's palm. They find the right timing and they rev up the ship's speed. They ride the huge wave and everyone is doing their best. The ship reaches the top of the wave and they safely get out of the predicament. Ellen thinks they have left Bao Dao 2's magnetic field. They successfully got out of the stormy part of the sea. The weather becomes calmer and everyone takes their time to rest after the tiring experience. Shin Tian brings dinner for the animals and discovers they are seasick. Everyone then starts getting excited and runs past Shin Tian. Shin Tian then goes to the dining hall. He eats with the others and enjoys the food with no worries compared to the past. After dinner, Shin Tian can't sleep and checks on the points he got from killing the mosasaur instead. The girls also can't sleep without being in the same room as Shin Tian. Pohama is on night watch. Of course she is awake. The animals who feel liberated enjoy the sea breeze on the deck. Dawn comes and Pohama calls everyone out. Everyone enjoys the sight of the sun rising from the horizon. They then lift their anchor and continue traveling peacefully. The men's leisure time is fishing. They enjoy the peaceful times after the storm. Well, that is, until they encounter something. Shin Tian, Ellen and Jessica are studying the map of Biosphere 3. According to the ring, the Biosphere 3 is not just an island, but a continent with various climates and topographies. The map shows more information about the main topographic details. Nick comes to report on the thick fog they are encountering. No one can see anything now. They are surprised because the weather looked fine a few minutes ago. Shin Tian wonders how this fog will affect their travel. Jessica explains that most sea collisions are caused by fog. She claims it is better to turn on the fog light. They ask Pohama to turn it on. And Jessica explains that the light is necessary to indicate that a ship is on its way. Shin Tian then tells the others to stay in the cabin. He then follows everyone and finds Jessica telling ghost stories. She tells them the famous ghost ship story where the pirates are seeking revenge. They appear with an ominous-sounding bell. Nick feels ashamed of her scared father. She then asks Jessica about the fog light. Jessica wonders why she is asking about it. Nick points outside and claims that there is a yellow light. Shin Tian is creeped out by the coincidence. He tells the warriors to pick up weapons. Jessica asks Pohama to send a signal using the beacon light. However, there is no response at all. Jessica tells her to ring the bell instead. Aruba is already freaking out on the deck. With no response to the bell, they conclude that it is not a ship. Shin Tian asks them to avoid it. He wonders if it is really a ship and hopes that it is not something dangerous. Just then, Pohama shouts that there is a ship full of bows. A huge ship appears before their eyes. Everyone panics when they see such a huge ship. Shin Tian prepares the ballista and the ship brings out a cannon from its side. In a panic, Shin Tian orders the others to fire the ballista. However, the bolts just pass through the ship. The huge ship fires off all of its cannons and Shin Tian tells everyone to get down, even knowing that they will not survive. However, nothing happens or explodes. Pohama then reports that she witnessed how the shells just passed through their hull. Shin Tian realizes that it just meant something. He goes to confront an incoming shell but it just goes through his body, he is now sure. Aruba asks if Chin Tian is alright. He claims it is just an illusion. Jessica is glad that it was just a mirage. Ellen finds it a spectacle. Nick wonders what a mirage is and Ellen explains it in terms that Nick can't understand. Chin Tian steps in and compares it to a shadow. Just then, Jessica flinches as another one comes. Chin Tian is amazed that mirages can move. Jessica is embarrassed for acting surprised. They later get out of the thick fog and they are glad that the ghost ship is nowhere to be seen now. They continue traveling toward Biosphere 3 as they remember the fantastical moment they just experienced. They still encounter storms along the way, but Jessica is now experienced enough to navigate through one. It has been 2 months and people are getting used to the sea, except for the seafood. Chin Tian can see that the Lada people are getting bored. He then decides to have rotational training for more Lada warriors. Frisong worries because he claims that not everyone is born a warrior. There are only Kata and a few others. If they encounter new enemies, they will have a low chance of winning. Frisong nonchalantly asks Chin Tian to train others enough to protect themselves, but Chin Tian needs his help on this matter. He suggests making the warriors to be hunt and bringing back a beast more powerful than a wolf. This kind of test assesses the Lada warriors' combat power, wisdom, and hunting experience. He wonders how Aruba passed it. Chin Tian and Frisong chatted for a long time and decided to have the warriors defeat the wolves in groups. Chin Tian later communicates with the Black Wolf and Shan Bai, and the great war between humans and wolves commences. Small groups of Lada tribesmen face groups of wolves for each test. The assessment took a month to complete. In the end, 13 tribesmen passed as warriors. Those who didn't pass the warrior assessment are now being taught archery by the twins. Ellen also got interested in it and Chin Tian decided to teach her. Their training session starts with Chin Tian carefully leading Ellen. She wonders why she is training differently than the others, but Chin Tian wants her to learn the basics first. Meanwhile, Nick, Ragna, and Kata lead the others in harsher training. Chin Tian also trains in close combat after feeling that he was lacking during the fight with the pirates. A month quickly passes by, and Jessica notices something. She announces to everyone that they are arriving at Biosphere 3. They just need to pass by one more thunderstorm along the way. Everyone then gets into their positions. Jessica puts the paddle wheel into full throttle and they travel through the thunderstorm. After half an hour, they finally see clear skies. Everyone can now see the nearby land. Everyone celebrates as they reach their destination. Chin Tian says it is going to take half a year to reach Biosphere 3. They stop in the nearby waters and they bring down a small boat for reconnaissance. Being desert people, the Lada people are fascinated by the mangrove trees. Jessica wonders what their exact location is, but Chin Tian's ring doesn't have a positioning function for Biosphere 3. However, based on the environment, Chin Tian concludes that they are in the rainforest area, also known as the D3 area. He claims it is dangerous to recklessly enter the rainforest because of the poisonous animals that frequently appear in such an environment. Chin Tian decides to look for a nearby area to dock the ship. He checks the map and sees hills that look like good anchor points. Chin Tian announces the plan to everyone and they just sail on the side of the island. According to the map, they can just follow the coastline to go to the A1 area. Everyone is bored again as they travel for 7 days. Chin Tian finds it weird that they are still in the rainforest area, which is different from the map. Just then, Bakuma calls their attention. He worriedly tells them to go out and check something. Everyone is getting confused. Chin Tian notices that they are in the same place where they arrived at the beginning. The three then conduct a meeting, and Ellen wonders if they went around Biosphere 3. However, they can only see one kind of environment, and it is impossible to circumnavigate a continent in 7 days. Chin Tian then speculates that they encounter a mirage and just travel in circles in the same area. The second speculation is that the ring's information is wrong. The third speculation is that Biosphere 3 collapsed and only left the rainforest area. Chin Tian claims the ring has been pointing to the rainforest since they were circling the area. Just then, the people on the deck noticed a strange monkey. However, it is a sloth actively swimming toward the shore. Jessica claims that it is their mating season. Once the male hears a female's cry, the laziness turns into horniness. Everyone was talking about whether they could eat it or not. Jessica then changes the topic to observing the mangroves during low tide. That afternoon, everyone embarks and looks around the mangrove area. The others get excited to land, but they suddenly slip on the muddy flats. They then check for more things. Even the children are discovering new things like a fiddler crab. The twins discover fruits, but Jessica explains that they are mangrove seeds and inedible. Chin Tian claims that they actually have thumb-sized fruits called lankian, which go with clams as a soup. The writer approves that it is tasty. Everyone then gets excited and goes off to search for the fruits. It didn't take long for them to find the targeted fruits. This will be a change of taste for everyone. After picking lankian fruits, everyone then collects clams and crabs on the seashore. During dinner, everyone exclaimed how delicious the soup was. Even the girls enjoy the soup made with seafood other than fish. After dinner, Jessica suggests taking all the warriors with Chin Tian during the rainforest reconnaissance. Chin Tian declines and tells her to have the others protect the elderly and children on the boat. Chin Tian spent some time alone preparing the materials to bring for the mission. Ellen did an idol and made more tight-fitting clothes with other tribeswomen. Jessica is also working on making an insect repellent, especially for the malaria-carrying mosquito. The next day, everyone wished the recon team well. Chin Tian claims it will be difficult to move inside despite having the map. He tells everyone to follow him from behind. Half an hour later, they reach a dead end in the river. Chin Tian tells the rest to disembark and use the routes as steps. It is already noon and they don't have a choice but to move forward. They leave the boats and travel on the mangrove routes. Nick is surprised to see a fish on the mangrove tree. It is a cute mudskipper that has lungs that can breathe air. Aruba wonders if it is delicious. However, the black wolf scares it off. It just means that it is not delicious. Chin Tian tells them to hurry and find land before night comes. This concludes the latest chapter, and we will be continuing it from here in the next episode.
The MHA manga is ending in only 3 chapters, and a lot of people are mad about how the story is ending so far. The final chapters have given us time skips and resolutions for multiple important plot points, but with only 3 chapters left, there is still a ton of unresolved questions, and some fans are worried that the ending is too rushed and that it's going to ruin the whole story. The MHA fandom is going absolutely crazy right now, and this time I'm not just talking about the crazy shippers, so let's get into it. You guys know how this works. If you enjoy my MHA content and you want me to keep it going, leave a quick like and comment right now for that YouTube algorithm. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss my videos on the final MHA chapters. In the last chapter, which was like the 5th last chapter in the entire story, a lot of focus was placed on the Todoroki family. We found out that Dabi aka Toya is still alive, but just barely. He is basically a cyborg now, being kept alive by a futuristic medical machine, and we were led to believe that he was dying anyway, just slowly. An injured Endeavor told Toya that he is retiring from being a pro hero, and that in the end, Toya's flames were stronger than his own. It kind of felt like Enji wanted Toya to feel like he won, like he got his revenge on his father. After this, Pro Hero Endeavor is no more, and Toya's flame turned out to be stronger. It's like Enji wants Toya to feel that his goal of destroying Endeavor has been accomplished, and so he can now move on in peace. Enji also vowed to keep trying to atone for the sins of his past, starting with being there for Toya every day from now on, regardless of how many days Toya has left. Now, on the outside, Toya was acting like none of this is really fazing him, but we saw that on the inside, this conversation with his family was genuinely affecting him. When Shoto asked Toya what his favorite food was, and then Toya responded soba, Shoto said that soba was his favorite too. Upon hearing this, Toya started crying, and in his own mind, he actually said sorry to Shoto. Natsu also made it clear to Enji that he doesn't want anything to do with him, and that he doesn't even want Enji to meet his future wife. Enji simply responded by saying that he understands and that he will continue to do his best to make up for what he's done, but he doesn't expect anyone to accept his apology. Enji believes that making amends, no matter how long it takes, is his new purpose in life, and that is why he survived the war in the first place. In the end, even Natsu has to admit that Enji's commitment to making things right is pretty badass. We also found out that Hawks is now the Hero Public Safety Commission president, Lady Nagant is trolling the taxpayers, Gento and La Brava are free and happy together, and someone is about to visit an injured Spinner inside his hospital room. The latest chapter answered the question of who was visiting Spinner pretty quickly by confirming that it was in fact Deku who came to deliver Shigaraki's final message. In the beginning of the new chapter, we saw some clips from a TV program about the villain Shigaraki who nearly destroyed all of Japan. In the program, multiple people on the street are featured answering some questions about Shigaraki and about their perceptions about the recently defeated villain. One man says that Shigaraki was scary and that he's glad that he was killed in the end, which is a totally understandable opinion to hold when we consider all the terrible things that Shigaraki had done and how many people he had killed. We then see two women say that Shigaraki was a cruel murderer and that he even killed a friend of theirs. He also destroyed one of their homes. We see what appears to be the same old lady who refused to help young Tenko back in that flashback from chapter 237 when he was traumatized and walking the streets right after his quirk activated and destroyed his entire family. She thinks that maybe Shigaraki just couldn't stop doing terrible things, and the fact that Horikoshi included her here is a pretty important message that he's trying to send. This lady is just kind of taking it for granted that he was unable to stop himself, as if there was nothing that anyone could have done to change that. And yet, when she herself had a chance to help him, she didn't do anything. She just left it up to someone else to figure it out instead of her. I think that Hori is trying to tell us that just saying, oh, it can't be helped, it is what it is not enough. All of us as members of society should actively be striving to make our society a better place on a daily basis. If we refuse to act and we just leave everything up to someone else, then do we really have a right to complain that things didn't turn out differently? Then another man says that at first, Shigaraki had seemed just like a random villain, and that no one could have predicted that he would turn out to be such a destructive supervillain in the end. The program moves on to showcasing all the damage that still remains from the war, and talking about international efforts to recover all that can be recovered and rebuild everything that has to be rebuilt. Deku and Spinner have come face to face inside the hospital, and they are now sitting across from each other at a small table. The Toad Doctor dude says that Spinner's body couldn't handle all the different quirks that All For One had forced into him, and so he was actually beginning to turn into a Nomu. However, thanks to the research that has already been conducted into the Nomus, and because Spinner's transformation was still in its early stages, the doctors were able to stop the process. So Spinner is now injured, but he has come to his senses again and he still remains human. Spinner asks Deku why he's here, and he even calls Deku a murderer. Presumably, he is accusing Deku of murdering Shigaraki, but that's not really what happened. And I mean, even if it did, Shigaraki was trying to destroy all of Japan and murder over 100 million people, so let's be real, he absolutely had it coming. And yet, Deku doesn't deny being a murderer. He explains that he is here because Shigaraki left a final message for Spinner. Spinner wonders if Shigaraki left messages for the other League of Villain members like Toga, Dabi, and Mr. Compress, but Deku explains that there is only one message, and it is for Spinner. As we know, Shigaraki asked Deku to tell Spinner that, even to the bitter end, Tomura Shigaraki kept fighting to destroy. Spinner is clearly affected by this, and he says that Tomura Shigaraki was his ray of hope. Tomura told Spinner that together they would destroy everything. And to Spinner in particular, this had a very specific meaning. Because he is a heteromorph, he was lonely and oppressed for his entire life. The Hero Society had rejected him completely, it had treated him unfairly, and it had made him into a shut-in and an outcast. And so when Tomura told Spinner that they could destroy everything, to Spinner that meant that they would destroy all the cruel and unjust people and institutions that made his life miserable since the day he was born. Tomura allowed Spinner to dream, to believe that even a guy like him could become someone, and through the League of Villains, Spinner was able to be part of something bigger than himself. For the first time in his life, he had the feeling of actually belonging somewhere. And in fact, in this chapter we learn that Tomura was basically Spinner's first friend in real life. Due to the constant discrimination that Spinner faced because of his appearance, before becoming a villain he had been a shut-in who just stayed inside and played games all day. He was initially able to bond with Tomura over their mutual love of video games, and to him Tomura Shigaraki was a hero, because Tomura really cared about the League, and he wanted all the outcasts who were hated by the world like the members of the League to finally have a place where they could be accepted and where they could belong. So we have confirmation that both Spinner and Tomura were sweaty gamers, and honestly that explains a lot. Now, as Deku and Spinner are having this conversation, Spinner is becoming increasingly agitated, especially since it seems like he can still hear the TV, and everyone on TV is still talking about how horrible Shigaraki was and how glad they were that he died. As Spinner becomes agitated, his body is morphing and growing, and eventually he becomes gigantic and grabs Deku with his hands, which are now nearly as big as Deku himself. The doctor tries to intervene, but Deku stops him. He doesn't seem to think that Spinner will actually hurt him, and he wants to have a one-on-one discussion with the villain without anyone else getting involved. Deku confirms to Spinner that his impression of Tomura was correct. Tomura did really care about the League, they really were in his heart, and he wanted to become a hero to them. Spinner then thinks back on the events of the last arc, and he realizes that he made a big mistake. He was too blinded by the spotlight that the League of Villains was getting, and especially by the fact that the other heteromorphs, aka mutants, who were rejected by society, were now looking to Spinner to be their new leader and their hero. If Spinner had been paying more attention to what was going on with Tomura and All For One, he would have realized that All For One wasn't trying to help Tomura, he was trying to destroy him and turn him into an empty vessel for himself. If Spinner had chosen to oppose All For One sooner, especially after seeing how Shigaraki's body was mutating, maybe he could have saved his hero, his friend. And that, of course, reminds us that the League of Villains and All For One were on the same side, but not really on the same side. All For One was using the League to do his bidding, and he was using Tomura in order to mold him into his vessel. But All For One didn't actually care about Tomura as a person, and he certainly didn't care at all about all the other members of the League. All For One used them, and they allowed themselves to be used. This realization is obviously upsetting for Spinner, and he's also upset about the fact that the heroes and the rest of the world will now just move on and go on with their lives. Now that Tomura is dead, they will forget him and the League, but Spinner doesn't want that to happen. He says that he will write a book about the symbol of fear called Tomura Shigaraki, and about how the League of Villains lived to destroy. I guess Spinner hopes that his book will counteract the messaging being promoted on TV about Shigaraki being a monster and how it was good that he was dead, but I mean, I can't really blame the people who are speaking out against the villains. Tomura really did do monstrous things. He destroyed entire cities, he murdered thousands of innocent people. I know that many in the fandom like him as a character, which is fine, but he definitely wasn't a good person, and he earned the hate that he and the League are now getting. I mean, again, I repeat, he literally wanted to destroy all of Japan, which would mean the deaths of over 100 million people. And as Spinner continues to talk about writing this book and spreading the gospel of Tomura Shigaraki to the world, he is probably expecting Deku to be upset about it. But instead, Deku advises Spinner to make his book into a comic or manga. And there we have it, confirmation that the real author of the MHA manga was Spinner all along. No wonder why Horikoshi always wears a mask in all his public appearances. Anyway, Deku promises to Spinner that he will never forget Tomura Shigaraki, and as Deku leaves Spinner's hospital room, the villain says he has a message too. Tell that octopus to do his best. By octopus, Spinner means Mezzo Shoji, who is a heteromorph but who chose a completely different path to Spinner and became a hero. The two of them had an epic showdown back when Spinner was trying to free Kurogiri from the hospital, and honestly, it would have probably hit a lot harder if Shoji was the one who came to talk to Spinner, not Deku, but it is what it is. Deku then travels to meet All Might and Tsukauchi. They want to talk about Kai Chisaki, aka Overhaul, who is currently still in prison. Chisaki was finally forced to confront the Yakuza boss, the man whom Chisaki sees as his father and refers to as Pops. Now, the boss was in a coma for a long time, and that coma was induced by Chisaki's own quirk, which then allowed Chisaki to take over the Yakuza. Because of this, Chisaki is surprised to see the boss is awake, but the boss explains that support items are getting better by the day, and so the doctors were able to wake him up. Now, even though Chisaki basically usurped the boss's power, he still loves and idolizes the older man, but the feeling is not mutual. The boss rightly chastises Chisaki for straying off the path of humanity, and he tells him that the organization is no more. The Yakuza is over. Chisaki tries to apologize for everything he's done with tears in his eyes, but the boss says that it's too late. Chisaki should be apologizing to Eri for the rest of his life for all the terrible things that he had done to her, all those cruel experiments he conducted on her for his own benefit. As we know, Eri is the boss's granddaughter, So we can imagine just how furious he was to find out what Chisaki had done after he finally woke up from the coma. The boss says that he's gonna stay right here alongside Chisaki, reminding him of what he's done and chewing him out about it until the day he dies. Deku, All Might, and Tsukauchi then continue their conversation, with Deku pushing the still injured All Might in a wheelchair. The men agree that it was better for them not to have Eri confront Chisaki and to have him be confronted by the boss instead. If they had gotten Eri involved, then she would have just been traumatized even more, but this way Chisaki has to live knowing that the man he idolizes the most is disgusted by him and that the organization he loved has fallen apart because of him. Deku laments the fact that the heroes can't seem to stop all these terrible things from happening and all these criminals from hurting innocent people. But he's told to brighten up his mood because the new first years are starting school today and they are eager to meet their new senpais. Back at the UA, Shoto and Bakugo are absolutely swarmed by first-year fangirls who are desperate to get their phone numbers and take photos with them. Even Deku and Mineta are shocked by how crazed the first years seem to be, but to be fair, the Class 1A students are basically celebrities now after all that's happened and after the role they played in defeating the villains. So it's not really surprising that they developed a fan base among the new students. The chapter ends with the reminder that we only have 3 more chapters left until the conclusion of the entire story, and that is where the big controversy lies. Some people feel that there are way too many unresolved questions still remaining in the series, and having a whole chapter focused on Deku talking to Spinner and a little bit of Chisaki crying just doesn't cut it so late in the game. Like, what about Toga? Is she still alive or not? And either way, we need some kind of resolution. What about Deku and Ochako? Is their unresolved relationship going to go anywhere after all that build-up? What about Eri's quirk? Is it gonna be used to help heal anyone else, or maybe to give Deku his quirk back? We know that her quirk was built up as so dangerous that it could destroy all of humanity. So is this gonna be addressed ever again? What about that mysterious character from chapter 425? We still don't know who that is, and there's only 3 chapters left. What about Deku's dad? Is there a way to still save Toya, or is he gone for good? Seriously, we don't have like 10 chapters left, guys. We only have 3 more chapters, and a lot of people are worried that we just don't have enough time to resolve all of these unresolved questions to a satisfying degree. I can definitely see where this concern is coming from, and I am also a bit worried that we're not going to get a fully satisfying ending at this rate. Don't get me wrong, I do think Spinner deserves closure, I do think Chisaki deserved the fate that he got, and it's all good, I like that we got to see that stuff. But again, this chapter felt like the kind of chapter you put in like 7 or 8 chapters before the end, not 3 chapters before the end. What do you guys think? Can the last 3 chapters bring us a good, satisfying ending? Or is the ending going to be too rushed, and is it going to fall short of expectations? Let me know what you think about this controversy down in the comments below. If you're looking for an epic MHA video to watch next, check out this video where I ranked the strongest multiple quirk users in the entire series. Link on screen and in the
A spaceship called Origin is taking a crew to Theia, a planet 5 light-years away from Earth. Mid-course, Shun wakes up from hypersleep and his pod fills with water, washing him before ejecting him onto the floor. He puts on the clothes he finds waiting for him and goes looking for others, only to hear the alarm go off. He then bumps into Lana and they notice something moving in the shadows. As they look around, they hear the alarm again announcing more people waking up. All the people now awake are passengers, not working crew, and they don't understand why the pods ejected them if they haven't arrived yet. While discussing the situation, Shun thinks about how he ended up here. Back in Tokyo, he used to be part of the Yakuza while his brother Takeshi was a police officer. Takeshi knew that Shun felt trapped in the criminal life and told him about the Theia project so he could escape. Shun agreed to go to a special presentation and put on some glasses that showed him all the benefits of Theia, the only discovered planet so far that could sustain human life. It was still being colonized, so they needed more people to work there. Any volunteers would get to start a new life with a clean slate, which made Shun think about all the people he killed for the Yakuza. Shun thought it sounded too perfect and would only go if Takeshi came along. A few days later, while Takeshi was in the middle of a dangerous case, he called Shun to confirm he wanted to leave together, but they had to do it that night because the cops were after Shun. Unfortunately, the cops learned that Takeshi was telling on them and Shun was shot, but he ran away just in time. Soon Takeshi found him and helped him get to his apartment, but the Yakuza were waiting there and killed Takeshi on the spot for being a cop. Some days later, the gang boss beat Shun up for befriending a cop. When he went home, Sean almost self-deleted, but a picture of his brother stopped him. Instead, he found his boss's father and shot him on the phone for his boss to hear. Soon the boss found them and Sean got ready to shoot the father, but he couldn't do it. Luckily, the guard the boss brought was a friend of Sean's and shot the boss so they could finally be free. Back to the present, the group starts searching the ship to find answers and make it to a very windy room. Lana, Sean, and one more guy volunteer to take the stairs and go to the upper floor to investigate, but they still can't find anyone and start climbing to the next floor. On the main deck, Baum finds a button and presses it while ignoring half the group's protests. Another alarm wails and the steps start disappearing, so the trio has to hurry up. Sean and Lana make it safely to the next floor, but the third guy falls to his death. While everyone freaks out, an elevator opens and Baum convinces them to get going. Meanwhile, Sean and Lana explore the next floor and find some bloodstains. They enter the control room and find some abandoned food, yet still no crew. Soon the others join them and Lee touches a screen that activates the lights. Then Katie finds a small radio and manages to get in contact with a crew member, who begs for help as he says he's in cell 50 in the lowest ring. The man suddenly screams and the transmission ends. Sean, Lana, Abigail, and Henri volunteer to go looking for him. While they take the elevator, Lee continues to handle the screens and gets access to the ship computer. She discovers that the other passengers and crew members had evacuated the spaceship an hour before the group woke up because the ship was hit by an asteroid. Back to Sean's team, they make it to the lower floors and find pools with animals in them. Suddenly a drop of blood falls on Abigail and she looks up to see a body with a gun next to her. Her tag says her name is Evelyn and she's a crew member. At that moment they hear a cry for help from behind a door, so Lana and Sean take the gun and go investigate. As soon as they disappear into the dark corridor, Evelyn wakes up and says nobody should go behind that door. In the dark chamber, there's an awful smell and a gooey substance. Looking around reveals a bunch of bodies and the asteroid that hit the ship. Suddenly Sean is startled by a man and he defends himself, dropping him to the floor. The guy warns them to get out before his body starts twisting in all kinds of disturbing angles, saying the word inside before his eyes explode and he dies. At that moment they hear another cry for help and find Max, who is heavily wounded and also has a gun. At the same time, Evelyn tells Henri and Abigail that Max can't be trusted because an alien came with the asteroid and it can get inside people. When Lana and Sean show up with Max, Henri immediately warns them and Max tries to escape. Sean quickly hits him a few times to lock him up in the decontamination unit. Afterward, Evelyn explains that after the asteroid hit, the passengers started dying. Max attacked her and told her that he had something in his head, so he requested to be locked up. Evelyn asks to see Max and they take her to him, causing Max to say she's lying and she was the one that attacked first. Abigail and Max ignore him and take Evelyn away for treatment, but Lana isn't sure who they should trust. She checks both guns and confirms Evelyn shot first, so Max explains he shot back in self-defense. Lana convinces Sean to release Max and take him to the infirmary too. Then a flashback shows that Lana used to be a bodyguard for a senator's daughter. She grew close to the family and became fond of them, which got her a warning from the other bodyguard. However, Lana and the senator ended up kissing anyway. This distraction allowed some criminals to sneak inside the house and shoot the senator before she brought them all down. Her partner soon took the senator away while Lana went looking for the girl, but when she reached the bed, there were only pillows. Suddenly a criminal attacked Lana and kept throwing her against the furniture until she reached her gun and killed the guy. Some of her bullets went through the closet and when she opened it, she was devastated to find the girl dead inside. In the present, Lee discovers that the comm systems that link the ship to Thea have been destroyed. Logan starts freaking out and decides to leave the room. As he wanders around, he keeps hearing voices, only to suddenly be startled by Katie and Venetia. Logan ignores their concern and enters the next room, where they find a gym. After getting some water, the women turn around and notice Logan has disappeared. Katie and Venetia go looking for him and make it to the crew's quarters, where they hear a noise. However, it's just Baum, who found a crew tag and is now using the shower. When they turn on a computer, they find a worker's video log. The guy is happily sharing his experience when suddenly the screen is filled with a static and an alarm calls the crew to the control room before the video goes black. The group keeps going and finds Logan. At the same time he finds Henri and Abigail, who rush an unconscious Evelyn to the infirmary. Henri has medical knowledge and with Abigail's help he starts treating her. The others wait outside but Logan gets nervous and leaves. Katie follows him and finds him looking for medicine right before he falls on the floor as he has a seizure. She helps him go through it until he falls unconscious. When Logan wakes up, he asks Katie to keep the secret. Meanwhile, Lee discovers they're 9 days from Thea and the ship is still on course, so the automatic landing system should save them. At that moment Lee's nose starts bleeding and Eric checks on her, but she avoids his questions. In the elevator, Sean realizes Max can't even tell he's bleeding. Getting suspicious, he sees the medic tag and asks about procedures, causing Max to answer by hitting him and taking his gun. Lana keeps him at gunpoint and demands answers, so Max reads the tag to say he's a human medic. Lana freezes because of her PTSD and Max tries shooting Sean but the safety is on, So Shun uses the chance to beat him up and take the gun back to shoot him dead. Worried, the duo runs back to the disaster zone and discovers there's a body missing. They follow a trail of goo and find the elevator going up, so they'll have to search every level. Shun gets nervous and points his gun at Lana, wondering if he can trust her. Lana immediately disarms him and points out they should ask Evelyn for help. In the infirmary, Evelyn is unconscious but stable. She remembers the day she told her family about the space trip. Her father had been proud, but her sister got angry because she was leaving her alone to take care of their dying dad. During the trip, Evelyn noticed Henri had been twitching in his pod and Max helped her fix the oxygen levels. When it was time for the crew to go to sleep too, Evelyn's pod malfunctioned and the bright beam of the ship entering speedlight reached her face, causing her to see many visions of her past and future. She woke up and left her pod, finding the room empty. Then she searched the area and found many of the passengers bleeding, only to wake up for real. It turned out the light had hurt Evelyn's eyes and Max was treating her. They started spending time together and grew close. Eventually Max removed the bandages and Evelyn's eyes were healed, so they shared a kiss. The next time the crew went to sleep, Evelyn had visions of a violent future for the passengers. The crew was awakened by a sudden alarm when asteroids begun flying toward the ship. Most were caught by the shield but one managed to hit them anyway. The computer showed that passengers were dying in cell 50, so Max took a gun and went down to check with a coworker. Behind the door 50, they could hear screaming. Minutes later, Max contacted Evelyn on the radio and begged for help before the transmission was cut off. Evelyn ran to warn the captain, who announced they were evacuating because an alien was aboard, so she considered those in cell 50 dead. Evelyn ignored her orders and went looking for Max instead of evacuating the passengers under her care, explaining why Shun and the others didn't leave. When she made it to cell 50, Max warned her that he was already possessed before attacking her, so Evelyn shot him to defend herself. In the present, the fire alarm starts wailing and Henri goes to investigate, finding the emergency button broken but nobody around. He bumps into Shun and Lana, who run back with him. In the infirmary, Abigail is watching over Evelyn, who is lacking oxygen. Abigail grabs a scalpel for protection and runs out to grab an oxygen tank, but when she comes back she's knocked out by someone hitting her with the door. It's Eric, who proceeds to choke Evelyn because she saw him back during the first attack and knows he's infected. At that moment the others arrive and Eric gets distracted, so Evelyn grabs a scalpel and stabs him. Eric runs away before the others can catch him. In the meantime Logan goes to the bathroom only to be knocked down by Eric, who has an alien coming out of his eye. Logan yells for help and Katie comes over, screaming to distract Eric so Logan can push him off. Eric runs to the elevator as Shun arrives and shoots him right before the door closes. Shun and Henri follow the blood trail and take the elevator too. When they find Max's body, they see a little tentacle coming out of his eyes. Henri touches it and the alien immediately hides. So they decide to take the body to the control room for research. Among the medical tools, Henri finds a laser, which he tests by cutting Max's fingertip off. This makes Henri remember the day he was introduced to some secret government labs. The leader said they wanted to use Henri's DNA knowledge to trigger diseases instead of curing them, intending to kill a political oppressor to save lives. Henri worked hard but reached no results, so the leader asked for another scientist's help. The competition inspired Henri to work more and he found the right DNA for the mission, which successfully killed the politician in South Africa. Seeing his family on TV made him feel guilty about it. In the present, Henri starts cutting the top of Max's head and they find the alien attached to Max's brain, but it's decomposing. The alien is bug-like and can reproduce by entering a host, controlling their behavior. Then Lana and Shun go looking for Eric, who is back in cell 50 and has found a radio. He calls Venetia in the infirmary and begs for help, saying he has chunks of memory missing and doesn't know what he did. Soon Lana and Shun make it to the morgue, where they find the radio with a body. At that moment Eric locks the door behind them and makes the cold in the room worse to slowly kill them. Henri and Abigail take Max to the infirmary and find Evelyn but no Venetia. At that moment Lana contacts them for help while Shun begins hitting the cold air vent with a piece of metal. Since it's not working, he decides to use his fingers to pull the lid off, getting hurt in the process. Then he tries to hit the machine with the metal, only to get shocked and fall. Lana decides to try again and manages to make the cold stop just in time. Meanwhile Venetia meets with Eric, who apologizes as he collapses. When Venetia comes closer, Eric confirms he's been acting and attacks her. Hearing her screams, Henri and Abigail decide to split. Abigail makes it to the morgue and helps Lana carry Shun away. When Eric is about to infect Venetia, Henri tackles him and the men start to fight. Venetia tries to escape so Eric jumps on her instead, thus Henri jumps on him too and the fight continues. Then Venetia stabs Eric with the scalpel and Henri steps back to lock the door. Eric threatens to kill Venetia if Henri doesn't open the door, but Henri apologizes and opens the airlock instead, causing Venetia and Eric to be ejected into space. Sometime later, Lee unlocks the crew's quarters so they can go to sleep. Before choosing a room, Logan kisses Katie. The guilt won't let Henri sleep so he goes to the airlock, only to discover blood indicating someone escaped through the ceiling hatch. A sleeping Lee finds a strange bug walking on her body, only to wake up and realize it was a nightmare. She leaves the room and finds water on the floor, which she follows until she finds Eric's body in the pool. Soon Henri arrives and checks the blood, noticing there's no goo in it. This means the alien is on the loose. Another flashback shows that Lee used to be a hacker. She worked for a gang leader, who one day fired her to replace her with AI. The meeting was done when she took off her glasses, revealing it was all online because Lee is unable to touch people. Getting desperate, Lee hired an AI companion and took her to an abandoned game, where she removed her morality filters. Then Lee gave her a program she made, hoping the AI would help her bring down other AIs so she wouldn't lose her job. This gave the AI tons of new knowledge. They spent a lot of time together in the virtual world, and Lee even gave the AI a hologram so she could learn to touch people. One night they went to a virtual bar and saw Lee's former boss, so the AI made a plan. She approached the guy and gave him a drink with Lee's hacking program in it, activating it by kissing his neck. The boss realized this AI wasn't one of his and grabbed her, so Lee screamed at the same time the AI broke a glass on the guy's head. A bunch of guards appeared, so Lee had to log out. She waited a few hours before logging back into the bar, and when she tried to approach the AI, the guards surrounded her. Lee escaped by transferring herself to the abandoned video game, where her AI found her. She warned Lee that the gang was after her, so Lee's only chance to escape was to join the Thea project. Then the AI kissed her to transfer the information she had about it before disappearing. Afterward, Lee downloaded everything in a chip and got surgery to hide it under her skin. In the present, Lee forces herself to ignore her fears and helps Henri take the body to the infirmary. He cuts the top of the head off and confirms that the alien is gone. Then Henri takes the brain out and cuts it in two, discovering that the alien corrupts the memory. Getting an idea, Lee runs out of the room and bumps into the others, who notice the blood on her shirt. Soon the group makes it to the infirmary and they realize the alien must be infecting one of them. Meanwhile, Lee runs to the control room and grabs a suitcase to access the chip hidden in her wrist. However, the computer can't access the data, so Lee rips out some wires to create a shock in the chip, regardless of the pain. Now she tries again and accesses the chip's database with everyone's profiles. In the meantime, Shun goes to his room and discovers someone stole his gun. At the gym, a panicking Logan is breaking things and ignoring Katie's attempts to calm him down. Baum then announces he thinks Lee is the infected one because she found Eric. They go looking for her and find her watching Logan's interview. Lee tries to escape, but Logan grabs her and causes her to drop the suitcase. A fight ensues and the guys easily overpower her, knocking her out as she falls. When she wakes up, her hands are tied and Baum is interrogating her. She spits at his face and Baum takes out Shun's gun, but Logan immediately disarms him, thinking this is going too far. At that moment the others show up, so Baum pushes Logan to take the gun back, but it falls and fires, hurting Shun's arm. Now Lana is in control and she kicks Logan and Baum out of the room. Shun follows them and makes them enter the elevator, where he gives them a warning shot and threatens to kill them if they ever show up again. Suddenly an explosion happens in the infirmary and the system quickly puts out the fire, but it's too late. The scanner is destroyed and now they can't scan everyone's brains to find the alien. A few days later, Logan and Baum are out of food and water, so they go looking for supplies in unexplored floors. They find the body of the guy that fell and the guilt makes Baum run away. In another room, he's pleased to discover a life raft full of food. After grabbing some supplies, he comes out and sees Katie secretly bringing food and medicine to Logan. Then a flashback shows Baum at an auction for one of Earth's last plants. He met Margot and they quickly hit it off. They started dating and Baum discovered she was the owner of a very valuable necklace, which she kept in a nanobot safe activated by her voice. Margot's stepson Casper realized Baum was using Margot to steal the necklace and explained she took it from his dead dad, so he wanted to help Baum reclaim what was his. Baum continued dating Margot while secretly recording everything she said to put together the password. At the same time he started an affair with Casper, who wanted to have a new life with Baum after stealing the necklace. Eventually Baum recorded all the words and Casper left the door unlocked for him so he could finally steal the necklace, which he immediately took to a shop. However, the necklace turned out to be a fake. Moments later the police captured him and sent him to jail. Margot visited and explained her husband lost the real necklace to gambling, so she wanted to at least get the insurance money by making someone steal it. She promised to get a short sentence for Baum if he didn't tell the police about the fake, but he refused to cooperate and she left. Casper also visited and explained he wasn't working with her. Margot accidentally saw them together and found out the truth. Yet he refused to help Baum because he needed the money since he was a gambler like his father. Still in love, Baum agreed to keep his mouth shut. In the present, Baum waits for Katie to leave and brings Logan to the life raft. Logan will try to bypass the system so they can separate it from the main ship. Meanwhile, Lana and Evelyn open the baggage room so everyone can retrieve their personal items. Logan doesn't have one because he didn't own anything back on Earth and Katie kisses him to comfort him. His feelings for her cause him to show her the life raft, and they're found by Baum. Logan confronts him and says Katie is coming with them, ignoring his protest. Later in private, Katie reveals she found a crew member's tag but also admits she doesn't trust Bomb, so Logan agrees to leave only with her. They use the tag to activate the raft, but before they leave, Katie goes to fetch more medicine. This is seen by Lee, who gets suspicious. Meanwhile, Bomb confronts Logan because he heard everything and starts the emergency launch before stepping out of the pod. Logan immediately follows him out and they watch the raft fly away. Then Logan punches Bomb, who retaliates by choking him and leaving him on the ground. Minutes later, Katie finds him, but Logan is angry and kicks her out. Later, Lee finds Logan and threatens him with a laser to make him confess when he had his first seizure. It matches what she saw on the file, meaning his memory is fine and he's clean. Lee convinces him to work together and they hide in a room where Logan helps her repair her suitcase. Suddenly the ship rumbles and the group checks the computer to discover they're losing pressure in cell 50. They'll have to patch the hole to prevent it from getting worse. Sean, Evelyn, Lana, and Henri gather some tools, and on their way to the cell they bump into Logan, who comes along to help. In cell 50, they start sealing the edges between the asteroid and the ship, only for Evelyn to suddenly announce they must run. A hole opens in the wall and the group has to hold on to avoid getting blown out. Unfortunately, Logan is hit by a box and crushed against the asteroid. Then the box gets stuck in the hole, completely covering it. Sean and Lana rush to get Logan's body, but the box soon breaks and the blowing starts again. Luckily, everyone manages to hold on and make it to the door, closing it right before the asteroid disintegrates. In the control room, Lee discovers the system is activating the defenses and contacts Shun's group to warn them the ship is about to disconnect the ring they're in. Everyone crosses the door before it closes, but Lana trips and is left behind. Shun asks Lee to open the door, but the system doesn't let her. While Henri and Evelyn take Logan away with Bomb, Shun tells Lana her only choice is to find a spacesuit and jump out of the ring through the asteroid hole. Meanwhile, the group takes Logan to the infirmary. He needs a transfusion, but they don't know his blood type and giving him the wrong one could kill him. Henri is O positive, known as the most common type. Logan is dying anyway, so Henri thinks they should take the risk. At that moment, Lee finishes fixing her suitcase and checks the profiles just in time to tell the others that Logan is A negative. Bomb has it and they immediately start the transfusion. Back to Lana, she finds the suit and enters cell 50, concentrating on Shun's voice to deal with her fear. He asks about her past, so she shares a story about her brother as a distraction. She carefully leaves through the hole and holds onto the side of the ship while Shun opens the airlock, which causes him pain. When the ring finally is ejected, Lana makes the jump and lands on Shun, closing the door before the cold could kill him. Moments later, Logan wakes up alone and sees a wounded Lee above him. She bleeds all over him and says it's inside before dying. Logan immediately moves away and is found by Katie. Another flashback shows that Logan used to do community service in a retirement home as part of a deal with the law. One of the old ladies smelled Mary Jane on him and convinced him to share while admitting she couldn't wait for her euthanasia to be approved. On her birthday, Logan took the lady out on a ride so she could have a last fun day before her incoming death. This little trip convinced her to wait a bit longer before signing the euthanasia papers. However, the next day Logan discovered she lied to end the day on a bright note, and before leaving for her death, she left behind her Thea ticket for him. In the present, Katie triggers the alarm and the group comes to the infirmary. Logan tells them what happened and they agree to open Lee up. Henri goes through the procedure and is furious to discover there's no alien or damage in the brain. There's an entry wound though, meaning she was stabbed. Shun and Lana point their guns at Logan, who tells them about Lee's project to access the files and compare memories to reveal the alien. The group agrees they need to find Lee's chip to continue her work, causing Bomb to suddenly run away and lock the group in the infirmary. While Bomb searches Lee's room, the group breaks the infirmary window. Then Lana, Shun, and Henri go after Bomb. When Shun and Lana enter Lee's room, Bomb surprises Henri, taking him hostage. Bomb swears he isn't infected, and once the duo puts the guns down, he lets go of Henri and runs into a bedroom, getting a shot in his stomach before the door closes. The trio waits outside and hears him scream as he removes the bullet. At that moment, Henri notices blood on another door and he goes inside to find the scalpel that killed Lee, meaning it wasn't Bomb. In the infirmary, Logan grabs Lee's hand and sees the wound, realizing that she said it's inside to mean the chip. He and Katie start cutting Lee's wrist and retrieve the chip. Then they make their way to the suitcase, but Logan is too weak to keep going and tells Katie where to find it. She rushes to find the profiles and looks at her own, but the video doesn't show much because Katie had a breakdown during the interview and didn't answer the questions. Furious, Katie starts destroying the chip when she's found by Lana and Shun, who think she's the alien because the scalpel was in her room. Katie swears it isn't true and opens a pod to drop water on Shun before running away. Lana quickly catches up to her and after some struggle, she knocks her out. A new flashback shows Katie traveling to meet with her brother Andy, who wasn't happy to see her after so many years. She wanted to spend time together, but Andy kept avoiding her. Instead, Katie started to help the locals and met Sean, who was kind to her. However, Andy asked her to stay away from him. Katie agreed while hiding a chip inserted in her neck. Eventually, Andy let her come to his sermons, during which he talked about a life without technology. The moment was interrupted by a drone, which scanned Katie's chip before flying away. Now the locals didn't want anything to do with her except for Sean, who was happy to have another misfit in town and took her horse riding. Katie went too fast and fell. When she woke up, she was home and Andy informed her he kicked Sean out. An argument ensued and it was revealed that when Katie was a teen, she burned down the trailer of the kid that harassed Andy to kill him. Andy didn't forgive her and Katie had to leave. When Katie wakes up, her hands are tied and she's been locked up. The group discusses what to do with her and agrees to let the authorities on Thea deal with this since they only have one day left. Suddenly the ship starts rumbling and the group discovers the shields are closing, only to then notice they can finally see Thea. To their shock, a probe flies out of the planet and connects to the ship. The group rushes to check on it but it's empty. Suddenly the probe glows and takes control of the ship's system. It detects a non-native life form so it activates a special protocol as all the ship rings start glowing too. In the cell, Katie is having a panic attack as flashbacks keep haunting her. Sean and Lana go to check the corridors and notice gas being released in the last circle, so Henri uses an axe to break the wall and discovers poison tanks. The gas is being used to kill everyone aboard and it will soon reach the other circles. Baum thinks they need to kill Katie to save themselves and while everyone argues, Logan goes to the cell and breaks the glass to free her. Meanwhile Lana refuses to kill again, so Sean makes her give her gun to Baum and the men go searching for Katie to kill her. A chase ensues and soon the guys find Kate, who finally admits she destroyed the chip because she didn't want Logan to discover her past. Sean puts his gun down, saying they've already been wrong before. At that moment they get a message on the radio saying Henri has an idea. The group reunites and Henri explains he could use saline to lower body temperature enough to mimic death. If the host dies, the parasite should too. Henri admits he may fail to bring her back, but Katie volunteers to do it anyway. The test begins and Katie starts flatlining, but soon they hear the ship computer release more poison in another circle, meaning the alien isn't dead yet. Henri starts working on bringing her back and it takes too long, so they think she's dead. Thankfully Katie wakes up in the end. Minutes later, the group argues over what to do so Evelyn and Abigail start searching the captain's room. They find a hologram showing Thea's solar system with a planet called Iris, which never appeared on maps before. There's also a confidential file called the Iris Incident and they learn that the company tried sending a ship there first, but the mission failed because of aggressive aliens. Evelyn plays some footage and they watch a woman die as her body twists, meaning it's the same alien and that's why the ship already has the poison ready for emergencies. Sean, Henri, and Lana start looking for oxygen tanks. Logan warns them the poison is about to reach them so they run with as many tanks as possible, leaving the room right before the poison hits. Sadly Henri still breathes a bit of it, so he's rather weak. Baum goes to the probe to attack it with an axe but he does no damage. The poison will soon reach him too and Katie wants to help him because he saved Logan with his blood. When she finds him, they argue until they see on the screen that the probe will go back to Thea soon. This could be their escape, but it has a weight limit. Meanwhile Sean and Lana go looking for medicine for Henri and Sean notices something in Max's body. He tells Lana to go then takes a picture of the Max and his brother that Evelyn left there earlier. On the back it says Max and Sam, which makes Sean suspicious. While Katie and Baum tells the others about the probe, Sean goes to Lana's room and discovers she had been watching the crew's video logs to obtain information and cover her memory gaps. After giving Henri the medicine, Lana goes looking for Sean and catches him red-handed. A flashback then reveals that Lana had been in the pool and Eric used the chance to attack her, passing the alien to her. She learned to act human thanks to the videos and started to keep recorded notes in case she had to jump bodies again. However Lana's memories keep haunting the alien inside and bonding with Sean taught her about how humans handled grief and survival. It had been her who destroyed the scanner, and when Sean asked her to share about herself, she told him a story about a brother called Sam she got from the video. That was Max's brother, which is why the name on the picture gave away her lie. Lane overheard Lee talking to an unconscious Logan and when Lee noticed she didn't have her gun, she got suspicious so Lana killed her with the scalpel, which she later dropped in Katie's room. This triggered Lana's memories full of guilt, which made her have a breakdown even as an alien. In the present, Sean attacks Lana and a fight ensues. After lots of struggle, Lana pushes Sean off and runs away. Sean immediately chases after her and the fight starts again near the elevator. Lana makes Sean stop by pointing her gun at him and Sean calls her a monster, which makes Lana remember the child's death. Agreeing she's a monster, she gives the gun to Sean, who knocks her out instead of killing her. At that moment Abigail announces over the speakers that none of them can choose who to leave behind, so they'll stay and let Lana and Sean have the probe. While the group gathers the oxygen masks hoping to survive, Sean picks Lana up and takes her to the probe, then he ejects it with her inside. The computer immediately cancels the protocol and announces they'll be landing on Thea soon. The whole group starts celebrating except for Henri, who suddenly pukes and collapses. In the probe, Lana receives a message from Thea saying nobody should come closer because the planet isn't safe. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching.
That didn't make no sense whatsoever.
A young mage, Chrome, once filled with dreams and dedication to protect those he loved, now finds himself on the ground, chained by dark magic and betrayed by his closest companions. As he writhes in agony, his so-called allies reveal their true intentions. His mentor Valerie has cast a forbidden spell to drain Chrome's life force, feeding it to the hero Yuno for greater power. But just as all hope seems lost, a dark power awakens within Chrome. His eyes glow, and a mysterious voice calls out to him. How will he use this newfound power? How will he confront his betrayers? Welcome to Chrome's Tale of Revenge. As the story began, Irina, with a shy expression, told Chrome that once their battle was over, she wanted to become his bride, but after seeing Chrome's reaction, she quickly started making excuses, saying she wasn't properly thinking, and because their battles were always dangerous and they could die at any time. Chrome, with a cheeky smile, held Irina's waist and told her that he felt the same way. Overcome with tears of happiness, Irina decided they should marry and vowed that they would survive the battles and lead happy lives together. Inside a cave, the dragon, charging a blast in its mouth, tried to kill the heroes and their companions, but with Irina's holy shield, the power blast was repelled easily. The rest of the companions, seeing this opportunity, jumped in as well. Chrome and another party member timed their attack to make an opening for the hero Yuno, and after using Firestorm, Chrome signaled Yuno to jump in and destroy the devil. Yuno jumped and slashed his sword, cutting off the dragon's head. Chrome ran towards Yuno with the joy of winning. Yuno, with a cheerful smile, thanked Chrome and the other party members. Chrome thought to himself that Yuno was one of the only ones left from the 7 heroes and was Chrome's best friend. Years ago, the Demon Lord had been resurrected, and with his 13 generals, he invaded the rest of the world and within little time took over half of it. The god chose 7 heroes to fight the Demon Lord, and these heroes began their battle against him separately with their own companions. Their hero party was composed of the Vanguard Riot, the swordswoman Farah, the knight among knights Margot, Valerie the sage who taught Chrome his magic, Chrome's lover Irina, and Chrome Walker himself. Chrome was also selected to be a part of the heroes' party. During the nighttime, Chrome, while walking outside his room, was curious if Irina was still awake or not. Tomorrow, the heroes' party was going to face one of the 13 generals of the Demon Lord, Frangulus. Chrome thought he would just greet Irina and sleep afterward. He heard Irina's voice and saw her standing with the hero Yuno. He quickly hid behind a wall while Irina spoke to Yuno and said she wanted to see him. Chrome wondered why Irina was outside Yuno's room and got worried, but reassured himself that he was just overthinking. Chrome kept watching out of curiosity and heard Yuno tell Irina that he loved her. Irina said she loved him back, which made Chrome speechless and his eyes filled with despair. Chrome, in complete disbelief, couldn't process the situation and horrible thoughts took over his mind. The next day, Yuno asked Chrome if he was okay since his face looked extremely pale. Irina asked if he was well. Chrome thought that they were always together and told them that nothing was wrong, and it was just because he couldn't get any sleep last night. Chrome, filled with rage, glared at Yuno and Irina. But Riot told the party to focus on their mission because they were going to face the Demon Lord's General Frangulus. Yuno, with a wholesome smile, agreed and said that with everyone's efforts they would definitely win and Yuno would keep everyone safe. All of a sudden, Chrome felt chains restraining his whole body and he screamed in pain, unable to get up from the ground. He couldn't process why he was in such wild pain throughout his whole body. His teacher Valerie used his forbidden arts, Chains of Despair. He told Chrome that all his anger, pain, and negative emotions were going to fuel the hero Yuno's power and strengthen him even more. Chrome, in confusion, questioned his master, and Valerie replied that their hero needed more power, and for that reason he used the rites. He apologized to Chrome, telling him that the sacrifice for the hero's strength was Chrome. Chrome's face became pale, and he asked the companions why him. Everyone gave him a cold look while Valerie explained that everyone decided Chrome should be the sacrifice for the hero's strength. Chrome felt the vitality inside him being taken away, and if this kept going he would die. Valerie explained that the deeper his darkness got, the more power the hero was going to gain from it. Cursing them all would only increase the hero's strength. Yuno and Irina looked down on Chrome, and Yuno told him not to worry since he would keep Irina happy. Irina apologized to Chrome with an evil smile as they both started kissing each other in front of Chrome, who was lying on the ground with complete hopelessness, unable to do anything. Tears filled Chrome's eyes. Chrome had liked Irina for a long time and worked hard to learn magic just to protect her. To an orphan like Chrome, the hero's party, who he shared his happiness and sorrows with, became his one and only family. But with such an ending, Chrome felt hopeless and thought he was just delusional. Chrome tried to free himself from the magical chains, unable to understand what they were. He remembered his master mentioned these were chains of despair. A big pack of demonic wolves appeared. Chrome tried to use his fireball, but was left with no hope since his MP was gone as well. Completely betrayed by his lover and companions, used like a tool and thrown away like rubbish, and finally getting death by being prey for demonic beasts, Chrome couldn't understand his mistakes and rejected death, saying he didn't want everything to end in such a way. Chrome wanted to live, and all of a sudden his eyes began to glow, and a voice said that the user's hatred level and despair levels met the requirements and the progress of the rites had reached 70%. Conditions for the darkness's power were cleared, and thus the user received an X skill called Fixed Damage. Chrome's body started glowing as he was floating in the air. Chrome tried to recognize the female voice, and it asked Chrome if he wanted to enable his skill. Chrome could not understand but asked if he could kill the wolves with it. The voice confirmed the user's will and deployed the X skill called Fixed Damage. Chrome broke free from the chains of despair, and the voice explained that every 3 seconds, a fixed damage of 1 would be inflicted on all the enemies in a 10-meter radius, and it had lasting effects. Chrome got up and saw the wolves suffering. A voice addressed Chrome as the host and said he woke up safely. Chrome asked what it was, and it replied by saying it was the darkness dwelling within him. The rites gave birth to darkness and light. The light went to the hero while the darkness got inherited by Chrome. Chrome awakened to it now, and if he could cultivate his negative emotions like anger, despair, and sadness, it would give him even more strength. Chrome was unable to comprehend what the voice was saying, but he was enraged, and the voice told him that he was already carrying darkness of high caliber. The damage of X skill Fixed Damage got increased from 1 to level 2. Chrome had experienced a huge amount of anger, hatred, and despair already, and the damage of his skill increased to 3, which started destroying the wolves. Chrome made the decision to take revenge on everyone, including Yuno and Irina. He would keep going until his revenge was over. The damage increased from 4 to 5. Chrome got up in rage and decided to take his hatred as far as possible to take his revenge and have no mercy. 2 years later, in a street, Chrome heard some men talking about the remnants of demons which were sighted in a neighboring town. It might be possible for their city to be attacked too. The men spoke about the hero Yuno who finished off the Demon King and believed he would save them from the remaining demons as well. If it came to that, the governor of the city, Riot, would take action to finish them off. Chrome heard everything, and his attention went somewhere else. A woman in a back alley was defending herself from guards who cornered her. The guards wanted her to give up so they could enjoy themselves, but she looked determined and wasn't giving up. They mentioned spending an amazing time with her big sister. After being trained by the Duke Riot, she felt good and changed from an innocent maiden. The girl, in anger, desperately tried to attack them for her sister's honor but got punched in the face and fell on her back. The guards tried to have their way with the girl before they had to take her to the Duke. Chrome stepped in and told them to get away. They got surprised and asked who he was. They threatened Chrome, asking if he knew who he was facing. They tried to scare Chrome using Riot's name, but he called them the same lowlife as him. The guard underestimated Chrome and tried to attack him, but soon his body got filled with wounds and blood, and he fell on the ground. The other guards, in shock, asked what Chrome did. As Chrome stepped forward, they both died the same way, leaving the girl scared and speechless. With tears in her eyes, she asked who he was. She got up and thanked Chrome for saving her. She introduced herself as Sia Framewright. Chrome told her his name as well. Sia asked if he had used magic to kill the guards who were after her. Chrome told her that it was something like that. Sia got Chrome's attention and requested his assistance, wanting him to hear her out. Sia remembered her sister's dead body and shared that she once had an older sister who was amazing, kind, and very intelligent. She was an active member of the kingdom's Order of Chivalry. Riat recognized her talent and chose her to lead his knights as a captain. Sia yelled that she would never forgive Riat and would take his life one day. Chrome asked what she wanted from him. She explained that 2 years ago, Yuno defeated the Demon Lord with his holy sword and companions. Yuno and his party were praised as the strongest among the 7 parties, and they all earned status, honor, and wealth. These days, they were living intoxicated with luxury and power. Duke Riat was also a member of the Heroes Party, and he imposed heavy taxes on the citizens. When Sia's sister confronted Riat, he ended up getting angry, tortured her, humiliated her, and killed her in the end. Sia was raised by her sister because their parents were dead. Her sister was amazing, and Sia was proud of her. Seeing her dead body, Sia became enraged and lost control of herself. Sia explained that she was planning to take revenge on Duke Riat. She wanted Chrome to aid her in killing the man who saved the world. She explained that he had guards and was very strong himself, so facing him alone meant certain defeat. But with Chrome's power, even if the opponent was Riat, she was positive they could defeat him. She got on her knees, bowed her head, and begged Chrome to help her, saying she would give him anything in return. Even if it would take her years to repay, she was willing to do anything for her sister's revenge. Chrome saw himself in Sia and agreed to her request. Sia, who wasn't expecting such an answer, got surprised and asked for reassurance. Chrome told her that he would assist her in taking revenge. Sia asked for more reassurance since they were going to face the man who saved the world, but Chrome reassured her. Sia became extremely grateful and thanked him. Sia asked if he was after her body in return for fulfilling her request. With a lewd pose, she mentioned that her sister told her men always aimed for women's bodies. Chrome said not all men were the same. She got relieved and talked to her sister, saying she couldn't believe she was finally going to take revenge for her. She apologized to Chrome for what she said before. Chrome remembered that Riat was always overconfident in his abilities, but now that he was Duke, it was bound to be much worse. If a commoner were to go against Duke Riat, he was bound to be served as a lesson by being killed by a large number of soldiers. Sia suggested that she could act as a decoy to lure Riat out so Chrome could kill him. She explained that Riat already knew her and might come after her personally. She also mentioned that she is most suited to become the bait among the two of them as Chrome's body didn't look too well. Chrome looked at his hand and thought that ever since Chains of Darkness had been cast on him, he was unable to use his magic, and his body became extremely weak as well. Even moving properly was a challenge for him. Chrome told her that he didn't need a decoy and would head to Riat's castle himself. He told her not to worry because he would definitely kill Riat with a determined look on his face. Riat broke his glass and demanded more liquor as he ran out of it. The servant, in fear, addressed him as the Lord and said he would get it right away. Riat asked if they had found the culprit who killed his soldiers, but his subordinate, with fear and sweat, informed Riat that they still couldn't find the culprit. Riat grabbed his face and told him to find the culprit right away as it could damage his reputation. His subordinate agreed and said he would do it right away. Riat's attention was caught by a maid. He took her in his arms and praised her body, asking her if she would come to entertain him or not. The girl begged to be spared. As Riat was about to humiliate her, a soldier entered the room and reported that there were intruders in the castle. Outside the castle, soldiers were attacking Chrome, asking who he was and threatening him with death. Chrome used his fixed damage ability and killed them off. Sia was shocked by his strength and couldn't believe that they were actually doing it. Riat came out himself with a long sword on his shoulder. With a cocky smile, he told them that there was no turning back since they had trespassed the Duke's castle. Sia yelled his name in anger, and Riat recognized it was Sia behind the mask. Riat threatened her by telling her he would punish her himself and make her boyfriend watch. The guards told Riat to be cautious since Chrome had weird powers. Riat thought that even if it was some kind of magic, it didn't matter because he was confident in his abilities. He pulled out the demon sealing crest and explained that the pendant was capable of nullifying all kinds of abnormal abilities. The pendant also allowed Riat to take up to 30,000 damage before actually being injured. Its effective range was 20 meters and could repel even Demon Lord's magic. Chrome thought that with the pendant sealing all the magic spells, Riot could easily handle any enemy as he was a top-notch swordsman. However, Riot received 9,999 damage, leaving him speechless. He thought it was impossible, since neither of them had moved, and dealing such massive damage in an instant seemed unimaginable. Riot yelled, demanding the intruder's identity, and immediately took the same amount of damage again. Chrome removed his mask, and Riot's eyes filled with fear as he recognized him. Chrome shouted Riot's name, causing him to fall on his back, scared and crying. Chrome expressed relief that Riot remembered him as he feared he would have been forgotten. The crest took another wave of damage, shattering into pieces. In shock, Riot questioned how Chrome had destroyed the crest so easily. Chrome agreed to explain, revealing that his ability, called Fixed Damage, allowed him to deal a set amount of damage every 3 seconds. Riot, in complete disbelief, struggled to comprehend what was happening. With an evil and cold look, Chrome told Riot that the fixed amount was 9,999. The range was 10 meters, so as long as Chrome was close to Riot, he would receive that damage every 3 seconds. Sia and Riot were unable to fathom the damage number. Chrome asked if the great vanguard of the hero's party could withstand such an overpowering skill. Riot called Chrome crazy, saying even the demon generals would perish instantly from such a massive blow, and yelled at Chrome to get away from him. Every step Chrome took brought Riot closer to death. Chrome slowly walked toward Riot, who was crying and gritting his teeth in fear. Chrome explained his ability's damage again, telling Riot that as soon as he was within Chrome's range, he would die instantly. Chrome realized that since the demon sealing crest's range was 20 meters, his ability had taken damage as well, but that didn't matter anymore since he had already broken the crest, leaving Riot defenseless. Riot yelled at Chrome to stay back and ordered his soldiers to shoot Chrome and protect him. Seeing arrows flying towards him, Chrome told Sia to stand behind him and not move. He used his ability to break the arrows mid-air and explained once more that his ability could destroy anything within 10 meters. It wasn't limited to just living things. Anything that could potentially hurt Chrome was a target, whether it was an arrow, a monster, or even magic. Riot became angry and ordered his soldiers to attack Chrome with their swords at once. The soldiers hesitated, knowing they would all die instantly. Riot got mad and questioned how they could oppose their duke. Chrome called Riot's name, which surprised him. Chrome pointed out that even his soldiers valued their lives more than their allegiance to Riot. Riot told Chrome to stop, mentioning how much effort and pain it took him to build his status and wealth. He couldn't accept ending it all like this. Chrome thought that the man who had challenged 100 demons with only a sword and the man who had joined the hero's party and defeated the demon lord was now cowering over a power that was absolute. Riot cried and begged Chrome to forgive him. Chrome asked how he could be begging for his life now. Chrome had always thought of him as his true companion and friend. Chrome said he would have given his life to protect them and had expected the same in return. Chrome explained that defeating the demon lord and saving the world was his ultimate goal. He called it a cruel joke, saying he was just trying to protect his friends and was ready to take on whatever came to save them from harm. He had kept pushing himself forward even when they faced strong demons, but his hopes were crushed and everything he cherished was lost in an instant, leaving him empty-handed. Riot tried to defend himself, saying he was against their idea and had told Yuno and the others that it was a bad idea to do such a terrible thing to a lifelong friend like Chrome, but he had no choice. Chrome told him it was too late for such a story. They had left him to die, though something inside him had wanted to live and rejected such a horrible fate. Now, Chrome was back to take his revenge and end things for good. Riot begged for Chrome's mercy, asking him to spare his life. He started making excuses, saying they were friends and that he had been possessed by an evil spirit. He begged Chrome for his life as he cried for mercy. Chrome remembered that his former companion had been a rough but kind and good friend who no longer existed. Chrome killed Riot in one shot, giving him a horrible death. The soldiers announced that the Duke was already dead and that Chrome and Sia had killed him. The scene shifted to a grassy area where Sia, talking to her sister's grave, told her that Chrome had avenged her death. Sia cried in happiness, saying her sister could finally rest in peace. She thanked Chrome for helping her and said her sister could rest in peace now. Chrome hoped the same. She asked how she could express her gratitude since she had already agreed on rewarding him with whatever he desired. Chrome told her that he only took his revenge, so there was no need to reward him. Chrome told her that since Ryot was dead, he would continue his journey to kill his next target. He explained that the other members of the hero's party who betrayed him still existed, and his journey wouldn't come to a stop until he had killed all of them. Sia asked if he would fight the hero as well. Chrome told her he would kill everyone and make them suffer extreme forms of fear and despair. Sia decided she would go with Chrome, thinking she might be able to help him on his journey and wanted to repay him somehow as well. Chrome asked if she even understood what she had just said. Chrome told her that he was going against the hero's party, the strongest people in the world. Sia said she was ready to die trying to seek revenge and kill Ryot anyway. Sia wanted to use the rest of her life helping Chrome and said she wanted to be with him a little longer. Chrome asked for reassurance and labeled her as a strange woman. Sia told him that he wasn't anything close to normal either. Sia boasted about her capabilities, telling Chrome that she was trained by her sister, who was the Knight Captain. Sia also spent a long time training her body, so there was no way Chrome could run away from her. Even if he tried, she would just chase him. Chrome, with an annoyed look, told her that she could leave anytime she felt it was too much. Sia understood Chrome's instructions and wished for them to have a pleasant journey with a cheeky smile on her face. Chrome said he didn't care if it was pleasant or not, as their journey was going to be filled with blood since this journey was to seek revenge. Meanwhile, Yuno asked Irina about the Oracle, and she explained that it was the ability to get glimpses of the past and future. She said that for a moment, she saw Chrome. The hero Yuno couldn't believe it, and Irina thought that Chrome should be dead. She questioned Yuno if he would protect her, and he reassured her, saying that with his holy sword, he was the strongest man in the world. Chrome's next destination was the kingdom of Leluva, where the High Priestess was soon going to become the Grand Priestess. Their target was the High Priestess herself, the Saintess Irina. Irina spoke with the Supreme Priest mentioning that she would be in his care, and he complimented her by saying he is also enjoying their time together. In her mind, she labeled him as disgusting but showed gratitude for his compliments. Suddenly, a door opened, attracting their attention, and a man barged in, yelling Irina's name. He was in disbelief that she had spent time with the Supreme Priest. The Supreme Priest questioned him, revealing that the man was the Saint Knight Vance. Irina showed disappointment in Vance's actions and asked the Supreme Priest to help him. She lied about Vance, claiming she had rejected him and that he was just after her out of desperation. The Supreme Priest believed her, while Vance, yelling in anger and disbelief, questioned her accusations, shocked to see her with another man so soon after sleeping with him. The Supreme Priest told Vance to leave and declared Irina as his woman. He took Irina in his arms, demonstrating to Vance that they were already in a committed relationship, deeply connected in both body and soul. The Supreme Priest pushed Vance away, ensuring he wouldn't interfere with their future. In complete disbelief, Vance questioned Irina's past actions, asking if everything she said to him had been a lie. The Supreme Priest tried to silence him and ordered him to leave. Irina thought men were fools and called Vance an idiot for believing she was his lover just after being with him once or twice. As a member of the strongest hero party with innocent and good looks, Irina became popular and was soon turning into a Supreme Priestess. She needed one more push to reach her goals, which is why she allowed the Supreme Priest to have her body. She didn't care if she had to betray her lover Yuno. She would use every opportunity and do everything necessary to achieve her aim. Irina was determined to climb to the top of power in the world. The scene shifted to Chrome, who was stuck in a weird dream where an unknown voice called his name. Confused, Chrome questioned the situation as voices of resentment and pain surrounded him. A mysterious lady called Chrome's name again, praised him for doing a good job, and explained that this was the closest they could get for now while holding Chrome's face. She told Chrome they would meet very soon and smiled. Chrome woke up from the dream and asked Sia if she had just woken up. Sia asked if everything was okay, and he assured her there was nothing to worry about. He kept thinking about the dream while Sia jokingly asked if he wanted the taste of her body. Striking a lewd pose, She asked why he was making moves so suddenly, assuming it was because they had booked only one room. Chrome clarified it was just to save money. To him, it looked like she was still on guard, and Sia apologized, telling him it was just a joke. Judging by her expressions, Chrome realized these were her true feelings, and after her revenge, she was returning to her true self. Chrome asked Sia how she felt after taking her revenge. Sia wasn't sure but explained that it felt like a load had been lifted from her heart, and she was ready to continue this journey with Chrome but unsure if she could move forward with her life. Chrome understood, and Sia asked if she could know what happened in his past, wanting to understand his history with the hero's party members. She believed that by sharing his problems, he would feel less burdened. Chrome warned her it was not a pleasant story. After hearing him out, Sia couldn't believe the hero's party had done such horrible things to him. Chrome told her it was her choice to believe or not, and she could leave him whenever she wanted. Chrome was determined to take his revenge alone and said Sia had no obligation to continue following him. She got on her knees, held Chrome's hand, and vowed to repay his kindness with her life. With a cute smile, Sia told Chrome she believed him. A voice then spoke, noting that after a long time, Sia was the first person Chrome started trusting after acquiring darkness. Sia asked what the voice was, and Chrome explained it resided within his powers, naming it Darkness. The voice explained that Chrome already had his fixed damage ability, but due to the chains of despair, his physical capabilities were blocked. Having Sia with her sword abilities and skills would compensate for that, though she was still not strong enough to fight against powerful hero party members. However, if he wished, he could transfer his current disabled abilities to Sia. Chrome asked if this was possible. Darkness confirmed it was if he trusted Sia and recognized her as his partner. Sia's eyes sparkled at being recognized as a partner, and Chrome asked if she was okay with receiving his powers. Excitedly, Sia said she wanted to help him and would gladly accept his powers to increase her strength. Chrome ordered Darkness to give Sia a portion of his powers, and Darkness confirmed Chrome's will. Sia's body was lifted into the air and began to glow. Darkness transferred cutting and acceleration powers to Sia Frameright. Sia received a pendant that transformed into a sword. She recognized that the sword had strange powers residing within it. Chrome understood that her sword was comparable to a demon sword and asked Sia if she was ready to demonstrate its powers during their next attack. The scene shifted to the city of Laluva, where everyone was cheering after the entrance of the Saintess Irina. Dia thought she was very gorgeous and looked kind, but Chrome suspected her appearance was a facade and felt that something was off. The night Captain Vance appeared, yelling Irina's name and ordering the guards to move aside. He made his way toward the Saintess, killing the guards, and people questioned why he was causing such a scene. Vance believed that Irina was his lover and that her kindness, innocence, and fragile beauty were perfect. However, feeling betrayed by her, he was in a complete rage and had lost his mind. Chrome ordered Sia to stop Vance because Irina was his prey. Sia used her acceleration power, and Chrome saw that she moved like a red flash to the human eye. He questioned if she could make it in time, but it was too late. Vance, in his rage, believed that Irina loved him back and was deluded into thinking she was the one for him, questioning how she could betray him. Irina stepped forward, surprising everyone, and asked why Vance was displaying such horrible acts. Vance desperately tried to explain that he had put so much effort into her, doing all the dirty work, only to be used and discarded for the sake of more power. He realized that he was just a tool for Irina. People were confused and couldn't believe that the Saintess could do such a thing. They defended Irina and told Vance that such a divine lady could not commit such horrible acts. To them, Irina was the most merciful and divine Saintess. They labeled Vance a scumbag, trying to humiliate her, and told him to get out of there. Irina stepped in and put on a facade, trying to defend Vance. She told the people that he might be under a curse, which was the only reason he could accuse the Saintess without any proof. Vance couldn't comprehend how horrible she was, and Irina called him a poor soul. She started using her divine powers, which scared Vance, and he fell to his knees trying to understand what she had done to him. He looked up to see Saintess Irina with an evil smile, asking if he had calmed down. Vance's whole behavior changed, and he started apologizing to everyone for spouting such nonsense about the Saintess. He told everyone that Irina could never do such things and justified it by saying he was under a curse that pushed him to disgrace the holy knights of the world by saying such things towards the divine saintess Irina. He decided to atone for his crimes by using his own blade, which shocked her. She called Vance a poor soul and put on a facade that she cared about him by crying over his dead body. Chrome explained to Sia that this was Irina's monastic magic, a type of brainwashing magic. It would enslave the other person and push them to extreme actions. It was a forbidden spell only high-ranking priests could perform. With such powerful magic, Irina was able to silence Vance while showing off her appeal to the crowd as a saintess. Chrome decided to avenge Vance's regrets as well and told Sia to move forward. Sia said that she would protect Chrome. Amidst the confusion, guards spotted Chrome and suspected there were more intruders. They couldn't comprehend what was happening, and Irina, the saintess, ordered her guard, Feudo, to capture Chrome. Chrome challenged Irina and instructed her to stay put while allowing the guards to retreat. He feared inadvertently harming them due to his skills. Unlike Riot's wicked guards, these guards were merely following protocol, and killing them would serve no purpose. Irina ordered them to withdraw. The guards cautioned Irina, but she smiled and reassured them that her holy blessings from God would protect her. She boasted that as long as it wasn't excessive, she wouldn't even sustain a scratch from Chrome's attacks. Confidently, she reminded them that she was part of the strongest heroes party. Irina then questioned Chrome's intentions. Chrome dodged an unknown attack, which surprised Irina. Sia, Chrome's companion, asked what it was, and Chrome explained that it was Irina's high-grade spell, which required no enchantments before use. Chrome realized Irina had tried to silence them, just as she had done with Vance, by pretending to listen and then attacking before anyone could react. He labeled her actions as cocky, but Irina brushed it off with an awkward smile. Chrome assured her that no attack would faze him and that if she got close to him, she would die instantly due to his skill's radius of 10 meters. He warned Irina to heed his caution, as he didn't want to kill her easily. The guards, devoted to Saintess Irina and willing to die protecting her, stepped forward and told Chrome they wouldn't understand him unless he stated his intentions. Chrome, seeing their determination, ordered Sia to break all their weapons. Sia swiftly attacked the guards, breaking their weapons and warning them not to interfere with Chrome. The guards, shocked by Sia's speed, questioned who Chrome and Sia were. Chrome explained that anything endangering his life within a 10-meter radius would be destroyed, rendering any opposition useless. Sia, with her accelerated speed, bypassed the guards and grabbed Irina, holding her sword against Irina's throat to prevent retaliation. Chrome reiterated his warning to the guards that they would die if they approached him. Witnessing this, the guards decided to flee and attempted to free the divine saintess from Sia's control. Sia used a horse to transport Irina to an abandoned building, where she restrained Irina's hands and legs. In this perilous situation, Irina asked what they wanted and who they were. Chrome removed his mask, revealing his identity to Irina, stating that she knew him very well. Irina couldn't believe that Chrome had survived, as she was certain he had died that day. However, he had indeed survived and had gained certain powers due to their actions. Chrome approached Irina, ready to proceed with her judgment. Irina pleaded with Chrome not to harm her and expressed a desire to discuss everything with him. Chrome agreed to listen and instructed her to explain why he had been chosen as a sacrifice and the true motives behind asking him to marry her. He questioned if she knew how his skills worked, warning her that she would die instantly, just as Riot did. Irina, aware that Riot had died a few days ago, couldn't believe it was Chrome who killed him. Chrome instructed her to use her perception skills to sense the darkness within him. Irina, shocked by the extreme amount of darkness within Chrome, became scared. Chrome, sensing her fear, thought she understood how the curse worked. He explained that just as Yuno needed light to defeat the Demon Lord, the same amount of darkness was given to him. Irina, desperate to save herself, began making excuses and blamed the other party members. Chrome ordered her to tell the truth, tired of her lies. Irina explained that the forbidden chains of despair was a power that absorbed all hatred, darkness, and negative emotions from its target to create darkness, which could then be converted into light for anyone. Chrome realized he was used to generate light for Yuno to defeat the Demon Lord. Irina proposed to him to bring out more despair, so the darkness would deepen when she and Yuno made their move. Chrome was chosen because Valerie and Yuno deemed it the right choice, and Irina claimed she was unaware of their reasons. Chrome asked if she intended to betray him from the start. Irina, to save herself, claimed it wasn't true. She revealed that the night she proposed to Chrome, she went to Yuno's place, but insisted she truly loved Chrome. She betrayed him for her dream of becoming a renowned saintess, not an average priestess. Only Yuno, who inherited the light, could fulfill her ambition. Chrome called her actions selfish, but Irina, in desperation, yelled that she wasn't thinking properly at that time and that Chrome was the only one she loved from the start. She regretted her actions and insisted Chrome was the only one she loved from the bottom of her heart. Sia, without warning, cut off Irina's legs, causing her to scream in pain. Chrome ordered Sia to cut her arms next. Irina begged them to stop, claiming it wasn't her fault. Despite her pleas, Sia cut off her arms as well. Chrome, unmoved by her cries, told her that he had researched her for the last 2 years and knew she was scheming, seducing, and even assassinating people. He realized she manipulated men to get what she wanted and couldn't believe he fell for such a woman. Irina, desperate, begged Chrome not to kill her. She offered to get back with him and let him embrace her as much as he wanted. She told Chrome that money wasn't an issue and believed he still had feelings for her. She claimed Sia wasn't as beautiful as she was. Chrome, coldly, told her to calm down and assured her he wouldn't kill her because they were once lovers. However, he had 2 conditions. First, she had to confess everything the hero's party did and record it with her own voice, using her powers as the supreme priestess to make it non-duplicable. Irina, understanding her situation, complied without hesitation. The second condition was for her to become his servant. Chrome had the ability to turn any target into his kin, sharing his powers with them. He thought it would be humiliating for her to serve the lover she cheated on, but Irina, desperate to save her life, quickly agreed. Ready to bow her head 100 times, she showed her desperation. Chrome confirmed with Darkness that his kin wouldn't be affected by his fixed damage skill and wouldn't be able to hurt him either. Satisfied, Chrome ordered Irina to become his kin, and her body started glowing. She swore her loyalty to him as his kin. Chrome decided it was inconvenient for her to lose all her limbs and gave them back to her. Irina showed gratitude, and Chrome bestowed the skill called Beastification upon her, which transformed her body into a monster. This was her repentance. Seeing her monstrous appearance, Irina cried. Chrome ordered her to perform her duties as a saintess and eliminate all remnants of the Demon Lord's army. In despair, she ran out of the building, trying to follow Chrome's orders. Sia, witnessing everything, questioned what beastification was. Chrome explained that the skill kept Irina's mind intact while transforming her body into a monster. Her attack level was low compared to her recovery, ensuring she would endure endless pain and suffering without being able to die peacefully. As Irina killed the remaining Demon Lord remnants, she cried, rejecting her reality and lamenting her fate. The Saintess Irina, once worshipped by men all over the world, was now moving towards a horrible future. She cried and yelled in pain, but nothing would change her fate. Chrome focused on the voice recording first. Sia asked if Irina was his ex-lover. Chrome, speechless for a moment, admitted it was all over. He used to dream of a happy life with Irina and becoming the happiest man alive, but his feelings for her were long gone. Sia, worried, told Chrome she wanted to save him as he had saved her. Hearing his feelings was enough for Sia. Chrome, cutting her off, said there were only 4 more left and urged her to continue their journey. Sia asked where they were heading next. Chrome's next target was the sage Valerie, his former magic teacher. Meanwhile, in a lab, a voice was heard pleading for salvation. The shadowy figure behind the wall screamed in agony, while Valerie the sage observed, convinced his experiment was progressing well. He craved more pain, more darkness, and sorrow from his lab rats. To Valerie, magic was the art of delving into human sorrow and hatred, and such anguish and despair would enrich his research. He was in pursuit of the ultimate forbidden spell, and the day he achieved his goal was drawing near. Near the border of the Kingdom of Leluva and the Principality of Leju, Sia inquired if they were in the right place, and Chrome confirmed that this was where Valerie's facilities were located. Valerie the Sage had often spoken about his research facilities in the past. It had been some days since the Saintess Irina had disappeared from public life, and they were proceeding to their next target. Chrome intentionally chose dangerous routes to avoid drawing attention, but he believed there were no dangerous monsters nearby for now. He instructed Sia to stay close to him and not wander too far. She hugged Chrome, and he clarified that he didn't mean she had to cling to him like that. Chrome assumed she was trying to comfort him after learning about his past with Irina. A scream was heard, and Sia quickly decided to investigate. Chrome warned her to be cautious and to return if it was too dangerous. Frustrated by his inability to move properly at such crucial times, Chrome asked Sia if she was all right after witnessing her fight some monsters. Sia claimed she was fine, but expressed concern about the girl standing behind her in a maid outfit. The girl appeared extremely frightened and was trembling with fear. She implored Chrome and Sia to stay away from her. Sia speculated that she was scared of Chrome due to his mysterious aura, but Chrome accused her of being rude. The girl in the maid outfit clarified that she wasn't scared of him, even though he looked a bit intimidating. She explained that she brought nothing but danger because she attracted evil. A perpetual scene of darkness emanated from her due to a crest engraved on her by some technique. She introduced herself as Uline Ernest, expressing gratitude. A few weeks ago, Uline had been kidnapped and taken to a lab where she became a lab rat, and this crest was engraved onto her as an experiment. Uline managed to escape when she saw an opportunity, but the scent she emitted grew stronger at night, attracting monsters like the one Sia had just faced. Chrome realized that venturing into such parts of the woods at night was dangerous and assumed she was attempting to end her life by allowing herself to be devoured by monsters. Uline was terrified and told Chrome that many innocent people had died as victims of this curse, reduced to nothing more than lab rats. She feared the misfortunes the curse brought upon her and those involved, while the sorcerers who inflicted such a horrible curse remained unaffected. Chrome told Uline to stay near him, assuring her that any enemy within a 10-meter radius would be annihilated. He urged her to stop worrying, but Uline hesitated. Sia reassured her, and Chrome asked who the sorcerer was who had placed the spell on Uline. Uline was afraid that he might come after her and kill her if she revealed his name. Chrome explained that in her current situation, she had limited options and advised her to seek his help to eliminate the sorcerer if she wanted to survive. Uline, while crying, told Chrome that he would have to fight, and then revealed that the person who had performed the spell and committed such atrocities was a member of the hero party, Sage Valerie. Sia was shocked, while Chrome had suspected it might be him. Chrome explained that he was also trying to locate Valerie and requested Uline to show them his location. Sia gave Uline hope, telling her that they might be able to remove the curse, and assured her that both she and Chrome would take care of everything. Uline asked if there was a chance she could return to normal if she went back to the laboratory. She thought there was a possibility, but it wasn't absolute. She wanted to reunite with her family, her friends, and the people from her village. Determined, she agreed to guide them to the laboratory. Sia reassured her that she would definitely protect her. Chrome told Sia that she wouldn't need to do anything since his attack could obliterate anything within a 10-meter radius. Uline wasn't worried about enemy attacks and stared at Chrome. She mentioned that Chrome was a man, which made Chrome think she suspected he might do something to her body. Sia jokingly said that Uline was cute and shared her sister's teachings, saying that her sister used to claim every man was an animal. Chrome heard the same biased opinion she had before, while Uline and Sia stared at him. Uline accused Chrome of being after her body, making Chrome think the situation was taking a bizarre turn. In Valerie's laboratory, some boys mentioned hearing that Mika was receiving a lot of nominations from Valerie lately, but Mika denied it, insisting that Valerie treated everyone equally. They noted that Mika was called to the laboratory more frequently and labeled him the favorite. These were the apprentices of the wise sage Valerie, all young boys with exceptional beauty and a gift for magic. Mika believed they were just seeking the master's attention to learn more special secret magic, but he felt different. He was confident he had earned the master's favor more than anyone else, both in appearance and talent. The other boys heard something and were confused. They realized someone was approaching the lab as the alarm rang, and Chrome entered with Sia and Uline by his side. The boys couldn't understand how the intruders had breached the lab so easily and warned the master. All the traps, magic, and monsters guarding the lab had been easily defeated by a mysterious attack. Valerie examined the situation and realized it was the power of darkness, but he couldn't fathom who wielded such immense power. Even he could not reach it. Valerie knew that awakening such power and mastering it were different challenges. He suspected Chrome but couldn't believe Chrome had survived. The kids volunteered to handle the situation, and Valerie ordered them to go all at once. He explained that the intruder was no ordinary person, but if they worked together, they could defeat him. They blocked Chrome's path, and he asked who they were. Uline explained that these were Valerie's apprentices who kept the lab rats in check. Crying, Uline told Chrome that they used and killed their subjects and were horrible people. Chrome questioned their actions, and they arrogantly replied that they had no attachment to mere lab rats and that the subjects should be grateful for contributing to their research. Chrome understood their behavior, and they all began attacking at once with fire and wind magic. Valerie, observing them, praised their advanced magic without enchantments, recognizing that they were stronger than he had been when he was in the hero's party. As the attacks approached Chrome, he smiled, saying he expected nothing less from Valerie's apprentices. The kids, in complete shock and disbelief, couldn't understand why their magic hadn't worked. Chrome, with a scary look, asked where Valerie was. The results were all managed by Valerie himself, and there was hope that the records would help them break the girl's curse. Chrome inquired about the memory orb, and the kids, out of fear, told him it was at the lowest level of the laboratory in a place they called the Wise Man's Chamber. Valerie was also in the middle of a ritual 2 doors away from the Wise Man's Chamber. Chrome threatened to kill the kids, and they became extremely scared, begging and saying they were special humans, completely different from villagers, while Mika, in complete shock, observed everything. Chrome thought that after taking so many precious lives, it would be unfair to let them go. Uline thought they had completely vanished, but as she spoke, Chrome cut her off, saying he didn't care who they were. Mika introduced himself as Valerie's apprentice and asked who Chrome was and what purpose he had there. Chrome told Mika that he wasn't Valerie's friend, but was just there to finish an errand for their master. Mika thought this wouldn't be a peaceful errand and started praising his master, Valerie. He believed Valerie was a wonderful wizard who had developed a technique that would greatly contribute to the progress of magic civilization. Chrome mentioned the human sacrifices, and Mika tried to defend it by saying it was a noble sacrifice for the world. Chrome called it a selfish idea. Mika kept defending their master, saying he had respect for him from the bottom of his heart and believed in him. He wanted to follow him to the end and one day become his successor. Chrome labeled him as Valerie's lover, saying it wasn't respect but just love, lust, or maybe self-interest. Mika started blushing and ran away awkwardly. Chrome thought that Valerie's philandering rumors were true, and Sia asked if they should chase Mika. He told her to let Mika go. After Sia, with everyone behind her, broke into the chamber, they heard noises of pain and suffering. Uline realized they were all subjects like her, and the higher the spell, the greater the need for negative emotions and suffering, which were pushed onto them to achieve such results. Chrome ordered Sia, and she quickly destroyed all the cells, freeing everyone from such pain. Chrome instructed them to run and reassured them that they had destroyed all the traps so they could leave easily. The subjects thanked Chrome. While looking around, Chrome saw something and realized it looked similar to the Chains of Darkness. Valerie appeared and cut him off, explaining that it depicted the Chains of Darkness, a spell he had found in an ancient ruin 2 years ago. Valerie realized that Chrome was still alive. Chrome questioned if he wasn't happy that his beloved apprentice had survived. Valerie showed zero attachment and started questioning how Chrome had acquired the powers of darkness. Chrome offered a deal to tell him how he had acquired such powers if Valerie explained how to remove the scent of darkness from Uline. Valerie recognized Uline and told Chrome that the research for the scent of darkness was all stored in Orb 32, which was the same number as that girl. He allowed Chrome to take it with him and do whatever he wanted. Valerie thought if he was able to get darkness, he wouldn't care about other research and recognized darkness as the pinnacle of magic. Valerie had been researching darkness for more than 40 years and still couldn't grasp it. That was his ultimate goal, and he requested Chrome to tell him how he had gotten the powers of darkness. Chrome had one more question and asked what the power of darkness was. Valerie wasn't sure if he had figured out the right conclusion, but shared that there was once a civilization in this world different from the one known today. It was called Lemuzeria, a world of ancient prehistoric civilization that prospered millions of years ago. They had advanced magic on a different level compared to what is known today, and it was said to be a prosperous time. However, due to some unknown disaster called the Great Calamity, the civilization ended overnight. The magic known today is merely a result of discovering and rearranging the magic that the prehistoric civilization had developed. Although it was so advanced that it was hard to understand in its original form, humans are just using it in its weakened state. Chrome mentioned that he had been taught all of this a long time ago. Shortly before their parting, Valerie had discovered a forbidden spell called the Chain of Darkness from some ancient ruins. The ancient civilizations had much more knowledge about darkness and light compared to them. The forbidden spell Chains of Darkness first created darkness from one person who played the role of sacrifice. In response, light also appeared, and by granting any person all the light, they would gain immense power. Chrome realized he was the sacrifice needed to give the hero with the holy attribute the power of light. Everything Irina did was also to increase his anger and grief. Everything was planned from the beginning. The greater the negative emotions, the stronger the sacrifice, the greater the darkness produced, and because of such strong darkness, strong light was also born. Valerie chose Chrome as a sacrifice because Chrome was extremely pure. The more pure someone was, the more likely they were to create deep hatred and darkness after being trampled on. Chrome asked why his body was falling apart and why he was unable to use his magic. Valerie explained that the magic was playing the role of sacrifice and was getting sucked up and turned into the source for the energy of darkness. That's also why his body was failing, and the devices in this room were used to inflict pain and suck up all the magic from the subjects. Valerie tried to recreate the Chains of Darkness, but the test subjects' physical abilities were only severely diminished. The most important thing was the amount of negative emotions in the sacrifice, and that's what he understood about the Chains of Darkness. Chrome asked what light and darkness were, and Valerie explained that it was something that lay dormant in a space different from this world, which surprised Chrome. Valerie still hadn't come to a conclusion on whether it was immense energy or a super being with a will of its own. Valerie had been researching darkness for ages and understood that the light could only be controlled by someone with the holy attribute. But if it was darkness, even Valerie himself could obtain it. Valerie yelled and ordered the commandments of Lemuzeria to wake up, and a black energy started flowing out of Chrome and Sia, sucking away their darkness. Uline got worried, and Chrome realized his fixed damage skill could not work. Valerie was taking away their darkness and explained that he was using the commandments of Lemuzeria, which interfered with the darkness itself. Valerie had seen Chrome fight with his apprentice and had a good idea of his skills. He understood that Chrome's ability was Annihilation, which had a range of 10 meters. He realized Sia was also using her dark powers and told Chrome they were not scary at all as long as he kept his distance. If he kept using his device from that safe position, he would surely win. Since Chrome's source of power was darkness, if it was blocked, he wouldn't be able to use his skill fixed damage. Valerie called Chrome a mere human being or a remnant who couldn't even use magic or had any physical strength because of the Chains of Darkness. Sia tried to attack him, but he hit her with the Wind Prison, causing her to back off. Valerie realized Sia had a part of the powers of darkness and would be a great test subject. He caught Sia in his magic and restrained her. Valerie was aiming to take her darkness away eventually, but it wasn't possible just yet. Chrome, in anger, yelled Valerie's name. Valerie elaborated that he banished Chrome because of his zero talent and had given up on him, but it seemed that Chrome was going to be his most useful apprentice compared to the ones who got killed so easily. Chrome told Valerie that this pain was nothing compared to the despair and pain he inflicted on Chrome 2 years ago. Valerie asked the little boy Chrome why he wanted to study under him. Little Chrome wanted to protect a girl and be strong enough to become a deserving man for her. Valerie explained that he would have to train Chrome first, and his training was going to be tough. Chrome, with a determined look, told Valerie, his master, that he was ready. He earnestly respected Valerie. Chrome wanted to be a mage like Valerie someday, but that's what he thought as a kid. Chrome asked Valerie if those apprentices weren't important to him. Valerie, with a disappointed look, called them his disposable tools, saying he only raised them because research was more efficient with more people, though they could easily be replaced. With a crazy look on his face, Valerie yelled that he was a member of the Heroes Party, Valerie the Wise, and there were floods of people all over the world willing to be his apprentice. He just needed to weed out the trash and pick the ones with potential. Chrome called him a lowlife and told Valerie that the last remnants of respect he had for him were gone. Valerie, while laughing, demanded more darkness from Chrome but suddenly got surprised. Chrome told Valerie that he could not suppress his darkness. The despair and hatred inside Chrome had increased past the threshold, and a second level had been achieved. Chrome's darkness output became 666%. In the darkness, he had evolved from a basic state to a brain-melting state. The interfering wave against the darkness was disabled, and Valerie, in complete disbelief, didn't understand how he counteracted the effects of Lemuseria's prohibition. Valerie was surprised since it had enough power to seal Demon Lord-class darkness easily. Chrome humbled Valerie, and the device exploded completely. Valerie could not comprehend the power Chrome held, and Chrome told Valerie they were the ones who granted him such horrible powers. Hatred, resentment, anger, sadness, despair, and the desire to kill Valerie all made Chrome stronger, and Valerie couldn't process how the darkness could grow infinitely. It was time for Chrome's revenge, and since he held this grudge for 2 years, simply killing Valerie wouldn't be satisfying enough. Chrome remembered the devices in this room that sucked out the subject's magic and ordered Sia to cut his tendons. Valerie tried to defend himself with the sandstorm, but Sia used her acceleration abilities and slashed through Valerie, leaving him screaming in pain. At such a close distance, Sia's sword was faster than his magic, and Chrome asked Uline if she wanted to be a part of this vengeance. Uline didn't want to, and Chrome ordered Sia to take Valerie to the device while Valerie begged them to stop. Valerie didn't want it to end like this and asked if Chrome could even understand how to run the machine. He confidently said he was a former mage himself, so it wasn't an issue. Valerie, in desperation, begged Chrome to stop draining all his magic powers. Valerie tried to reason with Chrome, saying that with his research humanity improved a lot and begged him to stop, but Chrome labeled him as shameless and knew he just wanted to quench his need for knowledge. Valerie pushed many people to despair and destroyed their lives. Chrome was going to put an end to everything. Valerie kept begging Chrome to free him. He started crying in desperation and mentioned his thirst for knowledge and curiosity about magic ever since he was a kid. Valerie wanted to explore deeper than others, and that was his life's goal. He particularly studied the darkness in depth based on the data from the ritual 2 years ago, and because of him, the search for the power of the chains of darkness progressed rapidly. He was close to revealing the power of darkness and begged Chrome to stop. Valerie, in desperation, wanted his dreams to be fulfilled and couldn't accept his fate. Chrome ended his lifelong pursuit of magic and enabled the machine. Chrome's master's aspirations were shattered completely, and now he was left with only despair and eternal pain. The machine started sucking away his magic, and Chrome apologized to Uline for making her wait so much. They decided to find a way to break the scent of darkness. Chrome asked Sia if she found the orb, but she found something else. It was the file for the forbidden spell called the Chains of Darkness, which was cast on Chrome 2 years ago, but it seemed to have some contents missing, and it looked like someone stole it. Chrome became speechless and realized Mika ran away with it. Mika had no intention of giving up on his master and thought he was the greatest man who was a member of the party that defeated the Demon Lord. He was the man Mika respected the most, and Mika could not believe he got defeated. Mika remembered Valerie calling his apprentices disposable tools that could be replaced anytime. Mika thought he was different from others and that the master only loved him. Mika remembered Valerie whispering in his ear that he was his only lover while he held him strongly in his arms. With an insane look in his eyes, Mika said, "Watch over me, Valerie-sama." as he promised to kill Chrome and exact revenge. Sia returned after trying to locate the apprentice. Chrome asked if she had found any clues, and she responded positively, stating that she had scouted the area around the lab and located Valerie's apprentice in a nearby village 2 kilometers away. Uline realized it was her village, and Chrome thought his suspicion that Mika took it was correct. He apologized to Uline and told her that he needed more time to look into dispelling the curse since he wanted to catch Mika first. Uline didn't mind and told him that he had saved so many subjects and should do what he needed to first. Sia suggested that she would go capture Mika since Uline would attract curses, and Chrome's ability would kill them without question if they got any closer. Chrome told her to be cautious since Mika was Valerie's best apprentice and had a high-level orb of court magic. He advised her not to overdo it, and she understood everything, calling Chrome her lord with determination on her face. Sia felt her body was light. She had achieved a new level of acceleration and realized it was probably because her master Chrome's darkness had increased. She was worried that his despair might have increased as well. Sia heard a scream and saw huge monsters surrounding a girl, telling her to cry out in terror. Sia realized the girl looked like her sister and jumped in to save her. With the power of her magic sword, she was certain she could cut through anything. With her acceleration and the other skills her master Chrome had given her, she would be able to save the girl. But she couldn't reach her in time, and the monsters killed the human with one blow. Sia screamed and decided to take revenge for the girl by killing them. Her sword grew bigger, and she realized it had reached a new level of severance. The monsters confidently told her that she could not defeat them even with such a power-up because she was no match for their light. They moved forward to crush Sia, but since she was more than just a slave for Chrome and had dedicated her body completely to him, she killed every monster in anger and apologized to the dead body of the woman, recognizing her fault. Suddenly, a little light started to shine, which confused Sia. The monsters regenerated and turned into one huge monster that tried to kill Sia as she dodged for her life while processing what was happening. She tried to fight off the monster, and with an expression full of anger, she vowed she wouldn't forgive Mika the wizard and would catch him. In the village, Mika's presence was met with curiosity and unease, as it was unusual for someone like him to be there. A village girl, noticing him, kindly suggested he take his time since the village didn't have much to offer. In the recordings, the orb emitted light using Chrome as its base. As a disciple who had spent many years with Valerie, Chrome had mastered the ability to induce the deepest despair by forming chains of darkness. Mika, realizing he did not have a pure subject to sacrifice, devised a plan to make up for it with numbers. He concluded that instead of extracting a large amount of strong, deep hatred and despair from a single individual, he could achieve the same results by collecting these emotions from many people. As he pondered this, a little villager interrupted his thoughts, asking what he was thinking about. Mika, cold and resolute, used a spell to burn her face, deciding then to sacrifice all the villagers to obtain the light and become stronger. He began burning more villagers with his powers, ordering them to spread their negative emotions. Their fear, hatred, and despair would fuel the ritual's success. As light and darkness manifested simultaneously, Mika reached out to embrace the light, pleading for it to come to him so he could gain the power to avenge his master Valerie. Sia finally reached him, and he told her that he had saved her the hassle of looking for him and that he would definitely kill every one of them. Sia decided to stop him with a determined look. Chrome and Uline reached the village, and Chrome asked if she was okay. Uline realized that the village was already lost, and Chrome felt something was wrong. He found Sia and asked what had happened. She apologized to him. Mika told him that he had been waiting for him. Mika used the skill Arrow of Blessings, and Sia explained that she could not cut the attack, and it kept chasing her until it hit her. Chrome annihilated the arrows with his darkness powers and determinedly said he didn't need to avoid them. He could just erase the attacks. Chrome did not feel any activation of magic. He questioned if Mika had gained the powers of light by reproducing the chains of darkness. Mika looked up at the sky with a crazed look on his face and called to his master Valerie. He told his master he was going to kill the man who trampled on his dreams and goals as proof of his love. He wanted Valerie to love him back after he was done killing Chrome. Chrome told Sia and Uline to stay away from him because he was going to use his powers to crush the light Mika had in an instant. Chrome asked if Mika still had the orb from the Chains of Darkness. Mika, obsessed with Valerie's research, said of course he had it. Mika told Chrome that he would never give up on the orb even if he got killed by Chrome. Chrome decided to take it by force, which angered Mika. He thought Chrome was being stupid, as he wasn't qualified to have the orb containing the Chains of Darkness. Chrome said it was over, and Mika pulled out his skill called Protection of Flowers. With a cheeky smile, he explained that the power of light was not only limited to the Arrow of Blessing skill he used earlier. He labeled Chrome's power as evil, which couldn't reach him due to the new skill. Chrome was surprised to hear the label Evil Power. Mika justified it by explaining that Chrome was the one who destroyed his lover's dreams and desires and robbed him of his life. Mika thought Chrome pushed him into despair, which was absolutely unforgivable. Chrome told Mika it was Valerie who did all that first, though Mika, blinded by anger, did not care about Chrome's words. Mika called his familiars out and addressed them as angels. Sia cautioned Chrome and told him that Mika could manipulate any dead villagers as his familiars. Mika ordered the angels to kill Chrome. Chrome called it pointless since anything that came close to him would perish instantly. Chrome realized the angels endured it and that Mika's skill, the Flower of Protection, protected the angels. Chrome realized Mika was going to attack him while protecting his angels. Chrome started using his power and destroyed the Protection of Flowers. Mika, in complete shock, couldn't understand the situation, and Chrome told him his powers were growing. His powers had been influenced by the light. Mika, in desperation, ordered his angels to protect him. Chrome made Mika remember all the horrible things he did to the villagers and told him he wasn't getting any forgiveness, with extreme anger on his face. Mika got scared and tried to run away while the angels protected him. When Chrome was about to chase Mika, he heard a voice from the darkness, informing him that his awakening was progressing. Intrigued, Chrome inquired further about this awakening. The voice explained that light and darkness enhance each other. The stronger the light, the stronger the darkness would become. She mentioned that if he continued to feed the darkness within him, it would eventually reach a new, more powerful level. Suddenly, a door appeared in front of Chrome and swallowed him. As he found himself in an unfamiliar place, he wondered where he was. Then, he saw a figure standing beside him, who introduced herself as the voice he had been conversing with all this time. This was the first time Chrome had seen Darkness in person. She told him to call her Rakshasa, as the name Darkness felt a bit confusing to her. This was the first time they had met in the materialized world, and she explained they were in Cliffith. It was a world where darkness ran deeper than the real world, and Rakshasa was also born there. Chrome remembered that, while questioning what darkness and light were, Valerie explained it was something that possessed great energy and lay dormant in some other space different from their world. Chrome told Rakshasa that's what Valerie had told him in his lab. Chrome guessed this was the space Valerie talked about, and she confirmed he was right. Chrome told her he had no time to stay in a separate world chatting idly. He needed to get back to his world since Sia and Uline were waiting for him. Rakshasa told Chrome not to worry since time flowed differently there. So when he left this place, not more than a second would have passed in the real world. Chrome insisted she return him quickly anyway since there was no reason for him to stay. She told Chrome he was lying and, as she came closer, pointed out his desire for more power. She told Chrome that he needed to meet and confront it. Confused, Chrome told her to get to the point. She teased him, saying he needed to follow her deeper into the darkness. Chrome asked what it was, and she explained they were somewhere in a different era or world where a part of darkness was flowing. She mentioned the possibility of someone's existence who was just like Chrome and had the power of darkness. The eras and worlds could be different, but human nature was the same everywhere. Chrome was deep in thought, and Rakshasa said she had been part of Chrome for 2 years, during which he had grown powerful. Chrome shared that he still held resentment and hatred for those people, and such thoughts only grew inside his darkness. She agreed and thanked him since she could look like that because of him. Chrome realized she had inhabited many people in the past, and Rakshasa labeled it as jealousy, teasing him even more. Surprised, Chrome learned that she had inhabited thousands of humans before him, but no one had such immense darkness like his. He was the first one to materialize Rakshasa so clearly. Most of the hosts could only hear Rakshasa at best, and some even collapsed the moment she got inside their heads. Chrome, feeling no such burden, listened as Rakshasa explained that he was receiving power from the darkness. Originally, the chains of darkness should have sucked Chrome dry, and he should have died on the spot, but he used the darkness to replenish his lost vitality and stayed alive. Chrome was surprised to hear he was supposed to die. Rakshasa acknowledged that Chrome's body was extremely weak because of the chains of darkness, but his vitality was beyond that of ordinary people, so he didn't need to worry about anything. Rakshasa got closer and held his hands, promising to serve him and asking him to wield the darkness as he saw fit. Rakshasa then pointed out their destination, explaining that it was the lake at the center of Cliffith, where the origin of darkness lay hidden inside Naraku. Chrome didn't understand what Naraku was, and Rakshasa suggested they should meet it. Naraku ordered Rakshasa to bring that person. Chrome realized it was Naraku's voice. Suddenly, a chain grabbed Rakshasa's arm. Chrome was surprised, and Rakshasa explained it was because the darkness he possessed had deepened and begun to materialize. She pointed out that his body would be the same, and he noticed chains holding him down. Worried, he listened as Rakshasa explained it was the bond with Naraku, the sacrifice tied to the forbidden cursed chains of darkness. Usually, the chains sucked their target dry and drained all life force, ultimately killing them. However, if the chains were broken, the sacrifice would connect to the darkness and gain its powers. Chrome understood and realized that 2 years ago, when the chains of darkness were cast upon him, as soon as he accepted Rakshasa's voice, the chains holding his body burst open, and he received fixed damage. At that time, the chains had bound Chrome, and as soon as he got free, the chains bonded with another curse called darkness. Naraku told Chrome and Rakshasa to strengthen their bond with it if they sought more strength. Chrome didn't understand, and Naraku explained it was the same thing he had done until now. Naraku told Chrome to let out all his negative desires such as resentment, anger, hatred, and despair, explaining that darkness connected with other darkness, and the stronger the connection with light, the stronger it became. Chrome asked if there were others with the same power as him. Rakshasa confirmed there were a few, and said the easiest way to give someone his darkness was to have a connection with them, like Chrome had with Sia. The quickest way would be for Chrome to make Sia his girlfriend and have sex with her. Chrome was speechless, and Rakshasa labeled it as innocence, surprised at how innocent Chrome was. Naraku sensed someone with a hint of light entering Cliffith. Chrome quickly realized it could be Yuno and asked Naraku where he was. Naraku asked if Yuno was someone Chrome knew since he acted so obsessed with him. Angry, Chrome yelled at Naraku to give his location. Naraku said it could send him there. Strategically, Chrome knew it was a bad choice to face Yuno the hero since he wasn't ready, but he didn't care and ordered Naraku to send him there because he wanted to see and hear the truth from Yuno himself. A few hours earlier, at the castle of Lagios, Yuno and Farah were fighting a blue demon dragon. Farah felt useless because Yuno was taking care of everything himself. Yuno reassured her that her company was good enough. Farah wanted to fight with the whole heroes party like the old days, which made Yuno think about Riyad's death and Irina's disappearance. He remembered how Irina was originally Chrome's girlfriend. As the fight with the demon army continued, Yuno couldn't control his feelings for Irina and wanted to make her his woman. That's why he chose Chrome when Valerie asked for a sacrifice for the chains of darkness. Irina also told him in secret that she had feelings for him. He felt guilty for deceiving his closest friend, but as long as Chrome was gone, Irina would be his, the strongest power and the dearest lover. Having these would make his life complete. He decided to look for Irina once the war was over. The dragon realized the hero had come far, and Yuno told Farah to get ready because Lagios was once the strongest member of the Demon Lord's army. In order to build a peaceful world, Yuno decided to defeat the demon race. Since the demon king Vigoratimus was no longer alive, Lagios aimed to form the Demon King army again to take over the human world. Farah found it amusing because they wouldn't let Lagios go that far. Yuno expected this much from the successor of the old-school illusion swordsmanship, Red Flame King Blade Farah. She cancelled Legio's flames with her own prana. Legios resisted and attacked Farah, humbling her quickly. She was surprised he broke through so easily. Yuno told her to stay back and reassured her that he would take care of it. Farah apologized and agreed. Yuno thought Farah would be a good choice as his next lover if anything happened to Irina. His sword started glowing as he realized the door to Qliphoth was opening. The voice in his sword, known as Light, explained that somewhere, the power of darkness was maximizing and that light and darkness enhanced and drew each other together. Yuno wasn't sure about the situation but decided to focus on the battle in front of him. He ordered Light to give him more power, deciding he would win for sure. The dragon was surprised by his speed, and Yuno jumped in to slash the dragon in half. The dragon was killed by Yuno's sword, and he took a breath of relief. He told Farah it was over, but she realized the dragon was still alive. Yuno looked behind in fear and saw it using a barrier crest. It nullified all abnormal activities and protected the user for up to 30,000 cumulative damage. The hero's party had used them during the battle against the Demon King to survive the onslaught. The crest was inside the dragon's head, and it survived because of the crest's powers, appearing behind Yuno to attack him. Yuno regretted his carelessness and realized he was going to die. He couldn't believe someone like him, who was supposed to have the honor of saving the world and living a happy life with his dearest lover Irina, or anyone in the world because of his position as a hero and his accomplishments, was going to die. He yelled in desperation that he wanted to live and didn't want to die. A voice explained that the user's desire and determination reached the necessary value, and the ritual progressed to 85%. Yuno acquired the ability to move, called phasing. The voice told Yuno that moving to Sephiroth was currently impossible. The voice started an emergency evacuation procedure because Yuno was in danger and began transferring him to Qliphoth since its door was already open. He couldn't understand what was going on and accidentally entered Qliphoth. He questioned where he was and saw Chrome standing behind him. He couldn't believe his eyes. He realized it was Chrome and thought he would never forget him because, during the recent 3 years of Yuno's life, Chrome had held significant meaning, and Yuno always hated him. With a devious look, Chrome greeted Yuno. Yuno asked if it was really Chrome, and Chrome reassured him that it was truly the guy he betrayed, Chrome Walker, though his appearance had changed significantly. The voice of Light, named Vayu, told Yuno that Chrome had made Rakshasa submissive to him and that he was a powerful darkness host. Rakshasa recognized Vayu and told Chrome that Vayu was one of the strongest light terminals. Yuno acted as if he was happy Chrome was alive. Chrome, glad to see Yuno as well, mentioned he was called a hero who defeated the Demon Lord. Chrome thought it was still too soon to kill him and couldn't figure out which punishment would be appropriate for Yuno the hero. Yuno told Chrome that everyone was worried about him since they were all comrades. Chrome realized he was spitting bullshit and remembered that Yuno had sacrificed him and taken away his girlfriend. Chrome started moving forward and told Yuno that he had already reunited with some of his old comrades, which made Yuno worried. Chrome mentioned that Riyat had become an outrageous ruler who was the same nice guy he thought of as a brother. People change drastically when they acquire power. Yuno said Riyat was a nice guy but just had a rough side. With a devious smile, Chrome shared that he erased Riyat out of existence for doing bad things. Valerie was doing experiments on human subjects, inflicting pain on them for the sake of his magic research. It was an eyesore for Chrome, so he took Valerie's magic forever so he couldn't contribute to any experiments ever again. Yuno couldn't believe it and yelled at Chrome for doing such a horrible thing to his own master. Chrome told Yuno he was getting on his nerves, thinking Yuno was annoying and always so happy and carefree. He hated such a self-centered guy and mentioned that he met Irina. Yuno got worried and asked how she was. Chrome explained that she was trying to give her body to some priestess for the sake of a higher position, got mad at Chrome, and tried to kill him, which was her usual act. Yuno, in disbelief, called Chrome a liar. He thought she was different from some random slutty girls and called Chrome a liar, mentioning that he even got her virginity. Hearing this, Chrome mentioned that she had already given her virginity to him. Yuno couldn't believe it and kept repeatedly calling Chrome a liar. He thought Chrome was saying all this to trap him and mislead him. He thought his girlfriend Irina was the purest in the world and would never betray him. Chrome answered his question and told Yuno that she was safe, but the Irina he knew no longer existed. Chrome changed her appearance to the form she deserved. Yuno, in complete shock, couldn't understand what Chrome was saying, and Chrome wanted to keep crushing Yuno. He wanted Yuno to suffer the same pain he did. Chrome told Yuno he turned her into an unpleasant monster. Yuno kept reassuring himself, saying it was a lie, and told Chrome that he wouldn't be fooled. Chrome said only 3 were left: Yuno, Farah, and Margot. Chrome told Yuno it was time to fight. Yuno tried to scare Chrome, telling him he had the power of light just as Chrome had the power of darkness. Yuno was determined to fight back and not go down so easily. He had the Holy Sword, which was the world's most powerful sword, and the same sword that sliced through the demon lord Vargalotimus. Chrome challenged Yuno and asked if his sword could cut through the darkness Chrome had. Yuno got ready to test it out and ordered his sword Arkwise to howl. Yuno ordered his sword to erase the darkness with its holy powers. Something strange happened which surprised them both, and Chrome realized something went inside his head. Chrome started seeing Yuno's memories and saw Yuno worrying about not being able to defeat even the generals of the Demon Lord, let alone the Demon Lord himself. Yuno was complaining about his weaknesses and was aware of the power gap between them and the other hero parties, which kept getting wider. He wished for more strength, and Irina told him to calm down and stop blaming himself. Yuno shared that Valerie, the sage, had found a useful spell and explained that it was found back in the ancient ruins and could make him stronger. Irina got happy hearing such news, but Yuno told her that they needed a sacrifice for it, and that with the sacrifice of a party member, he could earn great power. Yuno didn't want to sacrifice any of his comrades, but as a hero, he couldn't sacrifice himself, and Valerie couldn't either as he was the one who would cast the spell. Yuno shared that he had to choose from the rest of the party. At first, Irina remained silent, but then she told Yuno that she would become the sacrifice. She kissed Yuno, which surprised him, and when Yuno questioned her actions, she apologized and told Yuno that she wanted to confess her love before being the sacrifice. She told Yuno that she had already made a lifelong commitment with Chrome, but her real lover was Yuno. Yuno had feelings for her as well and felt really bad doing everything since Chrome was his good friend, and Irina thought they were just not destined to be together. Yuno thought if only Chrome disappeared. Irina got worried, but Yuno took responsibility and told Irina that all she needed to do was be happy. They both hugged each other. Chrome saw all the memories and felt sick watching such garbage. What happened next was the same as what Chrome imagined, and the flow led him to his current situation. Everything was connected. Yuno saw Chrome's memories and saw everything, including Irina turning into an ugly monster and the young knight saint who claimed he had a relationship with Irina. Yuno couldn't understand it and questioned Irina's actions. He called her the purest saint in the world and thought she wouldn't do such a thing. Since she couldn't come back, Yuno decided to give up on Irina with an emotionless face and decided he'd start from zero with Farah. He realized he didn't have to stick with one person and was sure plenty of beautiful women wanted to hook up with him since he was the hero who saved the world. He called himself the Chosen One and thought he wasn't like the old days when every woman was out of his league. He called it ridiculous to devote his love to one woman alone and felt relieved that he didn't have Irina burdening him anymore. He thought this was probably for the best and, with an extremely crazy expression, thought he could hold any beautiful woman in his arms. Chrome saw Yuno being in a good mood and told Yuno it wasn't going to get any more pleasant from here on. Chrome told Yuno to prepare himself as he was going to torture him and kill him slowly. He activated his powers, and Yuno started feeling pain as scales appeared on his face. Yuno barely dodged the fixed damages attack and felt something strange with the Holy Sword. As soon as he moved forward, his face became frightened as his arm got cut along because of Chrome's fixed damage ability. Due to Chrome's range, it was a little difficult but became easier when he finally grasped the range of effect. Chrome decided to torture and kill Yuno the hero while he saw his arm gone and blood flowing out of it. Yuno, in great pain, became angry and realized it was a skill that could destroy anything within the range, and told Chrome not to get cocky. Yuno used the skill regeneration and grabbed his holy sword once more with his other arm. As long as Yuno had the holy sword, he could still face Chrome, and he told Chrome he was never going to forgive him for what he did to Irina and him. Chrome didn't want to forgive Yuno either, and had held the grudges for 2 years now. Yuno told Chrome that their friendship was over. Chrome called it stupid since it was already broken for a long time now. Yuno used a skill called Arrow of Blessings. Chrome realized it was the same skill Mika used and called his skills useless since they couldn't work against his fixed damage ability. Vayu explained that even though Chrome could only use one ability, it was still different, and Vayu tried to analyze Chrome. Rakshasa quickly got in the way of Vayu and interfered with his analysis. She called it useless to analyze his power, and Vayu told her to stay away and not interfere. Vayu couldn't analyze everything but shared that he was able to confirm that because of the darkness chain curses, normal skills were useless against Chrome. But there were still exceptional skills that were X-class. Vayu was sure Chrome only had one skill called Fixed Damage. Yuno tried to understand everything and saw a chance of winning. Vayu reassured him that there was a chance, but it was going to be difficult since Chrome's Fixed Damage ability was overpowered. Vayu mentioned the white phase, but then went on to say that the time limit of their world was almost over, so they needed to continue the fight later instead. Yuno decided to postpone the fight with Chrome and the grudge he held against him. Chrome got angry at the excuse of leaving the world because of the limiting time and told Yuno he wouldn't let him get away from him. Yuno, the hero, told Chrome that he would come back someday and not forget what Chrome did to his comrades. Chrome ran towards Yuno, trying to stop him from leaving, and called the comrade talk bullshit since he was once Yuno's comrade too, but he made Chrome go through such horrible experiences. Yuno announced that he, the light bearer, would defeat Chrome since Chrome had fallen into the evil of darkness. Chrome called it selfishness and tried to stop Yuno from leaving, but it was too late, and Yuno left the world. Rakshasa tried to comfort Chrome as he fell to the ground, unable to understand where it all went wrong. He excelled in battle, yet everything was unclear to him, and he let Yuno run away from his hands. Rakshasa suggested they should also get out of this world since she knew he was most likely worried about the situation in the real world. Chrome remembered Sia and Uline and decided to go back since the settlement with Yuno could be continued later. Chrome emerged from the cliff and ordered Rakshasa to restrain everyone after seeing Mika and his angels trying their best to escape. Chrome realized Rakshasa was right, and just before entering the black phase, they immediately returned. He used his chains of darkness to stop Mika, completely restraining him. Mika yelled in pain, trying to break free. He used his skill, the Arrow of Blessings, but it had no effect on Chrome. Desperate, Mika begged Chrome not to kill him. Chrome asked if Mika had ever spared the villagers who had begged for their lives. Frustrated, Mika unlocked a surge of extreme power. He called for Valerie's help and expressed his love for his master. Determined to avoid death, Mika surprised Chrome, who couldn't comprehend what was happening. Mika warned Chrome to stay away from him, claiming that only Valerie the Sage could touch his body. Mika then used his power, Gungnir, to thrust at Chrome in an attempt to remove his evil powers. Chrome's fixed damage ability couldn't withstand such a high-level attack, and Uline jumped in to save Chrome. She was struck by the Gungnir and screamed in pain. Mika called her a hindrance and launched another Gungnir at Chrome, attempting to finish him off. The attack headed straight for Chrome, but Sia barely stopped it while Chrome used his chains of darkness to capture Mika, telling him it was over. Mika screamed in pain, held by the chains, and collapsed. Chrome decided to deal with Mika later and ordered Rakshasa to help Uline. He asked if there were any darkness spells that could heal her. Rakshasa confirmed it was possible and suggested giving such skills to Sia. She explained that there was a limit to the number of skills that could be bestowed upon a subordinate. Currently, there was no issue, and Sia could take at least 3 more skills, but there was a risk of mental breakdown. Chrome, unable to learn any skills due to his curse, asked what he could do. Rakshasa revealed there were ways to transfer skills. She suggested giving the skills directly to Uline, which confused Chrome. He then realized she meant he needed to make Uline his subordinate. Chrome agreed since he wanted to help Uline, and Uline consented as well. Uline believed Chrome had sealed Valerie, saved the test subjects, and was trying his best to alleviate the villagers' remorse. If it was Chrome, Uline was ready to comply. Chrome told Rakshasa that he was going to make Uline his subordinate. Rakshasa understood and confirmed the sorcerer's will. Uline was recognized as a subordinate, and a crest appeared on her leg. Rakshasa instructed Chrome to grant Uline his darkness powers. Chrome asked which skill she was going to give Uline. She explained it was demonization, a variation of the skill monsterization given to Irina. Essentially, Uline would retain her form but gain the immense power and vitality of a demon. This meant Uline would no longer be human but become a creature vastly different from humans. It was the only way to save her. Uline had to choose between dying as a human or becoming a demon. Chrome inquired if it was possible to revert her back to a human after healing her wounds with demonization. Rakshasa explained that unlike monsterization, demonization was a permanent skill. Once Uline became a demon, she would remain so until she died. Uline told Chrome she didn't mind and urged him to proceed. Chrome agreed and gave Uline the demonization skill. She stood up, hardly believing it was her. Chrome asked how she felt, and she replied that nothing felt strange, but she could sense her power growing. Mika tried to crawl away to save himself, but Chrome used his chains to grab Mika's neck, telling him he wasn't going anywhere. Chrome contemplated annihilating Mika with fixed damage but changed his mind. With Mika chained, it was easy to carry him, even though Chrome didn't have much strength left. They took him back to the lab in front of Valerie. Valerie was crying out in pain, and when he saw Chrome, he begged for help and release. Valerie pleaded with Chrome, saying it was hurting, but Chrome ignored him and placed Mika in a cell. Valerie's disciple, Mika, had committed many atrocities, and as his master, Valerie would take responsibility for Mika's actions. Now, Valerie had to endure more suffering with his beloved apprentice Mika. Mika tried to remove the chains of darkness, but his efforts were futile. Chrome told Mika he would also enter the crystal and experience the suffering while keeping an eye on his master, Valerie. Chrome called Mika lucky to be with his beloved master. As Chrome activated the switch, Mika screamed in extreme pain. Since Mika was restrained by a part of Chrome's chains, he couldn't focus on using his skills due to the pain. Chrome realized this wasn't what Uline wanted since it wouldn't bring back the people Mika had killed. However, Uline disagreed and told Chrome she was delighted when Mika's limbs got crushed, viewing it as retaliation for what they had done to the villagers. Uline wanted them both to suffer more and felt cruel feelings awakening within her. She expressed her gratitude to Chrome with a smile and was surprised by a sudden light. Chrome informed her that her curse, the scent of darkness, had lifted itself, likely due to the previous attack interfering somehow. Chrome thought she now had one less sin to deal with, and Sia told Uline they should finish it. Chrome ordered Uline to lock up the laboratory and use her skill to hide it from anyone else. She used her skill, camouflage, and concealed the entire laboratory. With such a skill, no one would be able to find it, and there would be no escape. Chrome felt his task was complete and told Sia and Uline they should leave. Inside the laboratory, both Valerie and his apprentice were screaming in extreme pain. Valerie vowed never to forgive Chrome and called his apprentice useless for failing to free him. Valerie labeled Mika incompetent, and Mika regretted being embraced by Valerie. They both continued to scream in extreme pain. Chrome wanted to ask Rakshasa something and questioned what the last technique Mika used was. Rakshasa explained it was a mixed skill combining both light and darkness, which could be called chaos. Rakshasa described it as a powerful skill incorporating attributes of both light and darkness, though she didn't know how it manifested in Mika. Sia asked Rakshasa if she could do it as well, and Rakshasa said it was possible. However, because Chrome was under the curse of the chains of darkness, the use of skills would be severely limited. But if mastered, it could offer an extreme advantage against light attributes. The Principality of Liege was the name given to the ancient ruins by the humans in that country. To obtain this power, Chrome had to endure many trials and tribulations. Chrome reflected on the trial and remembered overwhelming Yuno on the cliff. But he knew he couldn't relax because, just as his darkness was growing stronger, so might his light. Chrome sought a power that could kill Yuno for sure. Rakshasa decided their next destination should be the Principality of Liege to obtain such powers. The Principality of Liege was the homeland of one of the hero's party members, Farah. Chrome thought he could take his revenge while gaining more power. Sia wanted to ask Chrome something and questioned why she could see darkness so clearly with a blushing face. Chrome realized he hadn't introduced her to Rakshasa and explained that Rakshasa, also known as the Terminal, was a part of his powers that had materialized. Rakshasa was happy to meet Chrome's subordinates and began clinging to Chrome to make Sia jealous. Uline asked if Sia was jealous, thinking she liked Chrome a lot. Sia blushed and tried to make excuses, saying she was just curious. Uline and Rakshasa found Sia's behavior cute and innocent. Rakshasa held Sia's face and suggested that maybe a more mature woman would be a better match for Chrome. Though Rakshasa didn't have much experience herself, she had gained a lot of knowledge from her previous hosts. Rakshasa was confident she could help Sia seduce Chrome, which made Sia flustered. Uline got worried seeing Sia having a nosebleed. Chrome saw his comrades and thought it was getting more lively. Yuno saw his surroundings and realized he had returned to his own world after moving to Cliffith. At that moment, he didn't have any time to avoid the attack and almost got hit by a dragon's breath of fire. Yuno thought the old him would have lost after getting hit by such an attack. Vuya thought his master Yuno's power had increased due to the battle against the darkness. Since darkness and light enhanced each other, it was now possible for Yuno to use a new skill. Yuno activated his skill called Aegis. He used his sword to absorb the dragon's breath, which confused the dragon. Yuno, with a cheeky smile, told the dragon he didn't erase it and blasted the same breath back at the dragon. The dragon was confused, and Yuno explained he could direct any attack somewhere else instead of erasing it with his skill. Yuno thought this might be enough to counter Chrome. He realized it was impossible with the shield alone since it couldn't counter an attack with equal or higher power. Yuno needed to gain more power but decided to defeat the dragon first. The dragon called Yuno a fool for thinking he could kill the dragon so easily. The dragon charged towards Yuno while he tried to protect Farah. A voice told Yuno he would help as well. Yuno recognized the voice. It was Margot, who charged in and hit the dragon on its head. He apologized for being late, and Yuno recognized the sword, which was called the Dragon Killer Margot found the other day. Margot thought that thanks to Yuno and Farah cutting the dragon's strength down, it worked out well for him. Margot asked what happened to Yuno's arm, and Yuno, with an awkward smile, told Margot it wasn't painful because of his powers of light. Yuno and Farah decided to retreat while Margot told them they could leave the rest to him and get out of there first. Yuno and Farah thanked Margot and left. Margot saw them leave and asked the dragon Ragios how he was. The dragon was in a terrible state. The dragon was amazed at how they could believe in such a stupid thing like the Dragon Killer Sword, even though the sword could only put dragons in a state of asphyxia. Margot thought Yuno might be the strongest fighter in the world, but even he had a flaw. Margot and the dragon had made their first move, which would help the mark on Ragios be less severe and make it easier for them to move in the dark. The dragon said Yuno's power could not be underestimated. Margot reassured him that sooner or later, they were going to defeat the hero. Margot Lascada wanted to make his own name roar all over the world. He wanted wealth, women, and honor. Margot's goal was to take everything in the world and make it his. A few days later in Raju Park, Chrome realized the limit of range for the Chains of Darkness was 100 meters, though it wasn't very promising as an attack since it could only reach 10 meters more than fixed damage. While fighting Mika, Chrome realized the skill was very useful to restrain and lock his enemy. Chrome felt a little chilly, and Sia asked if he was cold. She hugged Chrome and told him it was bad to get cold, so she was doing this to keep him warm. Chrome thanked Sia, and Uline joined them both as well and hugged Chrome. Sia got angry and questioned Uline's actions. Uline told Sia that she was just trying to make Chrome as comfortable as possible. They both hugged Chrome tightly while he thought it was getting lively. Someone's voice yelled that those who had evil in them, he had come to destroy them. The The man realized Chrome had the powers of darkness. It was the hero Harold, who thought it was finally his turn to show Yuno and his party that they weren't the only heroes party out there. Chrome realized who these people were and remembered he met them while he was in the heroes party. They were also a heroes party different from Yuno's party. The 7 heroes were the 7 warriors chosen by the god and given the holy swords. 2 years ago, they were all fighting to defeat the Demon King's army in different places with their comrades. But because of vanity, greed, and honor, they began to compete with each other instead of focusing on their goals. The strongest heroes party, the symbol of justice and peace. Great heroes who will forever be remembered. After Yuno and his party defeated the Demon Lord, the other 6 heroes and their parties were covered behind them. Harold told Chrome to prepare himself and address them as demons. Chrome thought these heroes were a little rough around the edges, but they helped others, and from Chrome's perspective, they were decent heroes. Chrome fought with them several times as a member of the heroes party, but he was sure no one would recognize him now as Chrome Walker. Harold used his holy sword Garev and activated his skill called Whirlwind Blade. Chrome decided to bring down the heroes party against them and used his fixed damage ability to erase Harold's attacks, leaving him shocked. Chrome realized the holy sword's attacks didn't work against his fixed damage ability either, and Rakshasa agreed. Rakshasa explained that the holy sword's light power was weak compared to Chrome's darkness. Rakshasa didn't know if Harold's holy sword had been evolved to Arc Weiss or not. Chrome realized since Yuno sacrificed him to create deep darkness, his sword must have evolved to Arc Weiss. Chrome asked if all the heroes or their swords could evolve into Arc Weiss. Rakshasa explained that the holy sword was given to great heroes and the power of light was only a priming power to call forth even stronger darkness and light. Chrome didn't understand it properly. Someone appeared and saw the heroes party. She realized the host of darkness was there as well, which she was looking for. Chrome got annoyed and recognized it was Frangulas, one of the 13 of the fierce of the Demon Lord's army. Chrome heard she was killed by Yuno, but Frangulas shared she was the immortal vampire, the highest of all her ancestors and the princess. Frangulas smiled and told Chrome she was the existence that overcame thousands of deaths and millions of agonies. Harold recognized Frangulas as one of the 2 remnants of the Demon King's army. Harold heard Ragios had already been defeated by Yuno and his party, and now all he needed to do was to defeat the immortal vampire Frangulas to finish off the remnants of the Demon Lord's army. Harold used his holy sword's skill/Stormblade, while his party followed his lead. Frangulas started using atomization. Harold recognized it as the skill of true ancestors. Frangulas expected this much from the heroes party and realized she could have died from Harold's attack if she had gotten hit. Frangulas pulled out a card thinking it was a waste to kill Harold. It was the Mind Crest, which was a treasure left behind by the Demon Lord. It affected the target's mental defense temporarily and weakened them by 90% mentally. She turned Harold and his party into her servants, and they couldn't resist her charm along with the crest's powers. They fell on their knees and pledged their loyalty to Frangulas. She took care of the heroes party. Sia didn't understand what was happening. Chrome explained she used one of her skills called Charm, which she was good at, and even the hero couldn't resist it. Frangulas came to pick up Chrome, the wielder of the darkness power, Chrome Walker. Chrome was confused. She explained that demons came from darkness as well, and since he had such extreme darkness inside him, he was already much more than just a human. Chrome had become a creature close to demons. Frangulas offered Chrome a chance to side with the demons instead, and Chrome realized she wanted him to join her. Frangulas tried to catch Chrome's interest by mentioning he could gain more power as well. Uline used the skill called Reflection to resist the charm Frangulas was using. Uline got mad at Frangulas, and Frangulas labeled it as a joke. If she had been serious, Chrome's fixed damage ability would have drowned it out. Chrome tried to calm Uline down and told her that Frangulas was telling the truth. Frangulas had no intentions of fighting Chrome. Otherwise, his fixed damage ability would have erased her as soon as she entered his ability's range. This meant Frangulas held no grudge against Chrome. Chrome questioned her request, and she explained that she wanted Chrome to be in the same class as Ragios and to lead the Demon Lord's army after the death of the Demon King. Chrome refused. Even though he was seeking revenge against Yuno, he had no intentions of joining demons. Frangulas asked if he was going to kill her if that was the case. If Chrome identified Frangulas as his enemy, the ability Fixed Damage would automatically kill her off. Even though Frangulas was a vampire, even she couldn't withstand the power of Fixed Damage, and even if she tried to strike back, Sia and Uline would protect Chrome. Chrome was about to make a decision, but before that, Frangulas used her ability of monsterization and flew away as a bat. Chrome asked if she intended to run away like that. Frangulas shared that someone was waiting for Chrome and wanted to meet him. Chrome could also get tips on how to grow stronger. Chrome got annoyed by Frangulas and thought that even though he had no intentions of joining the Demon King's army, he still needed to be prepared to fight Yuno. He ordered Frangulas to guide him, which surprised Sia and Uline. He reassured them that he wouldn't be joining the Demon King's army. He was just trying to find out whether they were worth using or not.
After Batman and Wonder Woman share a kiss in Atlantis, Diana starts to question the nature of their relationship. So in JLA issue 90 by Joe Kelly and Chris Cross, she climbs into Manhunter's transconscious articulator to see if she wants to be with Batman. She instantly sees multiple futures where she and Bruce are together. She sees a future where she hasn't aged a day but Bruce is old. Another future where she becomes part of Bruce's world in Gotham, surrounded by their children while dining with the gods. Then she's transported to a terrible last stand against the Joker, who kills Batman, and she ends Joker's life in rage. Atop a bridge in another lifetime, Diana cries to herself as Bruce calms her, as the Olympian gods have denied her request to bear children. Regardless, Bruce says their love is without bounds and they will make this work. Diana finally awakens from the machine and Bruce is waiting for her. After realizing that the potential for greatness and disaster is too much, Diana states she isn't willing to risk their friendship and they agree to remain as friends. Also subscribe for more. After Batman and Wonder Woman share a
Alright guys, Wes here, welcome back to the channel. So Resident Evil 9 has officially been announced by Capcom, according to the director Koshi Nakanishi. After months of leaks and rumors about the new Resident Evil game in development, we finally have some news that's coming straight from Capcom, and we're going to go over all the details about the announcement. As you know, Resident Evil 9 is shrouded in mystery. There is a ton of stuff that we don't know about the game, like who is going to be the main protagonist. Will it be Leon, maybe Chris, or possibly Jill making a return? Where is RE9 going to take place? Is it going to be a first person or third person experience? Well, today we are going to dive into the world of Resident Evil and attempt to uncover all of the mysteries. Check the video chapters for easy viewing. Don't forget to enter my PS5 giveaway at 160,000 subscribers, and let's get started. As you know, Resident Evil 9 has had quite a few rumors and leaks from industry insiders. We've known that Capcom has been working on the next installment for a while, but there hasn't been anything concrete to go off of. But lucky for us, during Capcom's Summer Next event, they revealed a ton of news for games coming out, but at the end of the showcase, they slipped in a bang banger. They had the director of Resident Evil 7, Koshi Nakanishi, and when talking about that game, they said this, and I quote, "If I'm being honest, as a brand, we were off track. The action element had been expanded and fans reacted much more negatively than expected. In the end, a Resident Evil game has to be scary, so we took another look at it. And the general consensus from fans of the series was that a Resident Evil game is one that should scare the hell out of you. And that was the starting point for Resident Evil 7. I played Resident Evil from the beginning, and those early games were terrifying. I was excited to try to make Resident Evil 7 into a game that would live up to the RE name." The narrator of the Capcom Next event then stated, "The fear-inducing Resident Evil that Nakanishi was after had a major impact on its release, but the course that he chose was far from the path of least resistance. In order to make a fear-focused Resident Evil, many elements of the game had to be reevaluated from scratch, like the setting, the characters, the game system. Anything that didn't induce fear had to change, and sometimes we threw the whole thing out. And in order to make it scarier, we decided to go with a first-person point of view. Up to that point, Resident Evil had been third-person perspective with the character on the screen, but when you're viewing the world from a safe distance behind the character, it's not as immersive and frightening. First person forces you to be up close and personal, and that's exactly what we were trying to accomplish." The director then said, "We're making a new Resident Evil. It was really difficult to figure out what to do after 7, but I found it. And to be honest, it feels substantial. I can't share any details just yet, but I hope you're excited for the day I can." So there you have it. This news is coming straight from the director of the next game. A new Resident Evil is indeed happening. Now, this obviously should come to no surprise. We've had leaks in the past from insiders stating that Resident Evil 9 was indeed on the way. So really, this news was just a matter of time. Now, for those of you that don't know, the director behind the previous game, Resident Evil Village, the director of that game was Morimasa Sato. So they won't be directing Resident Evil 9. The director of this new game is Koshi Nakanishi, and they were the lead on Resident Evil Biohazard. Nakanishi previously worked on Resident Evil 5 as a designer and Resident Evil Mercenaries 3D and Resident Evil Revelations. And I don't know about you guys, but I absolutely loved Resident Evil 7. So for me, this news is great. That game revitalized the franchise for me, as the shift to first person and returning to the roots of survival horror was amazing. It really brought me back to the tension and atmosphere of the older games of the series. I mean, guys, Jack Baker begging Ethan to save his family lives rent-free in my brain. It was such a profound experience, and I can't wait to see what Koshi does with Resident Evil 9. So I think the biggest aspect that everyone wants to know is who is going to be the protagonist of Resident Evil 9. Now, this has been quite a big debate within the community. The protagonist of Resident Evil 7 and 8 was Ethan Winters, and he is obviously out of commission. So RE9 is most likely going to feature one of the longer standing main characters, as the plot of this new game is most likely going to be focused on tying Ethan Winters into the greater canon of Resident Evil, even more than the previous game in the series, Resident Evil Village, did. This means that Resident Evil 9 is likely going to bring back Leon or Chris, and according to recent leaks, it sounds like that's exactly what the plan is. Now, it's also possible that they could bring someone like Jill Valentine back after years of being completely absent from the series since Resident Evil Revelations, which was released in 2012. So it's been about 12 years since she's been at the forefront. Now, on the flip side, Leon also hasn't been a mainline character since RE6 back in 2012 as well. Either way, both are deserving to be at the helm. Now, according to recent leaks, it does seem like the main protagonist of Resident Evil 9 will be Leon Kennedy. With how popular Leon is in Resident Evil 2 and RE4 remakes, it seems like an obvious decision for Capcom to make. Now, there has been some previous rumors suggesting that there will be multiple protagonists, but nothing concrete on that front. Now, some are under the impression that Chris Redfield will be the protagonist due to some implications made in the Resident Evil Village plot, but it seems that Capcom will ultimately be bringing back Leon Kennedy. The Resident Evil franchise has taken us to various locations around the world, with each location having unique atmosphere and challenge to tackle. The games have taken us to places like Raccoon City, the Arklay Mountains, Baker Family Swamp in Louisiana, China, Eastern Europe with RE Village, and more. As far as we know, the location of Resident Evil 9 won't be revealed to us until we get our first look at the game. However, there have been leaks that the game will be set in a fictional Southeast Asian island that's inspired by Singapore. Now, if you watched my last Resident Evil video covering the rumored location, you know I'm personally a fan of this idea. According to Duskull, the leaker who reported on it went to Twitter after the announcement of Resident Evil 9, and they said this, and I quote, "There was an RE8 concept that was a direct sequel to RE7 in Village, but it got sidelined a bit after Resident Evil 7's original lower than expected initial sales and a middling received vertical slice demo. A more ambitious RE8 that was set to be open world using advancements to the RE engine that they were developing for Dragon's Dogma 2, such as being open worlds, was greenlit, but there came concern with the amount of time that this title would take, as Capcom didn't want there to be a 6+ year gap between RE7 and RE8. Village had been doing well internally in its development, so in 2019 it was decided to replot their course. Village became RE8 again. What was RE8 at the time became RE9, and at the time Resident Evil 9 was set to be an open world style game set on a Southeast Asian island. So obviously we have to take this stuff with a grain of salt. As Dusk mentioned, the plans could have likely changed throughout the development, but from the sounds of how Koshi described the next game, he said the words, and I quote, "It feels substantial." It could be a language thing, but using the word substantial is very curious to me. When I think of something substantial, I think of a massive undertaking and a generational leap for the series. If Resident Evil 9 does end up going open world with the setting, that would be an absolute game changer. The tech is there. Dragon's Dogma 2, despite some of its issues, handles the open world pretty well. Koshi's latest game revitalized the franchise by returning to its survival horror roots and introducing a first-person perspective. Resident Evil 9 can do the same by being the first fully open world game of the series. Now, another aspect of Resident Evil 9 that has sparked some debate within the community is about whether or not it will feature a first-person or third-person perspective. The recent trends in the franchise suggest a possible dual option approach. RE7 Biohazard and RE7 Village both featured a first-person view, which according to Koshi enhances immersion and horror. However, Resident Evil Village later introduced a third-person mode, most likely after the player feedback and third-person mods that were out after launch. I think Capcom recognized the classic appeal and delivered on that. The success of Resident Evil 2, RE3, and RE4 remakes, which used a third-person perspective, further highlighted the appeal amongst a lot of players. These remakes were obviously well received, showing that third-person can effectively deliver both horror and action, appealing to longtime fans and new players alike. Now, to me, it seems likely that Resident Evil 9 might offer both perspectives. Having the ability to choose what perspective you want to play in would cater to a broader audience, which might also help with the game's replayability while also acknowledging the series' history. I've said this for a while, but more choices you give the players with gameplay options, the better the retention will be. Give players the tools and they'll use them. Now, we obviously don't have the confirmation of what gameplay perspective will be, but the trend certainly seems that third person isn't going anywhere. However, as Koshi mentioned earlier in the video, he said, in order to make Resident Evil 7 scarier, we decided to go with a first person point of view. Up to that point, RE had been third person with the character on the screen, but when you're viewing the world from a safe distance behind the character, it's not as immersive and frightening. So unless Koshi has had a change of heart, I'd say that his ideal perspective is going to be first person. Now let's dive into the thing that everyone wants to see, and that is the first trailer for Resident Evil 9. The fact that the director announced the game in a summer event tells me that things are moving forward rather steadily. It could mean that they're preparing for a reveal as we speak. According to the previous insider leaks, the targeted release date is January of 2025, and if that date is still correct, we could see a full reveal anytime this fall. My guess is if it's happening in January, the Game Awards 2024 would be a solid event to showcase the game at. Now, recent insider reports have stated that the reveal trailer could be on track for a few months from now, which also aligns with Capcom's typical marketing timeline of revealing major titles around 6 to 10 months before their release date. So the next few months will definitely be telling. Now, as I briefly mentioned, Resident Evil 9, according to the reports, was scheduled for a release in January 2025. Now, if that ends up being the case, I'll be pretty surprised, but if we get the reveal within the next few months, a January release date would totally make sense. However, with how stacked of a year 2025 is going to be with Grand Theft Auto 6, I would say the best release window for RE9 would be the first half of 2025. There is zero chance that Capcom is going to want to compete with GTA 6's launch window, so if we don't get a reveal until late 2025, I wouldn't expect them to reveal it until either holiday season of 25 or even early 2026, but according to Dusk Golem, they have been in development with this game since shortly after RE7 Biohazard, which released in 2018. So unless there were some insane development problems that caused a reboot to the game, Resident Evil 9 is going to be just around the corner. The hype and excitement of Resident Evil 9 is going to keep growing as the months go by leading up to the official reveal trailer. I really hope Capcom has cooked with this game. Let me know in the comments who you want the main protagonist to be. For me, it's either got to be Jill or Leon. If you enjoyed this video, do me a favor, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel with your notifications turned on so you're not missing out on any future gaming news and all things Resident Evil 9. Don't forget to enter my PS5 giveaway. Those details are in the pinned comment, and until next time, this has been Wes, and I will talk to you guys in the next video.
We love our cats, but have you ever thought that your cat might not return the affection? Well, you're not alone, and you're not imagining things. Cats are intricate animals, and their actions often puzzle us. That's why today we'll outline the 5 signs that sadly your cat may not love you as much as you'd hope. This video's purpose isn't to upset you, but to guide you on how to avoid certain behaviors and make them see you differently. Sign 1. The cat avoids eye contact. In the feline world, much is communicated through the eyes. When your cat gazes into your eyes and holds the stare, it's their way of showing trust and love. But what if your kitty deliberately avoids your eyes or leaves the room when you try to connect? This could signal they're feeling distrustful. Cats have a unique way of showing affection called slow blinking, where they look at you and slowly close their eyes as if enjoying a lovely dream. Studies suggest this is their way of sending a kiss or a hug. So if your cat avoids eye contact or doesn't respond to your slow blinks, it might indicate they don't feel as much affection as you wish. Sign 2. Tail flicking. If you've spent time with cats, you've likely noticed they communicate a lot with their tails. A raised tail indicates a happy cat, while a tucked tail can show fear. But it's not just about the tail's position. The movement is crucial too. Unlike a dog's happily wagging tail, a cat's tail flicking is generally a bad sign. It's like a feline version of tapping one's foot impatiently. If your cat's tail is flicking when they're near you, it could mean they're annoyed. In nature, cats use their tails to communicate with other animals. For instance, a cat might flick its tail to signal agitation or excitement to predators or rivals. This can be a warning to stay away or prepare for aggression. In a home setting, cats still use their tails to express themselves. If a cat's tail is flicking while they're awake and engaged with their surroundings, it usually means heightened alertness. The cat may be upset or scared. When a cat is hunting or playing, which is a type of simulated hunting, tail flicking shows intense focus and excitement. Here's a quick tip. The next time you see your cat's tail flicking, pause to evaluate the situation. Are they disturbed during sleep, or are you trying to pet them when they prefer to be alone? However, not all tail movements are negative. Slow, gentle movements like swaying or twitching can indicate the cat is relaxed and happy. Sign 3. Excessive scratching. Cats scratch objects for many reasons, not just to ruin your furniture as it might seem. Scratching is a way for cats to mark their territory, as their paws have scent glands that leave a mark when they scratch. Additionally, scratching helps shed the outer layers of their claws, keeping them sharp and ready for action. But what if your cat starts scratching excessively? Excessive scratching happens when your cat's regular scratching routine increases. You might notice them doing it many times a day, leaving destruction in their wake. They might also start targeting new areas they've never shown interest in before. This can be a way to express anxiety or stress. Imagine you've had a stressful day and find yourself pacing. When cats are anxious, they might scratch more than usual as a coping mechanism. Changes in their environment, like a new pet, family member, residence, or even rearranging furniture, can stress your cat. It can also be a reaction to feeling threatened in their territory. Remember, cats are creatures of habit, and any disruption in their routine or environment can unsettle them. In some cases, excessive scratching can signal health issues. Certain skin conditions or allergies can cause discomfort, leading to more frequent scratching. If you see other signs like hair loss, redness, or swelling, it's time to visit the vet. Luckily, there are ways to manage this behavior. Providing scratching posts is one solution. You can also use sprays designed to deter cats from scratching certain areas. And never scold your cat for scratching, as it's natural for them. Instead, try to understand what's causing the stress. I have a quick request. If you're enjoying the video, please subscribe to the channel, give the video a thumbs up, and comment on what you think of our videos or share your cat story. It really helps us. Now, let's continue with the video. Sign 4. Litter box issues. Every cat owner knows that cats are generally clean animals. They use their litter boxes and maintain their hygiene. But did you know that your cat's behavior with the litter box can say a lot about their emotional state? When your cat starts avoiding their litter box or goes outside it to do their business, it may not just be a behavioral issue. It could be a sign that your cat is feeling stressed or unhappy. Perhaps there's a change in their environment they're not comfortable with, or maybe they're not feeling well. A study published in a feline medicine journal found a significant correlation between litter box problems and feline stress. Researchers discovered that stressed cats were more likely to have issues like inappropriate urination, which is a common litter box problem. Sign 5. Excessive grooming. If you notice your cat grooming themselves excessively to the point of losing fur or causing skin irritation, it's a warning sign. Excessive grooming often indicates that your cat may be dealing with anxiety or discomfort. They could be stressed about a change in their environment or trying to alleviate some physical discomfort. Now, let's talk about solutions. If you suspect excessive grooming, start by looking for physical causes. Check for fleas, allergies, or skin infections. If there's no physical cause, it's time to consider stress or anxiety. Has there been a recent change in their environment, like a new pet, a change of residence, or even a switch in their litter box? If you identify a potential stressor, try to address it. If excessive grooming continues, it may be time to visit the veterinarian. Hiding frequently. If your cat seems to be hiding more than usual, disappearing for hours on end, it could be a sign that something's wrong. Hiding frequently can be a way to express anxiety. If they're spending a lot of time hidden away, it might mean they're not comfortable around you or that something in their environment is making them restless. Cats also tend to hide when they're sick or in pain. They have a strong survival instinct, and in the wild, showing signs of illness or pain could make them easy targets for predators. This instinctive behavior has persisted in our domesticated felines. When they're not feeling well, cats tend to hide to conceal their suffering as a protective mechanism. This is part of their instinct to hide weaknesses and avoid becoming an easy prey. So how can you tell if your cat is hiding because they're not feeling well? It all comes down to paying attention to changes in their behavior. If your normally social cat is spending a lot of time hiding, it can be cause for concern. If they're also showing other signs of illness like a loss of appetite, changes in litter box habits, or a decrease in self-grooming, it's definitely time to call the vet. Lack of response to affectionate gestures. We all know that cats are not dogs. They have their own unique way of showing love. But if your feline friend is consistently ignoring your attempts at affection, it may be a sign that they're not feeling as much love as you expected. Why might this be happening? There could be several reasons. Perhaps your cat is not feeling well, or maybe there's a change in their environment that's stressing them out. Or it could simply be that they're not in the mood for cuddles. If your cat is unresponsive, give them some space. Cats are independent creatures and value their alone time. So instead of forcing affection, let them come to you when they're ready. Now, you might wonder, but if my cat is stressed or anxious, does that mean they don't like me? You see, if cats exhibit these behaviors mentioned in the video, it's because they're not doing well. They're not doing well because they're not feeling well. It's because they're not doing well. They're not doing well because the environment isn't good for them, and you're a part of that environment. So, by changing this stressful environment, they'll see you in a different light. A hug and thank you for watching.
Boy named Ray pants in pain, struggling to heal the huge wound in his torso, and desperate to prove his worth. The triple S-rank dungeon, Yggdrasil's Labyrinth, is one of the 7 hardest labyrinths in the world, all of which hide secret treasures. After clearing an A-rank dungeon a month ago, his party, Gumkino, attained the qualifications to challenge a triple S-rank dungeon. Each of their members is capable, starting with the Fail, a black mage who's said to have the blood of an ancient witch. Next is the Sword Saintess, Hina, an enchanter who wields dual blades enhanced with wind and lightning attributes. They have a huge defender who also deals powerful attacks, unable to satiate his hunger for battle. He's the great sword warrior, Suglonist. Finally, their genius leader, Loki, excels in every aspect, including combat, leadership, and magic. Ray is the group's healer, but is barely treated with respect. The defender calls him over to heal a small wound on Hina's leg. Despite her rejection, he heals the scratch, but his fatal flaw shows itself as he falls on her legs, nearly fainting from exhaustion. She kicks him away, disgusted, but their leader silently comes up and offers him a potion to help recover his fatigue. Drinking, he apologizes for making them use the supplies and sees the pitiful glares of the others. Hina outright calls him a burden, but Loki tells the healer to ignore them and rest until he can move again. His fatal flaw is his low magic capacity, which drains his mana and exhausts his body with just one healing spell. Because of his limitations, their strategies are greatly narrowed down, and he has no way to compensate for them. As useless as he may be, Loki invited him to their party without explaining why. That said, he rejoins the group, happy that he's found the only place he belongs to. Ignoring the boorish jeering, the leader proceeds to the next floor, aiming to be the first party to conquer Yggdrasil and obtain its secret treasure. Considering how they cleared an A rank easily, this mission shouldn't be too difficult. At that time, they were blissfully oblivious to the true horror of a triple S rank dungeon. On the 125th floor, Gumkino barely escapes with their lives, their weapons and armor broken, not having expected to encounter monsters on par with S rankers. All they've fought since then have been A ranks, and the difference between them is like night and day. While Hina fears for her life, Fail questions why strong monsters only appeared on that floor. Ray didn't utter a single word, worried that they'd take their stress out on him. Sugglemus suggests returning to the surface, imagining what happened if they were found again. She questions how they're going to do that. They progressed down the floors too easily and reached a point of no return before realizing it. Loki says there's only one way to resurface, which is to use the teleportation stones they found at the bottom of the A